Happy Thursday, everybody. Welcome back to the Junior Speed Chess Championship. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me, my good friend, Grandmaster Amon Hamilton. And boy, do we have an excellent matchup for you today. They may be juniors, but Gukesh and Pranav, Amon, they are names that the world should know.
They should know, and if they don't, they should get to know them. But Robert, so excited to be here, back commentating this JSCC, and alongside you. It's been a while that they haven't put us in the box together, so excited for today.
Yeah, so am I, because it's going to be a great matchup indeed, and I'm excited for the call. These two players had very different paths towards the semifinals of the Junior Speed Chess Championship. We see in the top of the bracket, Gukesh absolutely dominated in his matchup against Amin Ohanyan. He won 8-2 in every time control. But Amon, you had the call for Pranav in his matchup against Christopher Yu. That one was a nail-biter.
It was. I don't mean to brag, Robert, but I definitely had the most exciting round, matchup in the first round. 12.5 to 11.5, just a 1 point margin. So you're right. Very different paths to get where they are. Pranav definitely had a much closer match, but he's also the 5th seed, Robert. So now he's got a real test up against that first seed in Gukesh. This is going to be very, very close.
They often say in competitive events, it doesn't matter how you got there. Now that you're here, this is the matchup in front of you. We see it's Gukesh against Pranav. The games will start in just under 10 minutes, but it's the 1 seed versus the 5. Amon, you highlighted that. Gukesh, we know he's the favorite on paper, but Pranav is somebody you've known in the Chess.com community for a long time.
He is, Buddy Pranav, as we call him, and now Buddy Pranav is Grandmaster Buddy Pranav, 2,600. I mean, just such a rapid rise for both of these players, but I think this is going to be an insanely close match, even though we've got someone in Pranav who came in as a qualifier, who's a 5th seed, up against a titan in Gukesh. Robert, I mean, what can you say about Gukesh?
Gukesh is a superstar. I used that word to describe him very often the other day. I'll expand my vocabulary in this match, but he's the youngest player to beat Magnus Carlsen, the 3rd youngest GM in chess history, an Olympiad gold medalist. The list goes on, and last but certainly not least is that 5th bullet point. He's ranked number 13 in the live classical ratings. He's just 17 years old. Amon, there couldn't be another 1 seed in this JSCC.
Amazing. Yeah, I mean, the accolades here are like, get him out of the JSCC and put him in the SCC. I didn't even know that he was the youngest player to beat Magnus Carlsen. So look at me, learning something from the bullet points here. Gukesh in 1st seed. I mean, obviously the favorite, Robert, but let's not gloss over the accolades of Pranav on the other side. I mean, you talk about how Gukesh rose to, 13th in classical ELO? How about gaining 127 points in a year's time? Those classical ELO points are not easy to come by. Pranav became India's 75th GM last year as well. Of course, Chess24 Challengers Chess Tour champion, which is no easy task. And most importantly, want to make sure to highlight once again that he came to this JSCC through a qualifier, Robert. So is it Cinderella story time?
I thought you were going to say, most importantly, he's a member of the Chess.com community, because he really has been there even before he was a teenager. I mean, he loves you guys. You've done so many events with him, played him so many times. But as you said, he earned his spot here. This was not a gimme situation. Yeah. He came through the qualifier. So for Pranav, it's been an excellent showing thus far. But he's not somebody who just wants to be in the main event. He wants to win the main event.
Yeah, that's right. I don't think that he's coming in with that mentality of like, oh, we're the lowest rated player, we're the lowest seed. No, it's not like that at all. I think he's here to win first, just as Gukesh is, and I think both of these players have a lot of respect for one another and know about each other's talents and abilities. So we're definitely going to see no one taking their foot off the gas pedal.
Certainly not, because even the predictions tell the story that this should be a relatively close match. Some of the first round matchups, with the exception of the Pranav one, were lopsided. But here in Gukesh versus Pranav, we see that entering the JSCC, Pranav had the higher rating between the two. Now that is evened up based off of their recent games. But Gukesh, a slight favorite in all 3 time controls, 67% win probability. Amon, do you agree with the looks of these Smarter Chess predictions?
You know what? I really do, Robert, and I could say so many good things about both of these players, especially Pranav, but at the end of the day, Gukesh is the favorite. He's proven more. He's got a better track record, higher ratings all around. So I think that breakdown is actually, dare I say it, I actually agree with Smarter Chess prediction. But it all comes down, Robert, to the match today, who's in better form, momentum swings, blunders. So we could talk about it on paper, but ultimately the chess does the talking.
Yeah, and 67% for one player means that you win 2 out of every 3, and well, this could be the one for Pranav. I don't think an upset is out of the question, and it wouldn't even be the hugest upset in the world, despite the 5 seed versus the 1 seed, and the fact that Pranav had to qualify. He is really a very strong player, and we should take this moment to remind everybody what they are about to watch, because this is the Speed Chess Championship format. It is a winner advances to the finals. At stake in this particular one, it's winner earns $4,000 plus a split of the other $4,000, which is based on win percentage. And when the event, the JSCC main event, has $45,000 prize pool, only 8 players. Aman, there's a lot up for grabs.
There really is, Robert, and these players, I'm sure they're focused on that top point, getting to the finals. I mean, that's what it's all about. But I can't help, even as a commentator, focusing on how much is at stake, not just in this match, not just in the overall JSCC, but in an individual game. The one bullet game, Robert, could be like $100.
Yeah, there is quite a lot at stake each and every game. A 1 minute game, you play that for fun. They play it for money. So even down the stretch, they will be playing for a significant chunk of change. And so you will see them trying to the very end.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't wait to get into this, because these players are not going to be, taking their foot off the gas for any reason. There is money at stake. And of course, I think the match is going to be really close. I don't think we're going to see a blowout like we did see in the earlier rounds. This is an all-Indian matchup, which means something else. There will be an Indian player in the finals. So despite having to see one of them go today, I think the Indian fans have that to console themselves with.
Yeah, Chess-Based India, I'm sure, is already ecstatic. 3 out of the 4 semifinals here in the Junior Speed Chess Championship are from India. The 4th player, Denis Lazovic from Belarus, and do not count him out. He wants to take down his opposition and win the crown. And you know what else is at stake in the Junior Speed Chess Championship? In each individual match, there's prize money, but the winner of the JSCC qualifies for the Speed Chess Championship, the main event. Gukesh played in that last year. He lost to Magnus Carlsen in the first round. Can hardly blame him. That usually happens to people, with the exception being Hikaru Nakamura. But the other players, right, they will not just get automatic invitations to the Speed Chess Championship. They know that they'll have to qualify somehow. So they would love to win the Junior Speed Chess Championship and earn that automatic invitation.
I mean, we were talking about Gukesh earlier, and I was saying, yeah, I've seen the accolades, I've seen the rating. Why don't we just put him in the SCC already? But ultimately, I think this is a really fair way to do it. You want to get in a tournament like that, JSCC is the perfect proving grounds, so to speak. Because, I mean, Robert, why do we watch the JSCC? Because these guys are unpredictable, often underrated, ready to burst onto the chess scene and let people know that, hey, you should be paying attention to me. You should know my name if you don't already.
And with this matchup in particular, everybody in the chess world knows Gukesh's name. Not everybody knows Pranav's. If he beats Gukesh, everybody will be talking about him.
That's right.
Buddy, he's a great chess player already, but that would be maybe the highlight of his early chess career, to beat Gukesh in a long match. This is a 3 time control match. This is a very long match where they play 3 different time controls across 3 hours. That's a very long time. So we should probably remind everybody of the format of the Speed Chess Championship. It's 90 minutes of 5-minute plus 1 second increment, followed by an hour of 3-minute plus 1 second added per move. And last but certainly not least, we get the bullet of 30 minutes plus 30 minutes of 1 minute plus 1 second added per move. So, Aman, we're going to be here for a great show. It's going to be a long one. And for the players, they want to get off to a hot start, because you don't want to slide into the next time control with a disadvantage.
No, I think I was talking about in Pranav's last match that the 5-minute portion I figured would be the most impactful and important. And I was hypothesizing that because I think that's the one that the players actually don't play. They play bullet. They play 3-minute chess. Title Tuesday, 3+1. They've seen that time control before, but 5+1, I mean, my hand's up. I've never played a 5+1 game on Chess.com, and I don't know how long I've been on the site. So I think that one is actually really important to pay attention to, and it will be our first time control here. And remember, plus 1 second increment on every single game. So, we might see some flagging, but the players have to keep in mind that you can live off that 1 second increment, although barely.
Yeah, the increment, you could live by it, you could die by it. And I think one element of Gukesh's game that I was impressed by in the opening match is he was very quick. That in every single game, in that 5 minute plus 1 second increment portion, it felt like he was well ahead in the clock against Amin Ohanian, who was often in the think tank. So Gukesh, considering that he is number 13 in the live ratings, Aman, we have to acknowledge he probably is the better prepared player between the two. He has more experience at the highest levels. So for Pranav, in this awkward 5+1 time control, how speedy do you think he'll be, especially given you've just watched him play and defeat Christopher Yu, and he did very well in that opening portion?
Yeah, not only did he do well, but you were speaking about the time. He was actually up on time in so many games, and one of the skills that I think, obviously all these players have, but I think you hone this skill more as an online player, which Pranav has really improved so much by just volume of games online. And I think the skill that you hone by doing that is being able to use a time advantage in your favor, being able to create a position or give your opponent problems that are just difficult to solve with 30 seconds. With 3 minutes on the clock, maybe this wouldn't be the right move, but Pranav really knows when to, let's trade the queens here. Let's keep the pieces on here and give my opponent a tougher decision to make. So I think that's honestly one of his biggest attributes, and we may see it on display here if he can keep up the speed.
That's so important to point out because I watch Daniel Naroditsky. I've watched his streams. He's a good friend of ours. And I see him in critical moments know when to trade pieces, when to pre-move, when to do the little things that get you victories in time trouble. And the players, they're getting set. Thank you to everybody at Chess.com who's working so hard behind the scenes to make sure the players' technology is working well, to make sure the fair play check is in order. Because another thing that we should mention, considering the short time control I'm on, is technology. That Pranav, he did struggle with that in his opening match. He cannot afford to disconnect and lose a game by forfeit against Gukesh.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up, elephant in the room. But you're absolutely right that players are responsible for their connections and situation that they play from. And Pranav did have not just one, but a couple games that the internet actually played a big role in the game. The problem is, even if you don't lose a game by disconnection, Robert, it's almost the threat of the possibility. It just plays into your head every game. I was even looking at the match that Pranav played, and I was thinking to myself, is he actually playing extra fast? Because if he disconnects for a minute or so, he wants to have that buffer of time. And I mean, it's those things that you shouldn't even have to think about during a match, but maybe he is.
Yeah, because chess is a very objective game, and that's a distraction. You cannot be distracted against Gukesh. You can't really be distracted against Christopher Yu. I actually want to highlight just how impressive that matchup was. You had the call. You were covering it the whole way. I watched it. The fact that he could beat Christopher Yu, who's not just an amazing player, he's also a chess composer. He's created puzzles that have won awards. And these teenagers, they're just that talented. And so for Pranav to go in there, as you said, to be distracted because of the technology issues, to disconnect, to have to hotspot from his phone, I think that was even more impressive than just the matchup result on paper. He won by a point, but he also had to deal with those struggles, and he overcame them.
He did, and he ended up winning the match despite all that. So huge credit to both players for an entertaining match. Christopher Yu almost made the comeback, but ultimately to have all those disconnection issues and results be different than they maybe should have been if it were played out and still come out on top is really impressive. You just have to say that. But I'll tell you one thing, Robert. I don't think that Pranav can be spotting 1-2 disconnection type games to Gukesh. I think he needs to be connected for every single possible second during this match. And, so far, I think so good.
Yeah, no, he needs not to be just connected, but locked in, because you can't take a move off against Gukesh. He will punish you. And the players, it seems that they are set. We are get underway in just about a minute from now. So I'm really excited for this matchup, Aman. And I guess a question for you. We know Gukesh is the favorite. We saw the Smarter Chess predictions. We agreed with them. We can see the classical chess ratings, just the successes they've had over the board. What does Pranav need to do to remain competitive? And I guess a question for later is, how close does he need to be heading into Bullet to have a realistic chance?
Well, I'm I'm actually anticipating that the bullet will be one of Pranav's favorite time controls. Don't know whether it'll be the one that he does the best in, of course, but I just think he is a battle-hardened player online. You can see him there on the camera. He's smiling. He just looks so ready to go. You mentioned locked in. I think this is even a better mentality than locked in. He's looking dangerous, ready to play some chess, but also having a good time and doesn't look too stressed by it, because the last thing you want, Robert, is nerves to play a factor here.
Oh, certainly not, but we just saw a smile from him. And we also saw a tweet earlier from somebody showing a video of Pranav and Gukesh sitting side by side. And when they were really kids. Now they're no longer kids in chess terms. They're super strong. They're playing at the top levels of the game. But that was a cute video to watch, and it shows that these two go way back. And that can be uncomfortable for players, right? When you play a second of yours, someone you've worked with, a friend of yours, it means that you can get distracted by things outside of the chessboard.
Yeah, absolutely. I have played against so many colleagues, friends in chess, and it's always a little bit awkward sometimes, but the moves are on the board. We're off here, Robert, and I think all the friendliness and camaraderie is out the window. These guys are true competitors. They'll be great friends as soon as the match is over.
Yes, and look at this opening. Now that we have chess in front of us, Black has delayed castling, so the king is in the center for now, and he continues to do so. So Aman, with white pushing pawns up the queen side, it seems unlikely that Black goes in that direction. But I guess my question is, what is Pranav waiting for to get his king out?
Yeah, it's interesting. A lot of preparatory moves, but the nature of the position was a little bit closed. There's no pawn tension right now at all. So I think he felt comfortable leaving the king there. I thought, Robert, he was going to go for that standard kind of King's Indian plan, maybe move the king to the side, go for f5, but instead, bishop e6, doubled e-pawns, but an open f-file. Do you like this structure for Black?
It's a lot of fun for Black, but objectively, I've always been told that White should be doing A-OK. And this knight goes to H5. It might go into F4 later. But the problem really is this bishop on G7. And look at this move G3, stopping the knight from getting to F4. And in the long run, Aman, that bishop on G7, the King's Indian bishop, it's stuck behind a wall of pawns.
That's right. Yeah, the e-pawn is basically not going anywhere unless White were to later play the move D4. Meanwhile, White has kind of annexed space on all sides of the board right now. There's D4 maybe in the future, the pawn on A5 gaining so much space on the queen side, but also H4. We might see knight H2, knight G4. There's no G5 for Black. So, Robert, I'm getting the feeling that White just kind of owns the whole chessboard.
I like that knight H2, knight G4 idea. Keep that in mind, especially now that Black went D5, because E5 can be tender. But preparatory moves is kind of the name of the game thus far. King G2. Let's see what Black does before we decide to move our knight. Or you could move your queen because the knight on F3 is defended. But I don't know if I would do that, Aman. A move like queen B3 invites an exchange sacrifice on F3. I would be too scared to allow that.
Yeah, and you mentioned prep moves. I think it's just a move like knight 1 to H2. That is the type of move where you defend the knight and allow the queen to move. But instead, he's chosen queen e2, a move in the center, and it also eyeballs that e5 pawn, so potential e takes d5 may be looming in the future.
I like how you said knight 1 to H2. You gave it the emphasis it deserved, because it's sometimes hard to write that on the notation of, wait, what's that move called? But yes, the knight F1 went out to H2, the rook goes up to F7. So, Aman, I think we see Black's plan. It's quite clear. Bring pieces to the F-file. So the question is, does White have enough time to pile up against this pawn on E5? I love bishop E3 because it defends F2, and you can go to C5 to kick a rook out of F8.
Yeah, and no B6 to kick out a bishop on C5. That's why the pawn is up there. What White would love to achieve is pawn to B4. That way everything would be connected, defended, and finally that rook, which right now is tied down to A5, could move.
Okay, but we see Black thrust that pawn forward with D4. So that pawn on A5, we're talking about it as being an asset, but in endgames, it could be a liability. There's so many pieces on the board. We're very far from endgames. But that pawn A5 sometimes overextended when the pieces get traded off.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was about to mention an idea for White that Black has basically just quelled with the move E5, which is that if the knight moved and White played F4, suddenly it would actually be White who sort of gains the kingside initiative. So E5, although it takes away squares for Black's pieces, it's kind of important to stop F4.
and knight g1 was played, maybe knight h3, and I wonder if in the future there could be an f4, but I feel like knight on h3 is actually very powerful because it defends the f2 pawn. He plays bishop b4 to kick that rook out of f8. We talked about that idea earlier.
Yeah, that's
but
right.
I like the way Pranav has played this. Buddy is doing well. There are no real weaknesses that can be exploited just yet in his position, and he's keeping level on the clock.
Is there a move like c5 here? Or just thinking bishop takes knight e6, and then knight f4 is our intention to win the queen. So maybe bishop b4 is like, cool move, but is c5 a good move for black? I can't really tell.
Wow, that's a really fascinating idea. And he goes knight e6, so, oh no, my rook on f8, but thank you very much for your queen with knight f4 check. So your idea is perfect. Maybe he thought the pawn c5 could be a weakness because you can't get b6 in to follow.
Yeah,
so he's keeping
point.
the pawn back on c7 for now. And queen comes... Oh, I thought there was knight f4 check, but then the queen is actually defended thanks to knight on h2.
Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing. Now, obviously, black does need to take bishop takes f8 into consideration. So finally, we do see c5. The other thing is because the queen is moved, I know we can't do it right now because the knight's hanging, but I'm starting to look at queen b5. That just hits so many tender pawns.
Did you see Gukesh go away from the board? He was distracted by something. Now he's back and trying to regain his focus, but that was interesting to note. And I'm looking at this position, Aman. I'm with you. That queen coming to b5 later looks very promising for black. And he goes rook e8, perhaps, so his next move can be queen b5.
Exactly, yeah. And remember, that knight on h2, if it were for some reason to play like knight, hf3, knight f4 check, similar idea. You mentioned it earlier, like, oh, that tactic works, but no, the knight's defending the queen, so you have to keep in mind that the knight needs to remain defending the queen.
So what does white do here? Because there's a knight on g1, a knight on h2, there's no attack brewing on the king side. I feel like black's pieces just make much more sense thus far.
Yeah, and it's a shame. I was going to ask you that question, but you beat me to it. What's white going to do? Well, I was thinking about the move b4 as an idea. Like, you don't really want to play c4, and I feel like if I take the b pawn and the c pawn and I take them both off the board, that I like that exchange for white. So maybe b4.
I like it a lot because when you get b4 in, then you open up the b file and the backward pawn on b7 will feel some pressure. But instead, we just saw a repetition.
That's right.
Rook e8, queen d1, rook f8, queen g4. We might see a draw by repetition, which is kind of interesting at this moment.
Yeah, first of all, it's interesting because I actually see a little bit more long-term potential for black's position, which is a strange thing to say. White's pieces are, everything's solid in white's position, but I don't know, to your point, what to do next. So I kind of get why Gukesh is repeating. And Pranav, I like his position. He does decide to play on. Just a credit to the type of player he is, I think. But a draw wouldn't have been a crazy result.
No, and you see the question mark, which means it wasn't the best move. But we might give it an exclamation point. He is playing on. He doesn't just want to make a peaceful draw, but Aman, your plan. Rook b1, pawn to b4. I suddenly am appreciating white's position more and more, but if you play b4 now, there is c4 for black.
Yeah, the worst trade you could possibly do for white would be the d pawn for the c pawn. So I think that's to be avoided. And not just b4, c4, Robert. I might play c4 anyways.
Yeah, and because you're saying that, I'll play b3 as white. Instead of going 2 squares, I'll lift the pawn, stop at what? He plays b4. So we are getting this... Me too, but maybe Gukesh sees the forest through the trees. He sees a little bit further down the line than I am because it looks like that e4 pawn now is a bit tender, and that's a healthy, protected pass pawn on d4 for black.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's definitely more life in the position. The queen on b3, I have to say, is quite good. It's a great diagonal to be on, access to d5. And Pranav says, who cares about the c file? If you look at the squares that can actually be used, there's not much that the rook on c1 can do.
No, it's controlled by every single square on that line is controlled by a black piece. So you want to double to where? You're not getting anywhere. But I do like the fact that this white position is very stable and black has 3 pawn islands to only 2 for white. This knight on f3 may come back to e1 and up to d3. And that knight on d3, it's the best way to blockade a pawn is with a knight.
Absolutely. Queen d7, I start to see shades of rook takes f3, knight f4, queen into g4 and h3. I'm not sure it quite works here because of the hero, queen b3, defending the knight on f3. But those are the type of things to keep in mind that, if we see something like queen d5, who knows what tactics might be looming there.
Wow, queen d5 is an excellent idea at some moment in Gukesh. He hasn't made a move yet. We acknowledge that the clocks are not on the screen. Sorry, we are having some technical difficulties, it would appear. But the move played is queen to d5. So, Aman, you are the Gukesh prophet at this point. That e5 pawn is tender in many of the positions. And if you take me on d5, give me that passed pawn.
Right. Yeah, taking goes knight c7. The knight also has an interestingly strong square, knight b5. It's a weird one. You don't often see like knight b5 exclamation mark, but it's completely secure there, supports the pawns. But remember that knight that was so out of play? What the heck is going on here? Knight g4, Robert, tactically working.
Yes, sacrifice a knight on f3 to win one on c7, and we all know about rooks in the 7th rank. That rook landing on c7 would be a problem for black. So now we don't have the clocks on screen. We apologize for that. We'll keep you updated on the time. Pranav is 59 seconds. Gukesh dropping to a minute himself. But can you push your passed pawn? That's the big question for both sides. Is it going to be d6? Is it going to be e4 and d3 or e3 for black? I'm not sure, Amon.
Yeah, and honestly, we might see both. Maybe d6, e4 could be a reply. Give that up, take with check, and you can go and corral that pawn after. So, I mean, we might see literally everything you just said, Robert.
Okay, and we note that Gukesh is now down to 35 seconds. He needs to find an idea because this can get out of hand quickly when you don't have time to calculate.
Yeah, I think at this point it's down to nerves because this is time scramble, and oops, that's me playing d3, not these guys. We see d6 played, knight b5. I'm getting excited here, Robert, as we're in time scramble mode. Only 25 seconds for Gukesh.
And there may not be queens, but there are tactics all across the board. And Pranav, he is 45 seconds with the black pieces. He's thinking about what to do. He takes on d6, giving up e5. So now I really do like white's position, a healthier pawn structure and some activity for those pieces.
Yeah, I think that's a very beneficial trade. The pawn on d4, yes, it's a pass pawn, but it has so many obstacles in its path, pieces blockading it. So I agree. Now I'm looking at the knight on h5, Robert, and thinking, man, that is so out of play.
It really is. And both sides at 25 seconds, everybody. This will come down to a time scramble. There could be a blunder. We see a take on f6. The rook on e1 is defensive. Knight d7 or knight g4 are ideas to try to win an exchange at some point.
Yeah, you'd need to move the rook there. This bishop on g7 hasn't been good all game, and rook c7 with some pressure there. Now I'm thinking knight g4, and the h6 pawn might be loose.
Okay, we see the pawn up to f4. Now Pranav down to 17 seconds. White about the same. Both players in time trouble. Who is going to take this one? That knight on d6, Amon, it can go to f5 someone. Yep. It can hop around the board.
Absolutely. The knights are so dangerous in time scrambles, and you know, at this point, I was about to say, are we going to see g5 to just, launch everything into disarray?
To steal one from Candy, g5, we lie. Bishop takes e5 on this turn. And right now, white down to 11 seconds. Black has 11 seconds as well. Time pressure for both. We are seeing exchanges. The knight on d6 is loose. Watch out for a fork. But no, we have seen liquidation. Amon, whose chances do you like better?
Well, honestly, I think white's a little bit better here because of the weak pawn. But I got to be honest with you, Robert. I like the knight.
Yeah, me too. And 6 seconds for white, 11 for black, g4 played. Rook g5 takes g4 at some point, but watch out. There was rook e2 check, so that's why. Yeah, rook e4 would be a way to attack b4 right now.
Exactly, and at this point, if the rooks trade, white has to be so careful, Robert, because an endgame might just be a disaster for the bishop.
Yeah, but look at the white rook swinging across the board. g4 is loose. Oh, rook c4, winning b4. We are going to have pawns on opposite side of the board here. Is a5 going to fall as well?
Well, the other thing is that the bishop will be taken here, and hang on a sec, takes rook f5, holds things together.
Yes, and 2 seconds for black, 5 for white. They both are scrambling, 1 second added for each and every move they make. So now black suddenly with 3 seconds, white with 4, now up to 5. Wow, they are really moving fast.
And you can take that bishop off the board, but he elects to keep the knight on. Probably a smart decision. What the heck is happening? There's knight d7,
knight
rook takes e5.
So black is taking this one. He wins a bishop and wins game 1. And both players were down to their final seconds. Pranav takes game 1 with black. Amon, you said it. He is here to play.
Unbelievable. Yeah, what game 1, Robert. Is that not indicative of the match that we're about to have here? I think the one thing I'm really paying attention to, though, in this match so far is that time scramble. Who seemed calmer? Who played the more calm, collected moves and just, basically didn't panic? And in that one, I think it was Pranav.
Yes, that was a really nice game from Pranav. The way he handled that, he never really was worse there. So they are beginning game 2, I believe. And so as soon as that comes up, we will bring it up for you. But wow, Pranav leads after the first game of the match. He wins with black. And Smarter Chess Predictions said Gukesh is the favorite. He still is. But Pranav says, I don't care what you say. I'm trying to win this thing.
Yeah, he says, yeah, favorite? Yeah, that's what stats are for. I'll show you what it means to actually play this thing. But, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. It is only game one after all.
Yes, and well, it seems like game two is beginning. We apologize, everybody. We are dealing with some technical issues, and we're trying to fix them live on the fly. Apologies. We are really doing our best in the moment. But Pranav takes game one there. That's good news for him.
Yeah.
But Gukesh, we know that he's had some difficulties before. It's not the first time he suffered defeat. In fact, he had one of the most agonizing defeats of his life in the Olympiad when he lost to Nodirbek Abdusattorov when he had the upper hand all game there.
Exactly. And, I think at this point, I believe that the players are in the game. So that's something that I think I can say, like, based on the expressions there, nobody just looks at a computer screen that intently.
Yeah, no, I mean, we are about to bring up game two for everybody. Again, apologies, but I think it's going to be available shortly. So, it's a rough start for Gukesh. And for him, well, we know how hard he works on his game, and here is game two. And so he has the black pieces, and he has the advantage. We see the eval bar off the side saying black is better. The big question right now is, can black take on b2 with the queen? Because it's hanging, but sometimes that's a queen that gets into enemy territory and doesn't get to escape.
And just for the people at home, Robert, and I mean myself as well, what am I saying? This is a selfish decision. I'm going back to the start just for a quick run through of our moves here. It was a Sicilian. Interesting, we get one of these Rossolimos with bishop to b5. And man, this stuff is always so interesting, Robert, because black's pawn structure is just some of the weirdest stuff you'll ever see. It's like, how many opening principles are being broken in this game? These are grandmasters.
Yeah, but this is Gukesh's beloved opening. I've seen him on the black side of this very often, and you see him jettison a pawn with c4 to get that queen b6 check, queen takes b2. And now that we're here, Aman, I mean, this position does look very hectic. There's pawn tension in the center, c2 is loose, there's a queen on h5, which I know would scare much of our audience, thinking, am I going to get checkmated?
Right.
But a lone queen can't deliver a mate, and unfortunately for white, there's no knight jumping into g5, there's a pawn f6 stopping that.
Exactly, and the position, let's say that pawn captures on c6, bishop captures on c6. If you move that bishop, hello, checkmate on g2. So the game could end just that quickly. And let's not forget, some basic principles, Robert, for all our viewers. 2 bishops, open position. Yeah, 1 + 1 = 2.
Yeah, 1 + 1 does equal 2, unless you're taken to that deep, dark forest, and then who knows what Mikhail Tal was thinking. But that's the type of magic that white will need to drum up here, is that Tal magic getting an attack. But there is none. There's literally no way in for white. I love this position for Gukesh. His time management is excellent. He's a little bit ahead on the clock. And now it's about winning this position, because aesthetically pleasing, we have our bishop pair. But if we trade too many pieces, then we may liquidate into a position where white can hold, and so black needs to be on the offensive.
Yeah, and the one thing that black always has in his favor here is Gukesh's bishop, the light squared bishop, will always be strong because of f4. There's never an f3 move to blunt this diagonal, and as I say that, he gives the bishop away, and I don't agree with that move.
The eval bar also disagrees, and he steals a pawn. So sometimes they say greed is good, but here it seems to have given white a leg right back in the game. And I'm already wondering, is there going to be a d takes c6 at some moment? Will that be available? That will be a pass pawn. And he starts with rook c1. So wait a second, where's this queen going?
Right, I mean, yeah, queen b2, and is there anything... First of all, taking on f4 and just playing queen f3, it's like, yeah, there might be a pawn down position for white, but I don't even hate that.
Whoa, but he chases the queen away, and the queen could have gone back to c2, but that probably would have resulted in a draw with a rook and queen dance over there. So the queen escapes out to a3. Can white just take that pawn on c6? Now, I was wondering just a moment ago, what happens if white ends up with a pawn all the way up there? The eval bar says equal, but to my eyes, Aman, it's anybody's game.
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, pawn takes c6 looks very okay. White's pieces will be a little awkward in that position. You know, the king always has back rank issues, but the queen on h3, defending the knight, and maybe there's an e6 check in the future, we have to be careful. This doesn't even flip in white's favor completely. I did not like bishop takes h3. I was too busy complimenting that bishop. I didn't even consider that move.
Yeah, you never would have done it. That was clear. And I think it was a decision that Gukesh will regret because you look at the position now, he had full control over the board. That was a knight on h3 that couldn't do anything. And I think that's a good lesson for everybody. That Gukesh did it to try to win a pawn, but the material was not worth it. And in fact, he ends up not even a pawn ahead because that pawn on c6 was just captured. So if Gukesh had a retry or a reset button, he would immediately be pressing it. He'd be smashing that button and saying, I will keep that light square bishop. I don't care if I'm down a pawn. I'd rather have that light square bishop on the board with the open space.
Agreed. Yeah, no, he's wishing he could go back in time, but that is quite literally the opposite mentality you want to have right now. You hate to lament the decisions of the past. He's got to focus on what's in front of him, and what's in front of him is not a position that's lost or anything of that nature just yet. However, I do think his next couple of moves here are super important, Robert. Probably has to be very accurate. I mean, we need to corral this pawn, but there's so many nice options for white here, like queen e6, knight into d5. So he's chosen a knight on a great anchor square on e5. Honestly, it looks like a pretty reasonable decision. What's wrong with it?
It received a question mark. I'm not entirely sure. My instinct would be c7 because I can follow it with knight to d5 to defend that pawn up on c7, and he plays it, and the eval bar says, nope, that's not right. Robert, what are you thinking about?
Well, I really got you hook, line, and sinker with that one. Get Robert to commit to a move live on air and find out that it's wrong. But he went for your move as well, which just shows that intuition is not always what the engine is looking for. This required a little more accuracy because, okay, queen e6, suddenly your knight is hanging as well. And if you jump into d5, the amazing move, queen a5, is now hitting the rook on d2. So what a find by Gukesh there. And it looks like he had that move ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, what a natural move c7 was. I mean, you're pushing a pawn, a passer, one square away from promotion. So let's see, what can white do now? You can bring your b1 rook up to b7 to defend the pawn, but that's so risky because of back rank checkmates.
Yeah, queen a6, and it's like, oh, wait a minute. You know, the best move there might be bringing the rook back. Are we going to see the most professional draw in history? Rook b7, queen a6, rook b1, queen a5, yes or no?
I actually think that makes perfect sense. You know how I feel about early draws, but this may be what the position calls for. But what else can white do? Maybe queen e6 check over to d6? That does defend that. Wait, did I drop my knight on c3? Yes, I did. So you were just saying how you shouldn't do that, but I did just drop the knight on c3. So, okay, what? Wait a second, Ahmad. That might work. I blundered, but it actually might work. Let's bring up the analysis board.
I like where we're going here.
Yeah, because black has some back rank problems of his own. So if queen e6 check, right, king to h8, queen to d6, queen. This might happen, by the way. Queen takes f8. Does this work for white?
Rook d8 at the end.
Oh.
There are back rank issues, but you're just getting no credit here. Is queen c5?
You know why?
Queen c5 is not the move either.
It's what happens here, I think, is king g8, and after rook takes f8, king f8, rook b8 check, king f7, white gets back rank checkmated after promoting.
Oh my goodness. Just have to show a line like this. And it's like, you know, white's finally happy about the material only to be met with this. Let's get back to the action here. Check. Queen d6, brilliancy. Queen takes on c3 and rook b8. So we're following your line, but with a slight improvement because Pranav spent time calculating that. Look at white's time down to 23 seconds. But Robert, he's found something that the engine says is equal, but black has to find it.
Yeah, how is this equal? I just don't understand what's going on here. Now, I think what is going to happen is queen c1 check, rook d1 will block, and you sack your queen for the rook, and you have to take this rook twice on b8, so it will be a rook, knight, and pawn for a queen when all is said and done. That's equal according to the evaluation bar, but the position remains very difficult for black.
Yeah, you know, black basically wants to establish some position where the rook ends up maybe on d7. That way it would be guarding the pawn, the knight guarding the rook, the pawn guarding the knight, and then you just hope to shake hands and make a draw. But first of all, you have to come to terms that you are ready to sack your queen, and that's your only option. Yeah,
but that setup that you just mentioned, that's a fortress. So if black can establish that, then the game should be held without too much difficulty. And we should note that a knight, a rook, and a pawn for a queen, that's even by point value, more or less. But what we also need to talk about is a knight and rook can team up in a way a queen can't. So it's not just a one-sided affair. But black now is down to about 10 seconds, Aman. He needs to find the move.
Yeah, honestly, queen c1, I mean, I was about to say, does he even see it? And I think he saw it and was looking for better, couldn't find it, eventually said, okay, this needs to be done.
Yeah, and I think he's going to play rook to b7. As long as your rook doesn't hang to some kind of queen check, you put that rook on d7 or f7, and that's all black needs to do. Rook d7, rook f7, rook d7, rook f7. I don't think white can do anything at all.
No, the only plan to try to, do anything to that setup would be pushing these pawns and maybe trying to play g5 much later in the game. Interesting to play g6, but honestly, king goes to g7, rook goes to d7, and I think we can basically say that this one is a draw.
Yeah, seems to be a fair result. Maybe it was a much easier defensive task than I initially realized in Gukesh. He could play for more. It's not out of the question. He is building what appears to be the start of a mating net around the white king. So I think Pranav has to be careful. Knight f3 check with rook d1 mate is coming.
That's true. You could play queen e6 so casually here, but black also has to be careful. You give up that a pawn and everything crumbles.
Yeah, so rook d1, he can go rook d2 after. Okay, he's just going back and forth. He knows that this setup is just a draw for black, but with the king going up to f5,
so it's interesting.
I'm wondering
I would bring my king out. Like, why is the king hiding on h2? It feels that only bad things could happen there.
I'm with you. And so black is just going back and forth. White is kind of doing the same. So it does feel like we're about to see a repetition, and we do.
Yeah, and by the way, that queen sacrifice from Gukesh, the only option in that position, and a brilliancy. So both players finding brilliancies. Your intuition was spot on, Robert, with that queen e6, queen d6. I mean, that was just a high-quality game, and surprise, surprise, high-quality chess from both players ends in a draw.
Yeah, these two players off to a very well-played start. Gukesh, of course, on the scoreboard, down by a point. But that first game, it did feel like initially he was outplaying Pranav a little bit, but then Pranav held sturdy. Very nice defense by him. And now in game 3, this opening, Aman, white has the pair of bishops. You see that now the queen and bishop are lined up towards h7. The bishop on b2, if you ever play d5, will open up towards the black king. So don't take on g2 would be my advice to everybody.
Yeah, and you know what? White had the option after bishop b7 to castle, defending g2. And he's actually foregone that move for multiple moves in a row now, which is an interesting practical decision. He wants black to take. And you know what? As the guy with the black pieces here, Robert, that would make me not want to take that pawn even more.
Yeah, and look at this, castling queenside. And shout out to our chat. We see you feature chat there. Crazy good endgame by both Indian prodigies. It certainly was. That was excellent play from both. And now that you've castled queenside, Aman, you're not taking on g2 as black.
That's right.
You gave up that pawn. You want open lines. People think, oh, I lost material. You did lose that, but you gain open lines for your rooks.
Yeah, and rook to g1, that's not a, oh, let me defend my pawn move. That's a, I wish this pawn could actually just disappear from the g file. Because he wants to play g4, g5, and that would immediately create a threat on h7.
And look at this position with the tension in the center. I was about to say, must black release it? And he does. And after e takes d4, maybe black will play d5 and shut in that bishop on b2. So you think, okay, if you want to shut down my bishop, let's take with the bishop on d4. But that has other problems. You give black the e5 square for the knight, for example. So it's a big moment, and Gukesh has slowed down. I think this is very instructive for everybody watching. You don't simply recapture. You need to think about which piece to take with. It will change the direction of the game.
Yeah, the bishop captures on d4 move. I definitely am sure that will be a worse decision than pawn takes, but I totally understand why he played it, because why would you not want your piece to enjoy this amazing open diagonal? He saw e takes d4 and d5, as you mentioned, and probably thought, okay, my bishop's never going to see the light of day again.
Right, but look what he's allowed, because the bishop rather than a pawn on d4, black is prying open the queen side, and the bishop goes back to the corner. So we see the eval bar, but Aman, I think you and I have played enough blitz chess in our day to ignore that for now, because the game will not be decided at this current stage. You look at the pressure that white has down the queen side, but look what black is doing, striking first on the queen side.
Yeah, I was really wrestling in my head. Is it b5 or d5 that black wants to play? I was leaning towards the d pawn, but either way, c5 is impossible. Black could take, and rook c8 is happening. So it means that black now has kind of an open a file a little bit, pawn running down the board, a semi-open b file, a wide open c file. I mean, what's going on here? How is white's king even allowed to be on the queen side right now?
Yeah, he went for a kingside attack, but he allowed black to hit his stride and bishop f5. So he sacrificed a pawn, has Gukesh, but we know what he wants. He wants g5, and the h7 pawn will be loose. If black plays g6, you're not even going to take this bishop on f5 and open up your king, but you also open that dark square diagonal. So Aman, this is a good moment for Pranav to sit and think, because this is a critical moment of this game 3.
Yeah, a move like knight e5 comes to mind. Maybe knight d3, looking to sack one of these bishops and open up a line to the king. Robert, when they say that you're supposed to castle so that you have 3 pawns in front of your king, I don't think these are the 3 they were talking about.
No, not at all. It's a very nasty looking position for that white king on c1. You would like to teleport it, but actually, Aman, where could you even put that king that is safe? Like a3 might be the safest way.
Yeah, I know. It's like, there's not many options here. You got to choose the lesser of 2 evils. I like to move knight e5, throw an extra piece on that long diagonal, and maybe indeed look to play a move like knight d3 or pawn to c3. Get one of these bishops off the board because they're so strong.
Yeah, and he just goes knight d5, giving up h7 with check. That's one measly pawn, but b4 is a more important pawn. Black is going right after the white king. You mentioned c3 is an idea. There are too many options available to black. So Gukesh, he takes that pawn. We look at this position, and I think, how is his king going to survive? Because he doesn't have pieces in front of it that will help in the defense.
Yeah, and I actually made a casual arrow on the last move, king h8, but really important to point out that I think Pranav's move is so much better. King h8, just unnecessary to be on that diagonal and to allow things like queen e4, queen h4, and suddenly you have a lot to worry about. So good heads-up play by Pranav, I think, with king f8, and now, sorry, Gukesh, you got to face the music. You've been attacking the last couple of moves. I think we need some defense.
And what defense can he possibly get here? Because his king on c1 feels a bit alone, and c3 is an option. Knight d3 check still remains available. g6 for black may lock in that bishop on h7, and that's important. The king goes on f8. So Gukesh takes on e5. If rook takes e5, what is the follow-up here?
The question is, is knight takes c4 really the move? Because while that looks like a threat, I don't think opening the c file is in white's interest at all. So you're in this annoying position where black can basically keep throwing pawns at you because you never want to take them. They're actually the shelter for your king right now.
Yeah, they're the most umbrella for the rainstorm that's going against your king that you'll get, but you're dropping b4 next. I don't think there's a way around it. So this king is never going to find safety. I
don't know what to do.
I know I don't like calling game over, but this looks to me like it's game.
It really does. I'm struggling to see, because the thing is, even if Pranav doesn't play, the best continuations, this position in front of us is what we knew would happen. A wide open king, and you just can't possibly do anything about it.
No, queen takes b4, rook takes c4, check will be the response. And black will get a queen for a couple rooks, but black's king is safe, white's king is open. And when you talk about material imbalances, you have to first look whose king is safer.
Yep.
And it appears that black's king is much safer if white's queen were to leave the board.
Absolutely. And the queen and bishop would be all over the position. Let's not forget g6 at some point will trap that bishop. And black has a passed a pawn that needs someone to deal with it. So yeah, I agree with you. Even though the material does look even there, I think black's completely winning.
I like that move rook d4 though, because you defend your knight directly. That way you don't give up your queen, and b4 knight is hanging. Behind it, a bishop is loose, and that rook on d4 at the right moment can swing over to h4. Like if you play bishop back to c2 to shelter your king, then rook h4, suddenly white can go on the offensive.
That's right. No, you can't discount that. d5 to put more pressure on the knight. It's easy to lose track. Your knight is also hanging, and hang on, the king on f8 is really poorly placed for that. So an important decision here, even though the engine is like screaming in black's favor, Gukesh is going to make him earn it. But time on the clock, Robert. Pranav basically has double the time of his opponent right now. He needs to use that against him. This is one of those areas that I was saying I think Pranav is one of the best.
And Gukesh just had his eyes closed. He was clearly calculating some lines. And this is why I don't call game before it's over. Look at this position. Suddenly I'm looking at it like, doesn't White have some chances here? Bishop d5 by Buddy. He says take on b4. The same thing is going to happen. I'm going to take on c4, and you can't really afford to take back because White will lose the queen down the c5. I see the question mark. I disagree with it from the pragmatic perspective of the fact that it keeps Black's king very safe. It keeps the attack going, and I really don't see what White is going to do to keep his king guarded. So I think it's still advantage Black, and it's maybe not the best move, but still a good move.
I think king d2 here, and I don't know, from a practical perspective, I feel like White is kind of in this game. King d2 threatens the piece. You got d6 stuff looming as well, and the bishop is, a square away from getting back, but actually takes on c5, something I didn't consider at all.
Wait, but he just allowed g6.
He totally forgot. It's just his line was actually so good there, Robert. He just needed to bring the bishop back first. An oversight, honestly.
Yeah, it was a great idea trying to get down to this end game. And he was so worried about that outside pass pawn, and I would be too, that he forgot that his bishop was about to get trapped. So he stopped the outside pass pawn, but he's going to be down piece. And look at this. Rook d2 check is such a strong move. Forced resignation. He could have won the bishop, but the bishop was locked in there, not going anywhere. Let's grab some pawns first. And Pranav is out to a 2-point lead.
He is. And Gukesh, I was actually about to say, was doing the unthinkable. Somehow coming back from that position, Robert, which is just insane to me. He had no cover for his king. He actually turned that into a match, but just that sinking feeling when you make that comeback, but in the final step, when you just need to bring your bishop back and it was anyone's game to play for, I think, oops, he got it trapped and totally forgot about it. So just a moment of blindness for Gukesh as Pranav jumps out to a big lead.
Yes, and Gukesh is the black pieces in this one. He plays his standard opening. We get a Sicilian. He has those doubled c-pawns. And Aman, look at that last move, Queen c7. He is allowing his pawns to get doubled and isolated on the c-file still right now. To me, that seems unacceptable, but Gukesh, he knows what he's doing. How can he afford to have double isolated pawns like that?
Yeah, well, obviously it's sort of position specific, but one thing that is the case in White's position is after you play c3 and maybe take here, the light squares are going to be permanently a little bit weaker than you'd like them to be, like c4, like d3, and the two bishops for Black. We saw that dynamic in the previous game in this opening. So it does favor Black in the sense that it opens things up, and those weak light squares he's going to look to take advantage of. So really excited for this game because the middle game, Robert, is going to be all about very, very different dynamic strategies.
Yeah, and the position that we have right here, I would say that both sides have their specific advantages. For Black, you have that bishop pair, but that light square bishop that we're talking about, that's the extra bishop, so to speak, in the position.
Yeah.
Where is it going? You don't have a6, and if you play a5, that feels overly committal on the queen side, so you start to the rook b8, but knight c4, you protect b2, you start striking towards the center on e5. I really like this position for White.
Yeah, I think what might need to happen is ultra aggression. I'm talking about f5. So maybe knight c4, f5. Just strike at that e-pawn. If pawn takes, then the bishop finally develops. There's always tactics like bishop takes h3 with a loose knight on f3. So are we going to see something as crazy as f5 either now or in a couple moves?
Yeah, to have any sort of active play, you might need to do that. The knight on g6 can also go up to f4, and then we'll have two bishops against two knights if White decide to take it. So there's some big decisions that will be made shortly. And I want to give a shout out to Daniel Naroditsky because Danya often says that pawn structure is the most overrated thing in chess. Black's pawn structure is clearly terrible. Those doubled c-pawns that are isolated, the a-pawn is also isolated, but Black has all this activity thanks to the bishop pair, and so White can't take full advantage of those pawns. They're not loose, they're not under attack. So I think that Black, as you said, can strike with f5 at the right moment, but considering that he's delayed it, I don't think he's going to do it.
Yeah, and I don't know if this is correct or not, but I'm getting the feeling that Black not striking with f5 is sort of in White's favor. I feel like the more sort of meandering, maneuvering type of chess that we get here, the more it favors White's position because structurally, you're good. So I feel like Black has to strike quickly to try to take advantage of that. Active pieces, queen is way on the queen side. I'm waiting for f5 because if we don't see it soon, Robert, I'm actually wondering what Black's up to.
Yeah, because f5 seems to be the only active choice, but also has a big downside. The e5 pawn will be loose. It will not have another pawn to defend it. So now the knight has gone to d2, f5. I think that white can even just play f3, just keep solid on the king side. You can also take on f5 at any moment, as we keep discussing. Yep. So can black just do nothing? That's maybe the question that needs to be asked, is can black just sit and wait? And he plays bishop g5, goes active in another way. But Aman, what is white's breakthrough plan?
Well, one thing I'd love to do with the white pieces is queen a3 and queen c1 and queen c2. Just totally get my queen out of there. I'm not a huge fan of the queen on a4 at the moment. I think the rook is, doing a good job just kind of making the queen more or less useless there. And he kind of goes for queen a3. I think that makes a lot of sense. The queen's your worst piece. Try to improve it.
Yeah, the queen was offside. It gets a question mark. The idea is good. Perhaps it was the wrong moment. Right. And I think it's because the black knight is about to sink its teeth into f4. And that's such a juicy square. And then we're talking about potential attack for black when the queen slides to e7 over to g5. Suddenly that white king might feel a little bit of pressure.
And is it so much pressure that you would even consider f takes e3 there, getting your own set of double isolated pawns? Obviously, Pranav keeps it cool. He wants to keep the pawn structure intact, but that would be a consideration considering how nasty this looks.
I'm with you. And queen e7 would be my move for black. It's kind of the main idea. But knight takes e5 is there, needs to be calculated at the very least. I think black is okay with those queen g5 ideas, but you don't want to drop a pawn in the center and then calculate afterwards. You need to calculate in advance.
Exactly. There are some ideas like sacrifices on h3. And, I think the most annoying thing for black is this rook on b5 can't ever really slide across the board. There's no easy way to do that. So the fact of the matter is it will take so long for a rook to join for black. If a rook could get to g6 or something, I think the attack would be very promising.
And wow, look at this move. Rook d8. He offers a trade, and a7 would drop at the end of the line, but that queen gains access over to g5. So I guess Gukesh assessed the position. What trades benefit me? Getting one pair of rooks off the board, because that rook on d1, it could have jumped up to d6 at some moment and started pressurizing the black queen side. So I like that move, rook d8, and I'm not sure if white can afford to grab that pawn on a7 after the rook trade.
And so I'm kind of wondering, like, after queen g5, king h2, are we really threatening anything? Like, one thing that is true there is that bishop takes c4 means pawn has to take back, and I think we're starting to get a feel for black's counterplay. Queen takes d8, let's say queen a7. Black might want to play queen g5, bishop takes, and invade with the rook. For a pawn, I'll take that trade.
Oh, yeah, and there could also be bishop takes h3 and queen h4 tactics. So you have to look out for sacrifices, for opening of the file, so the rook gets involved. So that's why Pranav is slowed down. And I think it's right that we mentioned that now Gukesh is up over a minute on the clock. We've seen pretty level time management from the players thus far, but I think Gukesh, the trajectory of this game is going in his favor now that he's landed that knight on f4.
Exactly. It's so annoying because there's no g3 to kick it out, h4 to play g3, and you're just weakening so many light squares around the king. So the knight is fairly permanent, and meanwhile, white's knight on e3, we've been talking about how bad the pawn structure is for black. How about how good it is? The pawn on c6 covering d5 is actually a hero right now.
Yeah, and white just goes king h2. I like that. It's a preemptive move. A lot of these ideas we're talking about with the queen getting to g5, you take advantage of the g2 pawn was pinned. So king h2 played. I think it's, I was going to say rook b5 back to b8, but that drops the c5 pawn. That's not a pawn I want to give up. Though there are knight d3 forks in the air. So this is a big moment for black.
Yeah, that's rook b8 might be actually quite clever. Because black really wants to play queen e7, but I'm just not sure about knight e5 now that the king's on h2.
Yeah, no, the king is running away from many of the threats, and Gukesh is thinking right now. He's still up a minute on the clock.
Could you bait knight e5, maybe queen e7, and sort of invite this and head back to c7 if this pawn is captured? Because then maybe you eyeball the king on h2?
It's a really good point. That the queen doesn't have to go just up to the g file, can go back to the diagonal. So that stops knight takes e5. So that would make me more likely to play queen e7. But now I'm thinking again about those queen takes a7 lines. Now the king is on h2. Is that a better variation for white? The queen would still go over to h4, and that does scare me.
And it's like, all these questions we're asking, yeah, these guys have to actually answer them. We can just ask them.
Yeah, no, and it's very consequential. You lose the a7 pawn as black, and he goes queen e7, you might lose the game because an a pawn passer down the line will win for white, or you have enough counterplay on the king side. So he decides after calculation that's worth it. And Aman, white is down under a minute with this many pieces on the board.
Yeah, I think that this is the right decision by Gukesh. I think this position is trending in his favor, and as the time gets lower, I think the attacking position that he has gets better and better and better.
So that was a question mark. The queen goes up to g5, threatening checkmate in 1, which of course Pranav will not miss that. And so what happens if the knight from c4 goes to e3? I feel like white is doing a decent job of stabilizing, but he just goes back to g3 with the knight, and h5, h4. You were drawing the arrows right as I was thinking it. This is starting to look better and better for Gukesh.
Right, and after h5, is it almost forced? I think we need to play knight e3 to guard g2. I mean, rook g1 is possible, but knight e3 makes a lot more sense, leaving the rook on the open file and getting the knight off that square. So now I'm wondering, do we take this moment, right, to capture on c4? What do you think of that move?
I like it because strategically, black is in huge trouble. If checkmate doesn't happen and the queens go off the board, then black is in a world of hurt. So when bishop takes c4, at least levels up the pawns over there on the queen side. He plays h5. He's going for the checkmate ideas. But suddenly, Aman, it's Gukesh who's down on the clock.
Yeah, and I think that was a missed opportunity, not capturing that knight, because black had all the pressure here. Capture the knight, move the rook. You don't care about those pawns. h5, h4 is coming. Now we have knight e3 defending beautifully, so it's anyone's game.
Whoa, the knight on e2, queen f4 check is a huge threat. Knight takes c3, that's a hanging pawn as well. So how does white deal with all of this at once? Queen b2, there's still queen f4. He takes on a7, ignores his king.
I mean, he's going for f7, and he says, okay, you can try to mate me, I can try to mate you. Is white not delivering a checkmate here? Because black doesn't have a draw.
Oh my goodness. No, this is good for white all of a sudden. Down under 20 seconds is Gukesh. He might have to play rook b8, but that's a sad move to play when you're on the offensive.
Queen e3, queen h6 after check, and the e2 knight hangs. Unbelievable.
Yes, so he goes rook to b8. Pranav is about double the time. Now he's down 23 seconds. He has all sorts of checks in front of the black king, but I'm not sure it amounts to much of anything just yet.
Yeah, I missed after queen e3. There's just queen g6 and mate, so that's why rook b8 was played, to cover rook d8. But, I mean, f6, knight g4, there's so many moves here.
Yeah, knight f6 check and knight h6 check are both threatened. You can't stop them. What do you do here as black?
By the way, is it actually mate after knight h6 or knight f6? I don't know if it is. You almost have to play knight f1 and just hope.
No, but you take and knight f6, king f8, knight d7 check. You grab that rook over there on b8.
Wow. Yeah. Knight f6 he goes for, knight d7 and take. He wants to avoid the draw. There's no way he repeats with knight h7 here.
He goes forward. He understands that the best black has is a draw against the white king. But now knight b8, queen f4, king g1. Does the king actually escape?
I think it might here. It feels like he does, but this is one of those things, Robert, you don't calculate. Obviously, you just go for it.
Oh, the eval bar. Oh, look at Pranav. He's so upset with himself. He's like, why did I bring my king to e3, not to f3 to start with? And
king
now
e4 was mate, by the way. Do not play king e4.
No, the queen e2 mate.
Oh,
that's
he
actually
mouse
a surprising
slipped.
one.
He mouse slipped queen b1.
Oh.
Well, he's winning now completely. Bring the queen back somewhere to e2. Yeah.
Oh,
what a mouse slip.
And he's already down 2 points. He's about to be down 3 points. Pranav is just really off to the best start you could possibly imagine.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, the king goes to b2 and now, or c2, and now you're fine.
Yeah, you run away and there are no more checks.
God. Still a game to play here, queen e5, but definitely, I mean, just so much progress made after that mouse slip. Heartbreaking.
Yeah, and a knight fork at the end to win it. Pranav is up 3.5 to half. Aman, we could not have seen this coming.
No, the number one seed has not won a chess game, Robert. Look at Pranav on camera. He's got that look of determination. He knows what he just did. He was hating himself in the moment for missing that opportunity to maybe find a better king move and play for a win. A draw was on the board, but the unthinkable happened, Robert. A mouse slip with a perpetual.
Wow, so Pranav leads by 3 full points. Some disappointments. Chess players are always perfectionists. He doesn't have to have a perfect 4-4. A 3.5 will do. And as we head to break, the players will get a bit of rest. When returned, the 5-minute plus 1 second added per move increment will continue here at the Junior SpeedChess Championship semifinal match between Gukesh and Pranav.
I understand. Ooh, 18 seconds for black, so not too much time there either. Rook c7. a7's falling.
It is. e4. He pushes the pawn. This is getting a little messy.
Mm-hmm.
Takes a knight f1.
Knight f3.
Like knight f3. King e4.
91.
Move.
Oh my gosh, 0.9 seconds when that move was
Check
played.
on b1. Move the rook.
I was going to say king c2 and run the king.
King
knight
e2,
g3.
knight d4. Takes it.
Was it?
Takes an a7. White's winning.
Oh my gosh.
Takes it right. Knight c2 was winning.
But there was checkmate in 1 for black after knight takes g3.
Oh my god, that was me. And instead he played here, and you're now losing on time. When
my
knight c2 and a7 wins for white.
Oh my gosh.
I really love watching games by top female players and studying their games from the past. And I think that's like one really cool thing that the chess community could do more of. I know my friend Luciana is publishing a Chessable course on some of the great games by the early world champions, Vera Benchik, Rudenko. And you can learn just as much from these games as you can learn from any game. And yet it does provide inspiration and like adds like depth to our chess culture. So about 10 years ago, I published a book called Play Like a Girl with like tactics by female chess players, and I'm actually redoing that book. And it's so much fun to just like kind of like dig in and see some of the most important tactical themes in chess: decoy, in between move, pins, double attacks, and to look for like some of the best examples by top female players. So when you hear all these discussions about women in chess, it's great, but sometimes I'm just like, wow, you should just like go study some Muzichuk games.
And we return here in the Junior Speed Chess Championship. Currently, Pranav leads Gukesh 3.5 to half. Amand, we don't want the platitudes, one move at a time. My question for you is, what does Gukesh have to do to turn this match around?
Well, I think if you really look at what has gone wrong in these first couple games, obviously the last game, we can fully chalk it up to a mouse slip. That was, in my opinion, Gukesh's best game, but he just didn't find that decisive move, bishop takes knight, that I was looking for from him. I think he would have won that game if he did that, but that was his best game. I think he really played well there. The attacking positions seem to suit him, so I don't think he needs to change anything. But if this match was, a little bit different, he wins that last game, Robert, I don't even think we'd be having this conversation. It's just a slow start. So I think at the moment, just don't get too frustrated over that mouse slip and know that this match is a lot closer than the score reflects.
Yeah, and I think that Pranav, who we see on camera right now, has just been the more consistent player. Mouse slips aside, I just like the way he's been handling those tense moments. It seems like his defense is up to par, and he leads 3.5. That's no accident. I do think that he has played great chess today. So for Gukesh, he has all the trophies in the world behind him. He won't add the Junior Speed Chess Champion title to his resume if he doesn't turn it around starting right now.
Do they make trophies for that? Man, that'd be a sweet-looking trophy. But you're absolutely right, Robert. All jokes aside, we could say that this match is closer than the score reflects, and I believe that. But ultimately, that's not going to change the score. He's got to go out there and do it, and he's going into this next game. He'll have the white pieces. Is it safe to say that this is like maybe a must-not-lose game?
Yes, I would definitely consider it that, and we see the game is starting, and Gukesh, he gets the white pieces. He chooses d4, and a solid start to the game. And I think that's what he needs. He just needs to get a rhythm. And down 3 points, that sounds bad, but there's so much time left in this match.
Yeah, no, there's lots of time left. Actually, what we see on the board here is kind of interesting, because if the bishop were on g5, then I would be saying, oh, this is an opening we've seen before. This is Queen's Gambit, one of the main lines, but the bishop's on c1, Robert. So what do you make of this plan with e4 when you usually see the bishop on g5?
Yeah, the bishop is less active, and he plays bishop d2, so he's taking a slow approach to this game. Is he waiting for black to play c5, which of course is a standard move, but the question becomes what to do next. Does black play c4, which is very committal? It gives away the dark squares on the queen side. He starts with a6, but what is the plan for black? That's my essential question.
Yeah, well, normally c4, I actually don't really like this move in general, because white moves the bishop back, and then immediately the move e4 becomes playable, just after a couple of prep moves. So I feel like black holding the tension is kind of exactly what he wants to do.
Yeah, so the status quo is working just fine for him. We could see hanging pawns at some point if black ever sees the pawn capture on c5 and he takes back with the b6 pawn. But right now, white is slowly improving the pieces, and bishop to h6, that hits the pawn e3, don't hang that. So he sticks the knight on f4 in its path. I feel like Gukesh is in familiar territory based on the speed with which he's playing.
Yeah, familiar territory, or if he's not, I love the speed anyway. I think this is exactly how he needs to play the game. White probably wants to maybe reposition these rooks. I feel like the rook on c1 doesn't need to be there anymore. Could slide to d1. It gets off that diagonal. So those moves are playable. And another thing, Robert, is bishop takes f4. I'm not even sure if that's a real threat here.
Yeah, bishop takes f4, and you don't want to give up that dark squared bishop when there's a bishop on c3. And you see d takes c5, apparently that was a mistake. And I'm wondering if black can just throw in d4. That pawn e3 is overloaded.
First move that comes to my mind, d4, pawn takes on c5, and then is it going to get real messy with pawn takes e3? Things could just be wild and wacky here. I don't really know what's going on, but usually based on the type of position we have here with the bishops looming for black, I would say that those open, crazy tactical positions will favor Pranav here.
It is a moment where we should remind everybody that we see the eval bar, the players do not. So d4, that's a really committal decision, because after d4, pawn takes c5, pawn takes e3, like we're talking about, that queen could slide over to b2, for example, hitting the bishop on b7 and the knight on f6, and things get wild.
Yeah, no, I do not envy being one of these players right now and having to calculate that. And that's what Pranav is actually doing. That's why he's down 1.5 minutes on the clock, Robert. He knows that this is an important junction in the game. Make a wrong decision here, it might just be a bad position that you lose a slow, painful game in.
Yeah, so Pranav, he senses the moment. He's pausing to try to figure out what move is acceptable for him, d4 being the first option that comes to mind. Is there also rook takes e3? Now that I'm thinking about the f4 knight
Oh
is
my
loose
God.
over there. But at the end of those variations, black has to part with the dark squared bishop, and that's something that I would not want to do.
Yeah, and remember, at the end of a lot of lines, the knight on f6 will just be hanging. So both sides have a lot to calculate. But you know what's nice for Gukesh is he played the move b4, and while Pranav's calculating on his time, so is Gukesh.
Right, and rook takes e3. That
Wow.
move is played. Great move, sacrificing a rook for a pawn, but you win the knight on f4 afterwards. So if queen takes e3, bishop takes f4, you win the knight, and you also win the rook on c1 behind it. So Aman, in these positions, black looks to be ahead by a pawn, but white will have this dark squared bishop, and black will not, and that means the black king on g8 can be unsafe, considering the weak squares, the weak dark squares around it.
Yeah, well said. I mean, rook takes e3, even as a move, was well spotted by you, and it looks like Pranav put in the cursory calculation work. There are still so many options. You could even throw in d4 instead of taking that knight. There's queen takes as well. I mean, bishop takes f4, being dubbed a miss right here, but I mean, I'm missing what's even going on here.
Yeah, and it could result in a dub for black. Just solid place, taking material because black is up, at least will be up by a pawn at the end of this. But I like the dark square bishop for white. I have to say that the black king will be unsafe in many of these positions. So material is one thing, but king safety is another. And while the eval bar suggests that black is slightly better, this is one of those games that could go either way.
Yeah, absolutely. I still think like b takes c5 does make sense to me here because you want some dark squares for your pieces, and the worst would be for d4 to happen. So this is the move that made sense to me. It's played on the board. I'm wondering if black might end up in a position where he's up a pawn, but loses the dark square bishop. And that's such a fascinating imbalance because I don't even know which side I'd rather have. I lean towards white.
Yeah, like bishop d2 here, for example. You just defend the rook on c1, defend that rook on e3. You sort of force some of the trades. Even if it costs you the a3 pawn, I still think white has legitimate chances because that black king long-term will be unsafe. If that bishop on c3 eventually lands on h6, for example, or that knight is forced off of f6, the knight can't be captured on f6 right now because the c1 rook is hanging. But just important to point these things out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in a position like this, bishop to d2, I mean, I'll even pull up the analysis board here and put bishop d2 on the board. We may see something to the effect of like, bishop takes here, queen takes a3, rooks trade. And this is the type of position maybe that you're talking about, even though black has two extra pawns, queen d4, bishop c3, bishop h6. I honestly still think I might take white, even though the engine is doing its best to convince me that, we're okay here for black.
Yeah, no, that's a position that would be scary, and the players, they don't have the evaluation bar. We see this happening. Bishop takes e3, no queen trade being offered. If queen e3, queen e3 check, black probably wasn't going to lose that. And we see this exact type of position. Black objectively better, but white has some good chances against that black king. And black is up 2 pawns, but look at those pawns. a6 isolated, d5 isolated. If a bishop sits on d4, that d5 pawn is certainly not going anywhere, and that a pawn will be stopped before it can ever get towards that queening square.
That's a great point. Yeah, bishop d4 looks like a fantastic move here. I'm thinking, okay, queen d6 can always happen if we need to defend, but also like bishop b5, if that ever happens and the bishop trades off, suddenly you start to see black's actually, wait a minute, a lot better position than I remember.
And Buddy playing this so well. Knight to e8. Just getting the
Amazing.
knight off the diagonal. And bishop b5 becomes an idea. Knight e6 becomes a way to kick that bishop out of there. And then black can play pawn to d4. And I just feel like white's pieces, they're not hitting black quick enough, right? You just point out the g6 pawn. It blunts the queen and bishop and stops that knight on g3. It dominates the knight that is 3 squares away. Suddenly I'm looking at this and I've changed my tune, Aman. The eval bar might be right after all.
But you know what? I think there was a big difference between bishop takes e3 and queen takes e3, the line that I put on the board first, because the bishop took, and suddenly after queen a3, the bishop on d3 was hanging. I didn't like that, small deviation and small difference between the lines, and I don't think the computer did either, which is why Pranav's position has been a little bit easier to play than the one we looked at.
every tempo is essential. That's what you're getting at here. And the queen went to e2 because you had to stop queen e1 check. The queen wants to get up to e5. But even after queen e5, black can play f6. So it may drop the d5 pawn, but is that the end of the world? That's a pretty important question.
Yeah, no, at this point, I'm wondering what's really happening here. Queen b6, so a check he wants to throw in, which is interesting, and I'm wondering why.
Yeah, the king slides to h1, and the eval bar didn't exactly approve of it. Queen e5 suddenly is a massive threat. The queen is about to infiltrate and go after the black king. So as long as the white king doesn't get back rank checkmated, which doesn't seem likely, black's king is the one in trouble. And by the way, black about to be down to a minute.
Yeah, I was about to say, in that position, I was wondering about bishop to b5, and there's some cases where after queen e5, f6, you can give up a pawn and bring your queen over, and it's like, yeah, I'll give you one pawn, but I force a trade, and that might make my defensive job a lot easier. So even though the engine might be disliking what Pranav is doing, he just might be taking a more human approach to the defense.
It's a really good point. And speaking of pawns, bishop takes a6. Can I just grab that pawn over there? Because if the a6 pawn's eliminated, I think that most of black's advantage is also eliminated. So d4 plays shutting down the bishop, but you see the eval bar going back towards the center. Yeah, Aman, I guess a question. Do you think that Pranav is trying to play it safe to some extent because he has a 3-point lead?
That's a good point. I feel like with these young guys in general, but especially Pranav, they're just so objective. You rarely see them playing it safe. Like, if you're asking me, I would play it safe, but I don't think they are, honestly. I feel like they're always trying to maximize and play the position objectively.
And bishop a2, so he goes back there, keeps his bishop pair alive. He also stops queen b1 checks if that dark square bishop were ever to leave the square. But black apparently has the upper hand. We're down 35 seconds for black.
That's a lot of time. Maybe bishop b5, bishop c4, like sneak the bishop in there. There's a lot of pieces that might get traded.
He goes queen a7. The engine doesn't exactly approve. And now we see trade on e6. And I guess you could just play queen d1 and win that pawn on d4. Ah, but there's knight b5.
Yeah, and if knight e4, we trade everything. And I was just looking at queen a2, queen takes d4, and a sneaky queen b1 check, winning the game.
Well, I think now we are going to see complete liquidation. The queens are coming off, and okay, good result from Pranav here.
Yeah, I think that was potentially scary for both. I do think we'll see this played out just a little bit here. If you forced me to pick a side, Robert, I'm picking white, but it is, of course, a draw. Yeah,
did Pranav just wait? Not because he was stressed about the game. Is he trying to burn match clock? Is it too early to do that? But, he has experience now in the SpeedChess Championship formats where you might want to burn time if you feel like the quicker time controls favor you.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, there's no risk, right? Because I think... your draw is not going anywhere. So it's not the case where it's like, oh, if I play on to waste the clock, I might lose. Like, nope, it's just only smart.
I guess, though, you don't want to anger Gukesh. I mean, he already is trying to win.
True.
But when they start talking trash in basketball and, you start saying things about Jimmy Butler and then he just crushes you in the next game, it's one of those moments where maybe, just play the game. You have a lead. You're playing well. There's no need for antics off side of that.
Yeah, that's a good point. I wonder if that is playing into anyone's mind right here, because honestly, I would probably be thinking about stuff like that.
Yeah, and I'm thinking about this position here. I'm on the double C pawns for black, the bishop pair for black. So that's been a theme of this match. Gukesh, no matter if he plays C5 or E5, he gets a pair of bishops, but his pawn structure is compromised.
Yep, a theme for both players, and both players are happy to go into these positions. So that's why I think we'll just get such an interesting dynamic match. Both sides are happy to take their respective, advantages or pluses and try to make them work. At the end of the day, it's just about proving what you have is better than what your opponent has. The engine is going to say, hey, it's equal, but it's up to these players to show why.
And queen f7 hits the knight on c4. What black wants to do is get an open bishop. That c8 bishop needs to get some space. Maybe a5 right now with bishop a6 to follow.
I like that idea, yeah. And you could still play it, takes, and still play a5. Yep, that's a good one.
And how does white meet this, because bishop a6, you could play b3, but now that bishop on h4, it feels like it's operating on the wrong side of the board, so he goes back to g3 to hit c7. I can appreciate that, but it feels like black's play is much more natural at the moment.
Definitely, yeah. The c pawn, by the way, is actually a really, really important pawn, right? Like if you lose that thing, then everything kind of falls apart. Also, rook e2, I think then you can really consider a move like b5 with everything lined up on the diagonal. So rook e3 was played specifically, I think, because of that.
And now b5 from black anyway. And white's pawn structure in the center, it looks very promising. You have 2 pawns in the center, and black has 0 on d4 and e4. But they're also going to be targeted by black's pieces. And after a takes b5, if c takes b5, is there knight takes a5? Did Gukesh maybe rush that b pawn push? Because now his doubled c pawns don't look very appealing.
Yeah, that's right. He has to take with the bishop here, which maybe he doesn't want. But another thing to remember is he's played with these double isolated pawns before. He clearly wants the bishops, doesn't care about the structure so much. And while c7 is hanging, a4 is about to happen, and that will really undermine that knight on c4.
So the rook comes to c1 to defend that knight, give it one more piece to protect it. And now I think for black, I would think about knight b6, just piling up more pressure on the knight on c4, or knight to f8, because sometimes you play knight f8, knight e6, rook d8, and go after the white center.
Yep, that's a nice maneuver there. It does feel like the candidate moves for black are a little bit more inspiring, easier to play, more threats, whereas for white, you just kind of have a nice position. Where, you know, black can improve his position, and white is like, it's already good.
Yeah, and white has to retreat out of the pin, so a4 for black makes perfect sense to me. If white plays knight takes b6, and black plays c takes b6, black's pawn structure becomes healthy all of a sudden, and then the bishops will show their might.
Yeah, that looks very, very good for black. At least a nice achievement. You know, whether or not the engine says, hey, this is, you know, much, much better for you. This is exactly what black wanted. Bishop pair, pass pawn, by the way, protected pass pawn on the b file. Might not look like it, but that is the case. Bishop takes a4. The engine says no. Why is that?
I'm not sure. Maybe because queen b2 hits b6 through that bishop, and c5, d5? What is happening? Because these positions are really hard to assess. We have the eval bar saying white is slightly better, but one inaccuracy and suddenly black is much better, because we will see a protected pass pawn on d5 if white chooses that move, but black will have 2 pass pawns on the b and c files with bishops supporting them.
Yeah, these are, you know, a nightmare to try to follow with the engine eval. It just doesn't make sense. I would instinctively look at this and think, if there's 2 pawns down the center of the board, 2 pawns on the wing, and one side has the 2 bishops, I probably prefer black.
Me too. And bishop d6 played to avoid those pawns rolling up the board. So he tries to go after the c5 pawn directly, and liquidation, that could lead to equality, but it also makes white's life much easier.
Yep, so taking is obviously the intention now. Rook c8 is nice and simple.
I would probably play that move. I'm trying to figure out what he's thinking about here. And what other candidates come to mind for black?
Trying to think of something a little more aggressive, like moving the bishop to get rook a2, but ultimately we need to handle the c-pawn right now. Taking, of course, threatening the rook, so you wouldn't be able to pick up the bishop, but queen takes d4, and if these bishops trade, by the way, the dark square bishops, I'm immediately liking white's chances.
Yeah, white could have an upper hand in these positions. I mean, e5, that could go after the black king. There's a rook on e3. That's a rook lift. It was a defensive move earlier when it was under attack, but e5, trade on e5, get that rook over to the g3 square. That black king could be in trouble, because look at that bishop on b4. It cannot help in any defense on the right half of the board.
Yeah, exactly. It's blocked by its own pawn, and it's just kind of stuck there for the moment, especially with the c-pawn attack. White playing e5, if that gets captured, you know, rook slides to g3, as you just mentioned, there could be an attack for white here against all odds. So these bishops, yes, they're looking good, but they're almost looking just optically good. I'm not sure they're actually doing anything from where they stand.
Yeah, and the fact that this pawn can go to c4. Like, if you could get c4, c3, and you're feeling super happy as black, but you're stopped in your tracks. You're not getting anywhere. So I think Gukesh has the more difficult task. Remember earlier we were saying the candidate moves felt easier for black. Now they just feel easier for white. e5 as a starting point. How does black even respond to that pawn push?
I think you have to take. But I mean, at this point, bishop takes e5, and things are lining up for rook g3.
Yeah, for sure. And you see Pranav pause. I love that. He's saying, I could take on e5 with the bishop. If I were playing bullet, I would do that without hesitation. But he's trying to work out the tactics here. That bishop on d6 is under attack, but knight takes e5 hits the queen. And the bishop on d6 looks like it's running out of squares, but maybe there is a way to keep it defended.
Yeah, exactly. And knight takes on e5. Suddenly that might put the question to the queen, and just those simple moves gaining time can be enough to shift an attack in your favor. So he's spending time. He's looking. I still think bishop e5 makes the most sense. Knight e5. I'm looking at queen f6.
But there's queen a2 check. I just saw it. That is a big threat from white.
So if you have to stay on the light squares and play queen e6, then I love knight e5, right? Because then there's knight c4.
Yeah, he decides against it. Maybe there was a queen d5 or a queen e6, as we were mentioning, that kept black in the game. But he takes with the bishop on e5, can hardly complain about it. It seems like it's a miss. We both backed that up. Knight takes e5 did look like there were tactics available. And bishop c6 is a great response from Gukesh. His bishops were in no man's land. Now you could take on f3 at some moment. But g7 remains a problem for for black to deal with.
Yeah, the bishop on c6, I have to, give some credit, because finally I think that bishop has reached maybe the best diagonal, best spot it could be on. Rook sliding over to g3 though, and if you have to play g6 to deal with that pawn, Robert, oh man, I do not envy your defensive task.
We were just talking about a great dark square bishop in the previous game. If you play g6, that bishop on e5 will thrive. And so knight g5, we live. Where's James Candy when you need him?
Oh my goodness, yeah. You really dropped the bar there.
Rook g3. I think that all of a sudden Pranav's going to drop more than bars. He'd be dropping hammers on black's defenses. And that bishop on b4, it has not been the game. But you should watch out for bishop d2. If you're not looking out, there could be what's that called, a fork? Is that a fork or a skewer? What do you call that?
I guess it's a fork, but it's one of the most close quarter forks that you could ever have, really. But yeah, you're right. At this point, black is looking to involve that bishop in the game, maybe at the cost of the pawn, because he's going to quickly realize, look, the defensive task with that thing sitting there doing absolutely nothing is not going to happen. Queen b3 or queen a2, the moves that previously were nearly winning on the spot, are now met by bishop d5. Such a great defensive move.
He went knight f3 because in addition to bishop d2, rook d2 was a very dangerous threat going after the f2 pawn. So he just slides back with his knight. But you could tell, white's last move was knight g5 and then back to f3. That's a bad sign, or at least it's a good sign for black as he tries to defend his king.
I'm looking at bishop c3, and I really like the move in general because it gets rid of these bishops. It also clears the e5 square, so I don't know what these players are thinking in their heads. It'd be so interesting to know. Like, are they thinking that they're better playing for a win, or they don't know what's going on? They're just playing.
I think Pranav knows that he's been better. I saw his face earlier when the pawn captured on e5. But at this moment, this is a critical one because black now has an even material, but the king feels a little bit less safe. So do you start trading off pieces for Gukesh? That's the big question.
Right, and there could be some really clever sacrifices here. I was almost thinking of queen c5. Of course, there's rook d1, king h2, and you have to be super careful that you don't get hit with queen f4, bishop takes f3, and some checkmate ideas down the line.
All sorts of tactical ideas here. And Gukesh down under 20 seconds. He blocks with his rook. I mean, that doesn't look right. There.
Yeah, remember, it's pinned. So knight e5, rook e5, these are all moves to be very, very careful of.
And rook e6, hitting the bishop. What's next if the bishop just drops back to a8? Is it rook
Maybe
e8
rook
check?
e8.
Well, that looks scary.
King moves. Yeah, because this one you just move the king, and you're kind of okay there, actually.
So rook to e5, queen f7. The rook on d5 is protected thanks to the bishop on a8. There's too much tension there in the center.
I don't know what's happening. Yeah, takes on d5. Bishop d5 actually loses. So he plays king h2. How does he have time for that?
Well, black doesn't have a move, does he? Because rook d7, there's rook e8 check. So where does black go? 5 seconds. He plays king h8. Maybe that's the best move. But white's suddenly on the offensive.
Yeah, now rook e8, queen e4, and rook h8. That's a tactic to watch out for.
Oh, but you don't have rook h8 because there's a rook on d8. That's why he didn't trade rooks.
So sneaky. Rook takes on d8. Why didn't he play that one? He would have won the pawn, but I guess it would have been a draw after bishop takes knight.
But now black is better all of a sudden. You have to be very careful. You know when the trajectory of the game turns and you were better all game? He's worse. There's a passed pawn running up the board.
Yep. This is completely turned on its head. However, I still think anyone could win. It's about who holds their nerves better in the time scramble.
And he went rook to c3. I thought he had rook to the d file instead, but he wants to drag the white king over, bring the black king in, 3 seconds per side, so you have to be very careful not to walk into a losing king opponent game.
Knight d5 was giving me some scary moments there. We might see rook d8, and king c3 plays for some result here still.
Well, white is obviously up a pawn, but the king was cut off for a moment, but now the king is coming back. This should be a draw. It's a theoretical draw, but look at the clocks. Mistakes happen when you're down to your dwindling seconds.
Absolutely. He's trying to create something here with that move h4.
And the pawns are split now, which should ease black's task, and the white king is cut off.
Yeah, and actually, rook a4 I think helps out the most. Now things should be relatively easy. You keep the king cut off, and then you play rook a4 whenever needed.
It's great defense from Gukesh throughout the latter part of this game, but Pranav had his chances. I love the way Buddy is playing. He's been super consistent throughout. He's missed some knockouts. There, of course, are going to be inaccuracies, but he's playing such great chess overall.
He really is. And here, rook g1 check, king f4. You have to be careful at all moments here. King f4, rook to e4. He's making some progress, but still good defense.
Yeah, there's not much progress to be had. It's a rook g1 check. You have to go king f4 back, and then rook h1. All right, now you trade on g5. This is going to be a draw, a hard-fought game between these two competitors.
Yeah, and we talked about how close this match was going to be. You're starting to see these games can swing to either side. Really competitive, but Pranav has that buffer of points that he earned at the beginning of this 5-minute segment. So he's happy to just go toe-to-toe from here on out.
Yeah, drawing the rest of the way means a match victory. And at some point, Gukesh will get a win. And that's going to be, I think, the biggest moment of the match for me is how Pranav responds to that. Because when David versus Goliath, and Goliath you think is going to just win, but at some moment you don't want to unleash the beast, so to speak. And for Gukesh, this game, I think I like the opening for white.
Yeah, and I also I want to ask, statisticians of the world, when has a first seed in a championship like this not won a single game this far into the match? Because that's the case right now, right? His points have come from all draws.
Yeah, we'll have to dive into the treasure trove of data that we've accumulated over the years of the SpeedChess Championship. And you think about the number 1 seeds in the main SpeedChess Championship, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, they usually win games, except in Norway Chess, where, of course, everyone saw Magnus did not win a classical game there.
That's right.
Look at this position. Speaking of winning games, I already love white's position. G4, knight G3 at the right moment. Maybe start with queen C2, go right after this E4 pawn. That pawn is sticking out like a sore thumb.
It is, yeah. It's this unusual plan of G4, knight G3, and G4 does a few things. It threatens to kick the knight out of F6, which is a defender. It prevents bishop F5, which would be another defender. And it adds knight G3, which is another attacker. So G4 is like the hero move.
Yeah, and queen C2 first, because knight E5 came with a tempo against the C4 pawn and knight D3 check, or knight F3 check. So queen C2 hits the pawn directly. Black may have to spend a turn playing queen E7, and then there will be no knight E5 follow-up because E4 will drop. I think this is great precision from Gukesh, and I'm looking at this position. I'm looking at the clocks. I'm just looking at that E4 pawn. I really believe that Gukesh has the upper hand, and I was going to say his plan is quite simple.
Yeah, and there's also situations, Robert, where you can allow knight d3, move your king, and say, yep, that's okay. We don't care. E4 pawn is falling no matter what. So I'm actually wondering how Pranav can just get something going, like something in the way of counterplay. Queen e7, you pretty much have to start with, but we knew g4 was happening. I do not like this position for black.
Not one bit. And knight e5, the idea that you're mentioning, is black really going to go after the c4 pawn? I would think yes. And if knight g3, the knight were already there, g5 would trap the knight on f6. So he plays h6 himself to stop g5 for the time being. But after knight g3, e4 just drops.
Exactly.
Whoa.
And we see b5 thrown out by Pranav. And, I mean, understandable. I was actually wondering, was there like a knight f5 that should have been played, or just knight takes e4 because he took, and this kind of gives black what he wants, right? Like, this is turning into a Benko type position.
You're 100% correct. Let's bring up an analysis board because Aman wanted to throw in a tempo-gaining move with knight to f5. So at that moment, knight f5 hits the queen, and then you could take on b5 with the knight, and then d6 will fall next. So the knights just from both sides would hit and win that pawn.
Exactly. I think he was so focused on winning the e-pawn that he was like, no, I'm going to choose the path forward that wins the e-pawn. Where I think he could have pivoted from his plan, and now look at this position. Black, all of a sudden, has so many chances that he probably shouldn't have had at all.
Yeah, and knight f5 takes d6 as possible. The knight on b5 is a bit pinned to the rook on f1. But after knight f takes d6, now your knights are stuck defending each other, and it's uncomfortable as black will start attacking on the king side. Watch out for an h5. After knight f5 takes d6, rook e5, then h5, and it's the white king that will be in danger.
Yeah, that's right. It's this g-pawn. If the pawn was back on g3, of course, none of this would even happen, so we wouldn't be here. But the fact the pawn's on g4, it can be used against you, and he takes with the B knight. Robert, what do you think of that decision? Obviously giving up the rook, but he would rather play a position where he's down material in terms of, the larger sense of the word, but he just has a very solid position, no weaknesses.
Yeah, if I didn't have the eval bar to look at, I would never put a question mark on that move. It looks very natural. It looks like it helps your king remain safe. Your knights are in contact with one another. And rook to b8. So Pranav is down 2 full pawns here. And I think he wants to plant that bishop on d3 and then claim compensation around that Benko-style activity over on the queen side. Not to mention the d5 pawn is hanging.
It is, and I'm starting to wonder on the previous turn, bishop d3 and then rook b8 was probably something that should have been played because as white, I love the decision. Great heads-up move. Knight takes on e4. Yes, take the rook. Knight takes e4, by the way, got a brilliancy awarded to it, and I fully agree. Not everyone feels comfortable just giving up material like that, but Robert, I think that's an amazing decision, and bishop d3 missed by Pranav. Now he's paying for it.
Yeah, love that decision there. It looks like white's queenside pawns are about to fall one by one, a2, then b2 next, but there's that pawn on d5 that, well, now it's on d6. That is a healthy pass pawn. The knight on f5. If you kick it out with g6, the squares around your king feel vulnerable, and the knight jumps into e7 with check. So unless black can keep this knight on d7 to blockade that d6 pawn, I think that he will be in trouble, and we see an advantage for white.
Yeah, and rook takes b2. It's a weird position because black's kind of achieved the chess player's dream, right? 2 rooks on the second rank is black, but you're not threatening anything on f2, so what's the next step?
All I know is don't move your knight unless it's to f6, because knight g6 check was going to be a nasty move. So, like, for example, bishop d5 here, don't take that bishop, because then knight g6 check wins the queen.
Oh, that's a great tactic. Yeah, very tricky. Queen on f8, king on h8, and g5. He wants that knight to move, clearly.
And now he wants Anastasia's mate, right? There's just going to be a mate down the h-file, especially if you can bring your rook into the action. So be very, very careful if you are Pranav here. I actually think that this one is hard to defend.
Yeah, very hard to defend. Bishop to e4, is that an idea here? Because then you've got your mate, and there's no knight h7 in the event of that move next. So bishop e4 looks really strong.
That is brilliant, because if you start with queen h4 check and the knight goes to h7, bishop e4 will be met by pawn to g6 that will be available to black to help him escape. So bishop e4 is super precise, and it's a knockout, and Gukesh has 2 minutes to find it. I think he will.
Surely, yeah. No, and even if he doesn't, I do think he's going to get this game. But this is the moment where precision is required, and I think he's going to spot it. And I also don't see any move that black can play after that. Maybe bishop e4, rook d6, and knight h5, trying to play rook h6. I mean, I'm just trying to survive here.
You've found a way to survive. That's actually a really nice line, and maybe the only line that keeps black in the game. But I have to say, thus far, I've really liked the way Gukesh has played this one. He's down 3 points. This has been, oh, look at that, bishop e4 found. A very complete game from him. And that move deserves some exclamation points. There are 2 of them. It's a brilliant choice. Good find by you, Aman, and great play from Gukesh.
Totally deserved there. Yeah, this is a wicked move. Pranav will not be happy to see this one on the board. I think rook d6 might be one of the only moves because g6 and taking there is just silly. But I actually didn't consider or didn't even see knight g8.
Wow. Okay, so check knight h6. What an idea! What defense there by Pranav.
He actually didn't seem phased, but he's like, oh, nice brilliancy. I raise you a strong defensive move.
And queen f5 played. Knight goes back to f6.
Yeah, your idea, by the way, g6 knight g6 was available there. So, wow.
Wow, this is
Amazing.
gorgeous. Queen g5 to f5 to f4, and now knight g8 doesn't work because knight g6 check at a minimum. You win the queen, and queen h4 check is a threat, so he goes knight to h5, but knight g6 check. I guess you have king g8, and somehow you fight on.
This is an incredible line. And I mean, both guys are going toe to toe. It is as impressive to see the attacking moves as it is the defensive moves here.
And queen h4, so g6, he'll take on g6 probably with the bishop because you
Yeah.
can't take with the pawn. So finally, we get this position that you expected earlier, and now white has two minor pieces and a pawn for a rook plus a safer king. This is
Wow.
a great position for Gukesh. He should
And
be able to post it.
I did not expect us, Robert, to get here the way we did. I didn't factor in those beautiful, beautiful moves on both sides. But yeah, I mean, you called it here. White has to win this game. I'm just gonna go out and say it. If you don't convert a game like this with the match score the way it is as Gukesh, then I think you have a lot to be concerned about.
Yeah, 30 seconds on his clock. You should be concerned about that as well. I would play rook c1 and try to play queen c8, back rank checkmate. And white has a safe king. The king on g1 is perfectly defended over there. So let's just coordinate our pieces. He plays knight c6, a move I don't love, but I guess the black queen cannot leave the back rank.
That's right. And I feel like white just needs to like bishop g2, sort of like recoup here, just bring everyone back to base. I think that's the secure way to do things. Queen f8? Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Totally forgot.
You know what's funny about those ends of games? People are like, oh, I blundered mate in one. It's like, no, actually Gukesh outplayed Pranav all game. So it
right.
ended up with checkmate in one, but that was a very brilliant game from Gukesh. Now he
really
must
was.
feel like he's back in the match.
Totally. And, you know, the fact of the matter is that's absolutely correct. He is back in this match. That is a big step forward for him. And I think going forward here, got to hand Gukesh a lot of credit. He might have heard me. I said I'm pretty sure that he's going to start winning a game. Did he hear me talk about that stat about a number one seed not winning a game? I might have rallied the demon inside him.
Hey, UMBC, a chess school, but also a basketball school, upsetting the one seed. And Gukesh does not want to be upset as the one seed. And this position has become very trendy at the highest levels. The bishop went to g4. The d4 pawn feels a bit vulnerable, but for now, white has enough defenders there. And it's Pranav with the first think. And it's usually a bad sign when you get into an opening that is well known at the highest levels, and then you start thinking. But both players seem to be unfamiliar now on move 10.
Yeah, a lot of times when you see a very strong, well-prepared player thinking early on, it's not that they haven't seen it before and they don't know what to do. It's that they have seen it before and they have so many options of how they want to proceed, and they're just kind of deciding, what game do I want to play? You know, do I want to play the line where I give the bishop pair up, but I damage the pawn structure? Do I, you know, basically sizing up your opponent, how the match has been going. So a lot of important decisions to make early on. And I talk about those double pawns. Robert, bishop takes knight. White is actually ready to, a lot of the time, play pawn takes on f3 just to dislodge the knight on e4. Very counterintuitive.
It's right, though. You force the knight out of e4. If we see more trades, knight takes e3, b takes e3 only helps white. You get to establish a protected pawn on d4 all of a sudden, and the whole point of g takes f3 is that if the queen took on f3, the d4 pawn was loose. So that's why you're encourage, or you kind of have to take on f3 with the pawn in these types of positions. So Gukesh he's in for a think. Now f6 is a very thematic move in these types of positions, just trying to chisel at the center, open the f line. I'm wondering if it's the correct move right now.
Yeah, if f6 pawn takes, you also can't really take with the queen because of the d5 pawn. So lots to consider, and he's basically doing your move, but going one step further, saying, okay, I'll go f5. If you want to take me, it's the same as f6. But if you don't capture me, and guess what? You have to decide right now. You don't take me, the knight on e4 is there to stay.
Yeah, knight e4 is there to stay. This pin on the knight on f3 also seems like it's going to remain. And look at this move. Knight e2. You called it. If bishop f3, gf3, white is not afraid of that. And the f4 square feels very juicy. So is black going to play g5 so he doesn't have to give up his bishop and he controls f4?
Wow, G5 would be quite the move. I mean, very, very committal. King is wide open. Instead, he plays bishop f3. Honestly, I think this is exactly what Pranav wanted to see. However, he is headed to an important square, and we talk about how to blockade pass pawns, protected pass pawns. Robert, the knight is the best piece, so you can see what he's up to here.
Yeah, and after f4, that knight can go to e6 to blockade. It can also jump into f3 with check and over to h4. And because Pranav didn't want that, he goes king g2. But that's a big mistake. And if the bar is dropping that much, there's a tactic. I think it must be the move pawn to f4 for black.
Yeah, I think at this point, you just, because it's there, it's got to be that move. The thing about f4 is that you're ready to sack a rook for a piece and then take on d4. And after you take on d4, you're hitting the bishop. You've got more than enough compensation. So this could get bad for Pranav real quick.
And actually, you can even invert the move order. I like the exchange sack, but you can also just take on d4 as well because that bishop on e3 is overloaded. I was first tempted to the exchange sack, but now that we're here and the eval bar is just screaming for the black position, oof, this king on g2 is, it's toasted.
I don't know how you survive here, honestly. I mean, one thing that's maybe coming to mind is like take on d4 and go back to e3. A weird way to proceed.
Can you play rook takes f3, bishop g5, queen g5 check? The king goes out to f3. You win a rook, but do you get checkmated is my big question.
Well, the position for white is so bad that it's like, I'll take the extra rook and find out the answer.
Yeah, that's true. At least you'll have material for your problems. What does Yasser like to say? At least you die with a full stomach?
Yeah, exactly. He also likes to use the line, well, the thing is, Robert, my needs are great. He likes to use that one.
And there's that one about Korchnoi, he'd be willing to walk through the Gobi Desert to take the material. So rook takes f3. I mean, that looks fascinating. But can black, you said an exchange sack. Can black just play knight e6 here? Like, please take my
please, I'd love to see it. Let's walk through the desert together.
Yeah, but he goes rook takes f3, so here we go. I think that if white has any chance, you have to take the material, but Gukesh likely has played this out to checkmate.
Yeah, and
whoa,
it is made, and it's going to be in the flashiest way possible. Double exclam, and that was the best and probably almost only move, Robert.
And it's forced checkmate, and okay, question for you now. Was that a mistake for Pranav to resign? He was dead lost. It was forced mate. But look at the match clock. There's 2 minutes and change left in this time segment, Aman. He could have let that time elapse, head into quicker time controls.
Yeah, very interesting because, honestly, with the momentum, I'm going to go with you and say mistake. Let the time run out. A lot of gamesmanship there. It's not to every player's preference. It depends what kind of competitor you are. But this is clearly shifting in Gukesh's favor. If he ends with another win here, guess what? We have a tied match, Robert. And I think, escape that 5-minute portion with the lead was the right way to go.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, Gukesh, 2 wins in a row to his name. He must be feeling good about his chances, and it's what we're discussing. Have you unleashed the beast? He got that first taste of victory, and now he wants more. He's hungry, and now he has the bishop pair. I like white's position. I think this is an opening advantage for sure. You have an unopposed bishop pair. Your pawn structure is healthy. You've done really nothing at all, and you have a slight edge.
That was such an incredible finish. Rook takes f2. It's like, I might sit there and be like, yeah, I know it's winning. It's got to be winning for black. But he can't sit there when he's calculating, Robert. You can't make mistakes being down a rook. He calculated that out. And rook takes f2 is just such a stunner of a move. So he's got to be feeling himself right now, riding that adrenaline high.
For sure. And Gukesh, he's down on the clock in this game here. Pranav is playing much more quickly. But I'm looking at this position, and I just don't see any risk in white's camp. You just castle kingside, very safe over there. Bishop on e5 looks nice. And for black, if you castle kingside, at some point, will white play f4 and maybe f5 and just start throwing pieces at the black king?
Yeah, I mean, you definitely can't castle queenside. So if you're not castling kingside soon, I'm with you. I'm wondering how you even proceed.
So he goes knight d7. Is bishop takes g6 available? I guess not because of knight takes e5, but now bishop g6 is a threat.
That's right. Bishop takes. queen takes and queen takes e6. So he goes f5 to deal with that. But man, if this position opens up, it is going to be a disaster for black.
Yeah, I'm already looking. It's a Carlsbad structure. I've been so focused, on the bishop pair. Can you play a3, b4, b5, and you just have a strategic plus?
Yeah, the queen on a5 is not supposed to be there, right? This is a strange position because, okay, now the queen goes back, but you can't stop b5. You play a6. How slow is black's position? You still haven't castled.
Yeah, and I'm not trading on h4. And he plays bishop h2 because that would allow the queen into h4 with the knight g5 to follow maybe some sacrifices. The bishop on h4 is actually in black's way. You want that open line. You want to start attacking, but there is no attack that I see. I mean, this just looks like another one-sided game for Gukesh. If he wins a third game in a row, he'll even up the match score, and this is the last game in the longest time control. The match clock is at zeros, which means we finish this game, and then we go to the 3-minute plus 1 second increment time control.
Absolutely. This looks close to, definitely much worse, but almost teetering on lost if you don't make the right decisions here. Pawn takes on c6. Pawn takes bishop a6. You're already losing that rook. And if you take with the rook on c6, I mean, I'm just moving my queen, and good luck defending the d pawn, the b pawn. Do not like.
I'm with you. I know you didn't want to use such strong language. You kind of held yourself back. But strategically, I think, we call these positions about losing for black. Like this position, You're just hanging on by a thread, and it's going to be hard to continue doing that. Pranav is down on the clock. He is down facing a bishop pair. His king is in the center. Even if he castles, his pawn structure will be compromised or he loses in exchange. Gukesh looks ready to win his third straight game.
He does. He's up now, approaching a minute on the clock. Knight ever returns to f6, which I was about to say, like it looks like it almost has to. First of all, bishop a6 is winning material. Bishop can slide into e5 as well. At this point, I'm collecting material with bishop a6.
And he does. And I like the way that Pranav has done this. Don't take this rook on c7. I don't think you should. Because black wants some play on the dark squares. It's still winning for white. But I thought that he could have played like a rook b1, kind of like a waiting move.
Right.
Because that rook wasn't going anywhere.
Yeah, and it may have just resulted in the same position. Because eventually you probably would have to take the rook. But yeah, it's often the case where black almost wants you to take. And look, he's going to be going for last-ditch effort stuff. Knight g5, trying to get knight takes h3, g5, g4. But honestly, Robert, I mean, I'm not convinced even looking at my own arrows here.
Yeah, and the more we see this position, the more I'm like, yeah, just take the rook. That was the good call from Gukesh. And he's thinking now he has many good options. Does black have some semblance of attack? Is there anything that Pranav can do to spice this game up?
I'm desperately looking, honestly, and I don't see anything. Knight, I mean, like f4, the g6 pawn hangs, g5, the f5 pawn hangs. I'm trying to find it here.
I see something. Knight g4. And if you take queen h2 check.
Oh, you're sick. You're sick. We have to put that on the analysis board.
That was a threat with the rook on f1. That's why he went rook f1 to c1.
And of course, king f1 will be played, but this is what the fans want to see. Wow.
Yeah, but that actually goes to show that rook f1 moving out the way was critically important.
Right. Yeah, knight g4 was a legitimate threat to win on the spot in that game.
Okay, so he moves his rook out the way. Knight g4 just gives away another piece. So this looks like knight b5 is a threat for white. You're just barreling down the c-file. I think that Gukesh is taking this one. I mean, what can black do? You castle, you just lose more material. You don't castle, your king is probably going to be in trouble. Mm-hmm. And I just don't see any attack for black.
Yeah, not only was that a really cool idea, but so much credit to Gukesh for spotting it. I honestly probably would have played rook a to b1 and just try to go rook b7 in that position. And the fact that something so nasty was looming in the air did not occur to me.
And, well, for Pranav, he has nothing nasty anymore. The only thing that's nasty, unfortunately, is his position. And I'm looking at the moment, and I'm wondering does knight to b5 work, or are you just grabbing the c6 pawn?
Yeah, that looks very, very convincing. Trying to find a way for it to work, and wow, he just goes straight for it.
Wow, it's a brilliant move, but isn't he giving up material? Knight takes d5, queen takes c6. I guess he gets 2 pawns for a piece, and that light square diagonal seems to be a problem for black.
I think he just ties every piece down because the bishop's going to come back to c4. The rooks just invade, and the knights are so clumsy. Like, if you have to take and play knight c7, I think bishop c4, rook b1, rook b7, and every single piece in black's position is tied down and can't move.
It's true. And if you play knight d8 hitting the rook on c6, you can play bishop c4, actually, because you
Really
get
nice.
both of the knights in a row thanks to the check on d5.
Yep. Bishop c4 or rook b1 here look like the moves. And this is just really savvy conversion technique by Gukesh, teaching everyone here a thing or two. He did not want to play that position, with the queens on the board any longer than he had to.
I feel like the teacher's pet. I had a front row seat to that lesson. That was very instructive. Knight takes d5 was not a move I was considering. I was thinking about going the knight in the other direction, but he gives up material to get some, and rook b7 check, a huge threat. If black plays rook to d7, you can maybe take on d5 and then play rook b7 check, and you win another pawn on a7. So right now, white has, 2 pawns and a rook for 2 minor pieces, but the knights are clumsy.
Yep. Rook b5, more pressure. That king, by the way, cannot wait to leave that light square diagonal, but there's just no time.
No, there isn't. And there's no time on Pranav's clock either. He drops down to about 35 seconds at the moment, and his knights are stumbling. And you can maybe even play rook b7 right now and just pin everything.
That's right. Yeah, rook b7 looks like the move. Rook to e5. I mean, everything works. At this point, you're just kind of picking and choosing. G3 later on will just be such a strong move. So we'll just watch him convert this because it's honestly just a beautiful game so far.
So king e7. d5 seems to win a piece. The knights are kicked away from the defense of one another, and that should finally be that.
Yep. I don't think we'll see him playing on much past this. Yeah, d5 should be it. Knight takes d5. We just trade the rook first, and then bishop takes.
Ooh. Oh, d6
Ouch.
check.
So strong.
Yeah, he just forces that rook to capture, and then you win the knight on c7. You keep trading pieces, and I think, doesn't d take c7 get you a new queen? And that's check, by the way.
Yeah, that's a good point. That is check. That's probably going to do it. Knight takes c6 and queen, and fortunately you have that escape square, so nothing to worry about. Wow, what a performance by Gukesh at the end of that 5-minute segment, Robert. This is a tied match and completely, turned this whole match on its head from what we saw at the beginning of the 5-minute portion.
Yeah, it's a tied match indeed, and it's 4.5, 4.5, but it started in Pranav's favor. He went out to a lightning hot start, and then suddenly 3 wins in a row for Gukesh to end that time segment. The players will get a break, and I think it couldn't come at a better time for Pranav. He needs to rest a little bit and then start that 3-minute section fresh.
He does. Yeah, no, it's absolutely necessary here, Robert. I think the fans are truly getting, their the best match possible out of this. We saw him fall behind early, but Gukesh brought it right back, showing everyone why he is the #1 seed and why you can't count him out that early. It's a momentum type of game, Robert, and we saw the momentum for both players on display.
We did, and when you see 4.5, 4.5, a tie score, you think, oh, they were just even throughout. No, there were a bunch of wins for Pranav, then 3 wins right there for Gukesh. So both players have been swinging, and that brings us to an important question, one that we are getting getting the community involved with, because this week we asked our Discord community to discuss a controversial topic in chess. Should the draw offer be banned? We debate chess topics like this every week in the Chess.com Discord server. Aman, I've been very vocal about this. I think the draw offer should be banned. What do you think?
So, I actually don't know about your vocal stance on the draw offer. You say you've been vocal about it. I actually didn't know that. So, can I put you on the spot first? Maybe everyone's like, oh, Robert keeps talking about this. I actually haven't heard it. So, why should it be banned?
Well, I just think that it encourages people to bail out, even in critical moments where the result is up in the air. Think about your own tournament games. I know when I was younger, someone would offer me a draw in a complex position, and I would be tempted to take it, but that deprives spectators of the excitement of those games. And players, they do what's best for them. So I'm not even blaming individuals. If they think the Berlin draw is for them and they force that repetition, you can't stop that. That's in the rules of chess. Maybe organizers can stop inviting them, as Sam Shanklin posted about on Facebook. He thought that people who do that kind of stuff, shouldn't be the people getting invited to tournaments. But draw offers are different. Like, you are in the middle of a complex game and you're like, let's just end this one and we both get half a point. That's not something you see in most other games or sports.
Yeah, I think that comparison at the end is immediately where my mind goes. Is the way I would even approach the question is like trying to reference another sport. I watch a lot of sports. And I'm trying to think, like, at what point can everyone just say, all right, see you guys next week. It can't really happen like that. So to be honest with you, I've never thought about this question until it's literally been in front of me right now. But I would say that I lean towards yes, and I would probably need to be convinced otherwise, because there's just too much obvious compelling evidence that, why are we allowed to just stand up and walk away from an ongoing game, an important struggle? But I also don't know if I would be a GM today if I didn't offer a few draws, Robert. So not going to say more on the topic.
It's the ultimate GM bailout when we're in trouble over the board against a low-rated player.
Exactly.
You offer a draw and hope that they accept. But do get involved in this discussion. It's an important one, and I think that it's an interesting one. So please get involved with our Discord community. And for now, Aman and I will take a break. But when we return, what's not up for discussion is it will be an exciting continuation of the match between Gukesh and Pranav here in the 2023 Junior Speed Chess Championship.
Did you know you can add emoji to your online games and analysis boards? Simply click on the emoji palette icon, select your emoji, and left-click on the board. You can choose from a host of notations, animations, emoticons, and even your favorite chess personalities. Emoticons will fade away after a few seconds. However, notations and special animations remain on the board until they are cleared. To clear them, simply left-click on the emoji or hit the Clear All button at the bottom of the palette. Have fun. Try them all on Chess.com.
What's the best way to follow any chess event, from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, FIDE World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, Opening Explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
Hey everybody, it's Danny here, and as you may know, Chess.com and Chessable are now one, and I'm here to show you how you can make your Chess.com and Chessable one in just a few clicks. To start, let's log in and connect our Chess.com account. I just scroll right here above the browser and click Login. Scroll down and click Continue with Chess.com. Now, if you're already logged into Chess.com, it's just going to ask you if you want to approve that connection. I'm going to say yes, sir. But after approving, it'll bring you right back to the Chessable homepage. Now, the Puzzle Connect feature can be found under Tools, and you click Puzzle Connect. Now, what that does after you type in your username is it's going to pull positions from the games you played on Chess.com, create your very own personalized Chessable course, and then quiz you with the positions where you may have missed the best move. And the more you play on Chess.com, the more games it will have to quiz you as long as your account stays connected. It's pretty sweet, and it's going to help you get better learning from the mistakes in your games. Yes, this is a pro feature at Chessable, but if you go to chessable.com/link, you can get 30 days of Pro for free.
Here we see Gukesh, the number 13 rated player in the live classical ratings in the entire world, and the winner of the last 3 games in the 5-minute plus 1 second increment time segment here in his JSCC match against Pranav. Aman, it was not a pretty start for him. He was down by 3 points. Now the match is tied, but he must be feeling pretty good about himself, is Gukesh.
Absolutely. I mean, the match score tied up there in the 5-minute portion. I think going into this match, if you just said, yeah, Pranav will be tied with Gukesh after the 5-minute portion, you say, oh, that's great. Congrats to him. He probably had a good first segment. But then you realize how we got here, and it tells a much different story. So despite this being objectively good result so far for Pranav, you have to remember, Robert, how we got here, and I don't think that's the case at all. I think he's going to be feeling the pressure going into the 3-minute.
Yeah, and 4.5 sounds like a great result for Pranav. Before the match, you said you're going to leave the longest time control tied with Gukesh. Please, sign me up. I'll take that. But it's not going to feel so good given what's happened in recent games. And speaking of not so good, there are a lot of double C pawns in this position.
There are.
Is that good for one side, or are both sides unhappy about it?
Well, maybe in this position, I would say the one thing I don't love is that the C pawn, can be coaxed to move to the C5 square, and that seems completely okay for white because the bishop gets locked in. But the pawns that have about dark squares, black can always break free with B6. So long term, it's like I think we're probably just equal here, but I don't know if anyone really has a pull here.
Yeah, one of the big questions is what pieces do the sides want traded?
Yep.
Gukesh is playing very quickly. He brought his A8 rook to D8. I would have thought of bringing my H8 rook to D8 because I could play knight F8 as a follow-up. So these sort of quick moves can be imprecise sometimes if you're not looking out for your next idea. Where does the knight on D7 go? Back to B8? Nobody wants to go there.
Yeah, that's really ugly looking. You know what might happen? Some crazy kind of idea is knight B8 takes, and you have to be so careful that C5, bishop E3, and if white just had one more move, knight D2 to B3, you defend that pawn, and then that bishop, guess what, Robert? He's not playing chess for the rest of the game.
And guess what? Knight B8 runs right to knight takes E5, I just realized. There are tactics in this position because of the king being in the open on E7. So C5 was played by Gukesh. He wants to avoid those kind of tactics. There's no threat. C takes B4, A takes B4 back.
Yep.
White isn't afraid of that. So he plays bishop E3. He pins it, but bishop B6, now putting on defended square.
Yeah, I think this is definitely just equal through and through. It's not much to say here, but it's a great point to be cognizant about those tactics at all times. Knight takes on E5 if the knight moves, and it's still there. In fact, it's always going to be there.
Oh, rook D5. He's going after the C5 pawn. Apparently, it's a big mistake. Maybe just take on B4, and there's outside pass pawn potential for black because white's pawn goes towards the center. Now, that's good in early stages of the game. We want our pawns in the center because that restricts enemy pieces where they want to be, in the center. But in the end game, outside pass pawns are super dangerous, and I'm looking at that A6 pawn. That's a problem for white.
Big problem. And you know what he may have missed is after pawn takes, C5 seemed like a good move, but I think in that position, you could just go knight takes on C5, and there's some pins on the D file, so easy to overlook those kind of awkward-looking tactics.
And he gives up an exchange, but this is desperation rather than desire. And I'm looking at this position. I mean, black will be able to move the A pawn at some point. I keep talking about a potential pass pawn, B6 potentially, to chisel out white's pawns. But, Aman, we're looking at a 4th straight win for Gukesh.
Yeah, and this move E4, so much stronger than it looks. The knight could not use the D2 or D4 squares because of that pawn. So you're forcing the knight to H4, E1, both really, really poor squares. And I just think Gukesh needs to do exactly what you've been talking about. B6, A5, make a pass pawn, and the 2 rooks should beat the 1 rook and the lazy knight that's barely going to join the action.
Yeah, knight G2 might be met by G5, keeping that knight, banishing it out from forward squares. And in fact, the knight can't get anywhere because that knight goes to G2, G5. And it goes to E1, the knight on E1 dominated by the pawn on E4. That knight is not participating in this game.
Yeah, C4, knight E1, knight C2 is needed. So I'd like to see that sooner than later if I'm Pranav. But at the same time, as soon as you switch your knight to the other side, I see H5 and breaking through on the king side.
Yeah, rook d8 to h8, pile up on the h2 pawn, and the white king could be in danger. So he goes knight e1, but where's that retreat really getting him? As you said, you go knight c2, you get knight d4. It takes a long time.
Yep.
But I do believe black needs to be a bit precise, because if you do let this knight back in the game, look at that massive pawns from b4 to d5. Like, those could become passed at some moment if you're not careful.
Yeah, I got the Tetris block there. If you play d6, takes, all of a sudden another pawn goes to c5, protected pass pawn, and knights are always tricky. Remember, these are 3-minute games, so time is ticking a little bit quicker. Knights are tricky, but is he going to really get to that time scramble stage where the knight is a real problem? I'm not so sure.
And g4, he wants g3. He wants to open up that white king. Actually, that white king is kind of in a mating net, so bringing the second rook into the attack might just be devastating, and he times it well. g3, he's just opening it up, and this should be that.
Yep, I think you could probably take this rook. Okay, decides to double up. Yeah, the knight just doesn't support these pawns, Robert. I mean, you can play d6, but that's pretty much the end of your hopes and dreams there.
And the rook's coming to b2 because he wants to provoke b5 and play a5. That outside pass pawn, at long last, will find itself roaming up the board.
Yeah, and watch out for c6, b6, d6. That's a breakthrough. If you play a5, I'm just wondering about c6. I think you've got to take it.
Yeah, you grab it on c6, and it feels like white's pawns, there's many of them, but not quite enough, and the a pawn does run quickly.
Yep. Now, if no breakthrough works here, then I think we might actually see him reaching for the resign button. Pawn takes is important, and of course, a very trivial move for someone like Gukesh.
Yeah, so a4 is their knight b5. Okay, there is a little bit more caution required. So he brings his king in. Gukesh, way too principled a player, and can he even take that knight on b5 and just play king d6 and win that pawn in game?
I think that might have been a way to do it as well, but he's spoiled for choice here. Too many options.
This is easy, very straightforward. Bring your rook back to b4, then the king cannot approach the a pawn, and a2 wins the game.
Does have a choice. It's like, do you want to allow white to have a position with a bunch of pawns and a knight against your lone queen? So he opts to totally prevent that.
Did he intentionally allow this? I don't think he did. So d6 check is a great move. If you take c5, is check winning the rook. So he slides back to d8, but that's a scary moment for a player. They don't have the eval bars to look at.
It's true. Yeah, d6, king takes. There was pawn to c5 forking. It just shows that Pranav is never really down and out.
So he just takes on c6. Good idea from Gukesh. Now he takes everything. He wins the knight. He wins the game. He has his first lead of the match, 5.5, 4.5 in Gukesh's favor.
That's right. And I think we've been talking about important games, important moments, Robert. I would go so far as to say I think Pranav has the answer right about now, because it's going to start pulling away. The match score is going to just slowly get out of hand if he doesn't score at least a draw to stop the bleeding.
Amazing stretch of games from Gukesh. He's just playing much better quality. And for Pranav, it's a tough moment because you know how strong Gukesh is. We talked about that video that's been posted on Twitter. These two is a Chess-Based India video from about 6 years ago when they're very, very young and they're talking together. But right now, Pranav needs to find his footing. And I just don't know how he does that. Like, how do you stop someone who is 2750 almost when they're on a rampage?
I don't actually think you can. If a 2750 starts playing at their level or above, you actually just can't stop them.
Good luck to you. And Pranav right now, he's a bit passive in this opening, but it's well-known territory where white has a lot of space, but how do you actually break through? There are no inroads to get at black's pawns. For example, the d6 pawn looks weak, but it's well defended.
Yeah, now, we didn't see d5 on the previous turn. I wondered if it was possible, but he didn't like knight b5. So he's bringing the queen back. But I feel here that d5 needs to occur now because e5 isn't playable. But him not playing d5, I'm getting more and more concerned for the position, Robert, because what do you do with his knight on e7? It's like the worst piece imaginable.
So he plays d5, and I was wondering if he was concerned about pins down the d file, because there's a rook, it usually wins a stare down with the queen, but there's also a rook on d1 behind that queen. So for example, knight d to e2, maybe not this moment, but the point is that you don't want to take either pawn for black, because queen takes d8 gets 2 rooks for the queen.
Yeah, so I don't know. I do feel like the knight on e7 was horribly misplaced for this opening. Like, it doesn't have anywhere useful it can go. The e4 pawn covering all the forward squares. So I think that for a few moves here, white needed to make some sort of move like f4, like rook e1, just threaten e5. So you always had an answer to d5, and then you can just do like literally whatever you want. But this is going to get active. It's going to be a spicy middle game here, and I think that's what Pranav needs.
Yeah, I like what you were highlighting, because that's more in the style of the Moxie bind. In the Sicilian, this wasn't a Sicilian, but it was a similar type of structure with pawns on the C file rather than the E file for black. But we see d5, the break is important, and now for Gukesh, he does bring his knight back to f3. Please take me on c4, he says. I will gladly take your rook on d8, get 2 rooks for the queen.
And this is exactly what you were highlighting. So definitely a great idea. Will we see the imbalance here? Because honestly, I think it could be playable, and another way to get there is maybe with a move like knight e4, but as long as there's no tactics that are in the air with knight g5, I wouldn't mind playing 2 rooks against the queen, but it looks tough to achieve.
He just plays bishop f5. Oh, apparently knight takes d5 was a blunder.
So knight e4, how do you maintain the connection to that bishop? Playing way too quickly there was Gukesh. Oops, knight e4. Robert, this is a big problem. No matter where you go, that knight has an amazing next move.
You know how I asked that question? How do you stop at 2750? I think Pranav is showing us how it's done. This, I mean, he's just winning now. You're completely winning in the spot.
Yeah, let him stop himself. I guess that's the answer, because right now he is going to have a very unpleasant decision, and this isn't a 5-minute game. They're moving a lot quicker. We have a full minute advantage. And with only a minute on the clock, facing a tough decision, knight takes g3 coming up. Oh, this looks rough.
Knight takes g3 is a move you can pre-move, because if the queen moves anywhere besides c or e2, you drop your bishop on b2 for free. But if you brought your queen to either square, well, he just gave up the bishop. I mean, he's down a full piece right now, is Gukesh.
Do you think he was playing that in case Pranav pre-moved? Like, maybe he just wanted to make you look bad on air, Robert. I mean, I can't explain queen b4 otherwise.
I think he knows he's lost regardless of what he does, so he just played in this way. And if I'm Gukesh, it's still very early in the match, 47 minutes and 40 seconds in the 3+1 time control. But I want more games in the longer time controls. So I would consider resigning sooner rather than later, because I want to keep getting blitz rather than bullet games.
Yeah, I have to say, you know, I'm always in favor of playing things on. In general, you want to sort of gauge how your opponent is playing, how they're performing, but this is honestly a little surprising. You're down the most important piece in your position, dark square bishop, and I don't see a shred of compensation.
And a5 is another precise move. Does that queen want to go back to e1? You're walking into that same discovery. Knight takes g3. If you go up to b5, knight d6 would have been a fork of the queen and the rook. So knight takes g3. Is there any problem with that move?
Because now you're right in that discovery that you were trying to avoid on the last turn, except you're down a bishop in the process. So wasn't it better to just play queen e2, kind of bite the bullet previously?
Probably. And he goes knight d6 instead of resignation on the spot. It is once again a tied match. Buddy Pranav responds. Gukesh had won 4 games in a row. Aman, right now, we see the score back to level, 5.5, 5.5, and Buddy is playing great.
That was an unbelievable game, unbelievably necessary. As I was just highlighting, like, I don't know. These guys, it's as if they know as well, when those games are so critical to stop momentum, to stop the bleeding, they get the result that they need. Both players now have won, and what I'll say, won on demand when they needed it most.
Yeah, so now we have a quiet opening, the 4 knights game. Gukesh with the black pieces, a bishop a5 check. He said, I'm going to keep my bishop on the board. If you play c3, I play b5, so he brings the knight back to c3. This is an opening win, in air quotes, for black, I would say. Yeah,
that's right. You have that bishop. So white had the moment to play knight takes b6, didn't play it, and oops, now black keeps it and will play c6, maybe knight g6, bishop comes back.
And look at that, knight g6, even after white played knight h4. Take me. How many times have we said, play king h8 and f5? I'll open the f file by simply trading knights there, and Pranav wants no part of it.
Yeah, he says no, thank you. And it's always disheartening when you play a move and you're like, yeah, now they can't play knight g6. Meanwhile, the opponent, a knight g6. Okay, your turn. It's like nothing feels worse than that.
It's true, and now it feels pretty bad in the center where black is gaining steam. But watch out for sacrifices on h6. That will be looming in this position, especially after queen f3. So the opening hasn't gone white's way, but I like the chances, the tactical possibilities here.
Yeah, and the g3 pawn is so good at handling the knight on g6 as well. If the bishop ever trades for the knight, then you have the bishop coming to a3 and just the pressure of the two bishops in general. So tough position for black because at this point, I don't think you ever want to play bishop takes knight anymore. It's not pawn takes that has to happen. Now the queen can just recapture.
Yeah, either capture looks good. I want that bishop pair. So c6, defending the center is Gukesh. I like that move. h4, full steam ahead is Pranav.
Yeah.
He's going for it.
Yeah, he really is. At some point, black's going to have to make a, sort of a big decision, which is like, do you play bishop takes c3? Do you play bishop takes f5? There's moves like c6, rook e8. These are always helpful, but I think he's going to have to make a sort of larger scale choice because h5, knight e7, and your knight h6 idea, Robert, was on tap.
So there he does take the knight on f5, and he goes queen c8, offering a queen trade. I see the eval bar. It's sliding slightly in white's favor, but I actually really like this decision from Gukesh's perspective. He's trying to get white's most important piece, most aggressive attacking piece off the board.
Yep, and now we'll see a true two bishop versus two knight position. We've actually seen this structure flipped in reverse, almost identical. The double isolated pawns, the pawn on c6, meaning, yeah, there's some weak dark squares there. Which side do you like here, Robert, between the bishops and the knights?
I tend to like playing against double pawns in blitz, but I also love myself a good pair of bishops. I would say that there is dynamic equality, and that seems like a cop-out, but I think it's also very important to think about the pluses and minuses. It's not just we have even material because there's no +1 for either side. This is a position where both sides have certain advantages, and I hate the c-pawns for white, but they're also very hard to get to. And for black, I like that the king feels very safe thanks to the knights over there, but I don't see any ideas, and white might play bishop h3, pawn h5, things of that nature, so I could see a future where white does go after the black king.
Yeah, and I was going to say knight g4 will force the king back, and probably black will retreat as well. Honestly, I like white's position enough to continue, but it's actually the players who kind of had the opposite. It's black who played on. I'm not sure if either player was planning to repeat, but nevertheless, we do have a game continuing here.
Where does this bishop on c1 go? It can't go to e3 because you drop the e4 pawn in some of these variations. Maybe there are some tactics with the bishop sliding back to g2 for white, but I don't think you can play bishop e3 because the queen takes e4. So if that's the case, how are you going to connect your rooks? What's your rook on a1 going to do?
I like the move bishop to f1 because maybe bishop b5 can be played. I was also thinking bishop to c4, although the move a6 kind of deals with both of them.
I like the way Gukesh is handling this, but I also like Pranav's clock. He is moving very quickly. He has a perfectly good position, but I think that he needs to come up with a plan, and that's the issue that I'm seeing for white right now. The bishop on c1 is such a problem piece.
It is, yeah. Long term, though, if black plays b5, it does kind of help white in the sense that the a-pawn is a weakness. Getting to trade it off is kind of nice, and you will be able to target the pawns in the future. So I don't really think that black's achieving a lot with this. In fact, you could say the rook on a1 wasn't doing anything, and now if we trade things off, that might help.
Yeah, I didn't see the need to rush that move, but I understand it, and the clock is evening up. But I think black can also play c5 to c4 and shut down the light square. Oh, I don't like a5. I have to say that pawn looks like it's going to get in trouble.
Yeah, do not like that. Now it feels like, the knights can pop into all these important squares. I think trading and getting rid of that rook was good. Now the pawn's weak on a5. Now the rook's not doing anything on a1. Both could have been solved by capturing.
And you still can't play bishop e3, so the bishop might have to go to a3, but it's not doing much of anything there either. The rook is coming to d8 for black. Suddenly, Gukesh has the upper hand on the board and on the clock.
So what do you think about bishop f5? Basically, if you play g6, I don't know if I'm right, but I want to say, hey, I'll just go back to h3. In the meantime, I'm dreaming of bishop e3.
Just bishop f5, bishop e3. It's true. You get a little somewhere. But now he's going to go knight to e7 back, I imagine. So he can take this bishop on f5. And black really does have the upper hand.
Yep. This is I mean, really dislike that move a5. However, anything can happen here. If the queens stay on the board, we could even see a position where, crazy enough, like g4, g5 could happen after something like knight e7.
So the bishop finally develops to e3. Apparently that wasn't the correct move, but it goes up to b6. The problem is white is doing one move threats. Structurally, white's in huge trouble.
Yep, I do think that his position has improved. Like, I'll take the bishop from c1 and put it on b6. Thank you very much.
For sure, but look at this knight c8. What bishop on b6? I'm about to grab that piece. Take my knight on c8, why don't you? Now you've lost your bishop pair, and the e4 pawn is a permanent weakness.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, this bishop doesn't really do that much. If you go back to e3, then queen takes e4, I don't think you can stomach that position. So trying to find a way to maybe sack a pawn and keep going here, but I'm not sure there is. He goes g4. I kind of like the move considering the time, but this is just not enough, surely.
No, it's pure desperation. g5, you just take it, play knight h7. The rook on d6 is perfectly placed. He preemptively goes knight to h7. He wants to wrap that knight into f4. Knight g6, knight f4.
Yeah. Knight on f4 is going to hurt. Very, very strong move. This is a masterclass now for Gukesh. Only 1 second for Pranav. There's no saving this position. g6 will happen.
It did happen. White played it and then resigned after it was captured. And that was a very nice game from Gukesh, a strategic dominance over his opponent. And there was that moment where they could have made a draw, and guess what? Gukesh played on, and he was rewarded for it.
He was, yeah. Whether or not that was the objectively best decision, I think it goes to show, like, we've had a lot of draws in this match, Robert, but they haven't been like, oh, let's agree to a draw and shuffle the pieces. They've all been hard-fought draws right to the very end.
And Smarter Chess predictions brought to us by ChessGoals.com. They suggested that before the match, Gukesh was a 67% favorite. Now he's back to around 64%. That number was not how you look at the graph. It went down from Gukesh's perspective and now back up thanks to his wins in recent games. He's up 1 point, 6.5, 5.5. And I have to say, this position, I get it from the black side all the time in blitz, and I always struggle. I'm gasping for air. Black's pieces have no squares.
Yeah, and you kind of, whenever you have this structure, I feel like the normal thought is, oh yeah, f5, a King's Indian attack kind of style. But white's the one with that position. Black has no support for f5. It's not happening. So where is black's play?
He's slow playing it. Queen c7. He takes. He wants a rook on c8, perhaps. A baby bishop to a6. Because if you play c takes d5 for white, bishop a6, you don't really want to play b5 and hand black that juicy c5 square.
Yeah, that would be a big mistake. White is looking to leave a pawn on b4 for the entire game here, if you could.
Yes, keep that knight on d7 at bay. And you look at the pawn structure. If you could move that pawn on e5 away, maybe the e5 square would be available to the black knight. So right now, black plays rook c8, taking over the c file. Don't play rook c1. The queen will take it, and then white would be in trouble.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we're happy to trade these bishops as well, like bishop a6. First of all, queen takes a6, I can't help but calculate. Although, obviously, moving the queen away makes a lot of sense.
But suddenly, black might have like a b5, knight b6 at the right moment to free that knight from d7 and play on the queen side. He says, play on the queen side, I will. Queen c2, rook c3 to follow. I think suddenly Pranav is doing great.
And the time, don't forget, I mean, he's way up on time. This opening for black is definitely one that you can just get some moves out really quickly, really casually. I don't think that he's really been calculating too much. He's just trading pieces, opening the file, invading. I don't think he's going too deep, which is why he has this huge time edge.
Yeah, he's working by feel and experience, which often is more important than the objective evaluation that the bar says, oh, white is slightly better. Who cares if you don't know how to follow it up? And queen a4, what a move, going right after the b4 pawn. I think that white's position is about to fall apart.
Yeah, we might see rook b1, and after pawn takes, black owns the only two open files in the position. So, yeah, I mean, the last thing, Robert, is I'm looking at the knights, right? How does black's position improve past that? You mentioned b5, knight b6. Might be time to get something like that, because without the knights getting involved, I don't know how good black's position can get here.
It's a fair point. And he goes rook c3. The knight goes back to b1. So
Wow.
if rook b3, you might be venturing a little bit too far. It might work out because the knight can't go away from b1. The a3 pawn needs defending. But it just feels a little awkward to go there. I'd rather go rook c2.
Yeah, rook c2 is a more natural move for sure. If he wants to keep the speed up, I think he's going to choose the more natural rook c2 just to, keep the tempo. But it's possible with a little bit of calculation here that rook c3 to b3 might be the decision he makes.
Yeah, because a takes b4 is a huge threat, and now we can steal the a3 pawn. But look, Gukesh had this ready. He's giving up a3 because he wants knight c4 at the end.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's really interesting. He's going to get d6. He actually might lose both the a3 and the b4 pawns, but that's how valuable the d6 pawn is. He's willing to give it up for that.
And we see Pranav say, no draw for you. Rook c2 is the move. A takes b4 was a threat, so knight e1 hits that rook on c2. Knight c3 next for white. Almost traps the black queen.
This is the weirdest game I've ever seen. I got the rook jumping around on like 4 different squares. White's knights are on the back rank. It looks like it should be so unpleasant. But yeah, you mentioned it. Knight c3. Lucky it's not game over there.
No, the queen barely escapes. Queen b3, and I would attack the knight on c3 would be good for black. So knight d3 back seems to be white's best choice. And if the rook can't go to c3 anymore, if rook c2, we might get a weird draw by repetition.
So yeah, I was looking at knight b2. I guess there's queen c2. So can black just play like h5 or h6 here? One of those moves to say, okay, I'll pass the move to you. Don't really see what I'm going to do, but I know that moving the h-pawn gives my king an escape square, and hey, now it's your turn again.
I love it. From Alpha 0 to Amon 0 over here. Throwing the h-pawn up the board, gaining some space, left for the king, and white doesn't really have a plan. Rook c3 again. Is the knight going to go back to b1? We've seen this before. Rook c2, knight e1, rook back to c8. But what keeps happening is black is gaining a tempo every time these knights keep retreating and going back to their original square.
Exactly. I mean, you could literally just go back, knight d3, g6. Do the whole thing again, king g7. This is a really powerful way to play. He's investing some time. I'm wondering if he's trying to say, oh, is there some sort of knight g4, like something different in this position than last position? But I don't think that's the case.
It is hard to go back and forth on the yo-yo string, even if you are the side with the advantage. So he's thinking, but he needs to move his rook. I think he's spending way too much time here and plays rook to b2. We have seen this before.
Yeah, I would go rook c2 and I would go rook c8. I don't know why he doesn't like that. He just did it with success.
Yeah, but he spent so much time. Now I would have considered making the draw for black. I'm getting worried about the clock. He says, worried about what? Knight g4. I'm an amazing bullet player. I can handle this. But when the time starts elapsing like this and white is pairing off the initial threats, you have to be concerned dropping under 20 seconds.
h4. I like h4. Maybe g4 gives up some squares, but king g7 is a great move as well. I think this is how black needs to be playing. No rush, no rush.
He wants f4, does Gukesh. He went rook a2. He wants to go f4 and rook over to f2. Oh, rook takes b4 and rook takes e4, dual threats.
And what great timing to capture that pawn, by the way. The rook moved to a square where suddenly everything's a little different.
Yeah, now this is just falling apart for white. Great understanding of this position from Pranav. I thought he was in trouble because he was spending so much time. He had this all worked out.
Amazing. Gukesh is really going to have to work here. Time is even, 16 seconds apiece, but the tougher moves for Gukesh to play. 2 threats, as you mentioned. Rook takes b4, rook e4. You got to lose your center pawn here.
I'd play rook e2 and maybe sack the queen, but it's rook d2 instead, giving up the e4 pawn. But now he is down a pawn in the center and has no attack or no compensation.
Yeah, knight c3 was available there. Oh, e4. That's just game over.
Okay, he missed it.
Ooh, that's a big miss, though.
Yeah, queen takes h3 with knight g4 to follow. That looks pretty good.
Yeah. Now the knight's hit, and you can trade those knights. Queen h3. He knows exactly what he's doing here.
And 8 seconds for black. He needs to play quickly. He's now up. Oh, the rook at 8's hanging. Oh, he dropped it.
e4. He's got to try e4 and knight g4. There's still hope.
Whoa,
oh, the queen is hanging. Oh my god, is this winning for black? Knight g4.
Yeah, that was, incredible. He blunders a rook. Wait, how is this game still going?
I don't know. Amazing.
Black is still up, though. 3 pawns. So even queen f4, trading the queens at this point, should be a win for black.
Yeah, there's no way to escape the check, so you have to trade the queens here.
And
He's just going to resign. Yeah, I mean, it is a fair resignation, but wow, that game just went nuts at the end there, Robert. That was insane. I don't know how he hung a full rook and still won the game.
He just dropped a rook on a good full board awareness from Gukesh, but then great understanding from Pranav that his position was so good that when he dropped a rook, he was still better because he had the attack. And now we're into the next game. It is 6.5, 6.5. We have a tie, and this is going to be the last game before the players get a break. So for White in this position, Pranav just off the win. He has all his pieces staring at the e5 pawn. I tend to feel like White should be better, but I never know how to actually break through and put even more pressure. And I don't think d4 is the way.
Yeah, d4 is a super direct way of playing, right? Obviously, this is looking to break things open before Gukesh has time to place his pieces on all those perfect squares. You know, you think of the last move, it was b6, right? That makes the knight on c6 a little bit loose. So I have to say, I understand the move d4 a lot, but it may just be too early. If you take on d4, rook takes d8 takes, and knight takes d4 wants to happen. I was expecting that, though, rather than pawn to e4.
Yeah, I think now, all of a sudden, Pranav, he's able to obtain what he wanted, and he gets his pawn on e5. Look at this. Both sides have pawns in enemy territory, but the pawn on e4 is directly hanging. The pawn e5 is better defended.
Yeah, and I was looking at a move. I don't know if it makes sense, even knight d6 here. For White, maybe to take this knight on d5, but yeah, it's a little bit messy, and he goes for rook e4. Are we just going to see, is it like just takes and takes on e5? That seems good for White.
Yeah, you get the bishop pair. So the eval bar says black is better, which means there must be some kind of tactic in the position. So I'm going to try to process elimination it.
Gotta be this. I'm not going to calculate it.
Oh my gosh, it is that. No, it really is. And you get a check on d1, and then black has the move f5 at the end. Okay, that is a ridiculous sequence. It's very helpful to have the eval bar.
That's what I'm saying, Robert. I'm cheating here. I got the guy. It's like someone tapped on my shoulder and said, "Hey, there's a tactic." Well, okay, you poke and prod me. I'm gonna find something.
Gukesh is gonna find it. He's looking at it, and he's spending a lot of time on this moment. And he plays c6. So no, he did not find it. I take it back. That was not a human tactical sequence.
No, that was something else, because it's basically like the perfect coordination to take advantage of White's pieces, and you know the perfect storm just doesn't happen all the time. Knight takes c3 might still be available, but I think h4 kind of handled it there.
Yeah, and the type of position that was one where White stayed up a piece for a few moves after the fact, but black was able to kick that rook around and get the piece back. So very complicated, very, very difficult to spot. And in a blitz game, you can't spend all of your time at that stage because you need time for the rest of the game. So we're in a position where White is up a pawn, but f4, Amon, are some of the squares in front of the White king potentially vulnerable?
Absolutely. I look at this position and I'm thinking if black doesn't pry things open, White might have a very easy road to victory. Like queen e1, knight d6. If we don't see g5, f6, b5, like any of these breaks, then I start to get concerned.
Well, g5 is definitely going to be available because e5 will be loose. There could be a rook takes d6 at some moment. And, well, the eval bar just went all the way down. Why?
I mean, it could be something as simple as bishop f8. Just a one move attack.
Yeah, just go for that knight on d6. So bishop f8. Is there f5 for White after that?
Actually, you said f5. I was thinking about f5 right now, but I guess you can take it.
He sacks the exchange on d6.
Ooh.
So he's trying to take advantage of the exposed White king and the fact that the rook on a1, bishop on c1 haven't developed. If you play bishop d2, you're walking into ideas with the rook and black queen on the d file. Maybe there's like a knight b4 or something to that effect.
Yeah, and also king h2, which I thought was like an insanely good move for White. There's a weird knight f6 with knight g4 check, and that's really bothersome.
So he goes rook e1 back. I like that. He's defending his first rank. So White does objectively have an advantage. But if you look at this, it's that rook on a1 over there for this knight on d5. Right now, the knight going to g4 or to h5, it does look like a very impressive piece.
Yeah, it does. I really understand the move knight to f6 in the sense that you want to bring these pieces in, but I have to say allowing bishop e3, queen d2, Pranav has made some big strides here in the position.
But here comes the C pawn. C5 first, C4 second, and all of a sudden, maybe don't rush the move C4 because it allows some ideas with bishop D4, but maybe knight G4 first. He plays queen C7. But the point is that there are so many squares that black's pieces are about to occupy.
Yeah, it's true. I still really get a good feeling for white. Either king H1 and maybe the bishop has the G1 square, or bishop F3. The queen can slide over. Bishop F3 just temporarily kind of controls those important squares and gives the king some room to breathe.
I love bishop F3, and I think that's why I didn't like queen to C7. I thought knight G4 first should have been played. And queen F2, hitting that pawn on B6, rook D6 protects it. And the bishop, watch out for it. It's coming to E5.
You call bishop D4. Even if we don't get bishop E5 here, if we just get a trade of bishops, that's an achievement as well for Pranav. So with a minute to 25 seconds here, will we actually see Pranav take the lead again in this match, Robert? Because it's been back and forth, but it's been the Gukesh comeback show. What about Pranav?
This is amazing resilience from him, because so many players, after going on that kind of losing streak, 4 games in a row, Gukesh won, they would just break. They'd be like, all right, he's the better player. I'm going to do my best. They would tilt, try to get crazy. Pranav has been very solid throughout the match. He's been playing very precise brand of chess. And while I like what Gukesh is doing here, playing quickly, and look at the clock all of a sudden, 30 seconds for Pranav, 26 for Gukesh.
Absolutely. And H5 is making me think in retrospect, what about G4, G5? But anyways, not played. Bishop there, I'm not so sure about. What a tactic, bishop E4.
Nice find there from Gukesh. He wins that rook on D1 for the cost of a minor piece. And Pranav, what's he thinking about? He's got to take it. He's thinking of what to take it with?
Yeah, I guess so. There's no way you don't take it. He takes with the rook.
Whoa.
Rook D4. That's actually just a fantastic move. He recovered so well from that mistake.
That was incredibly classy. A queen trade is winning for white. So queen C8 was a necessary move. You give up the B6 pawn, but you have knight G4 type of ideas. White does need to be a bit careful for the king, but there's queen B8.
Yeah, queen B8. Oh, you can't allow the queens to get traded. That's a big mistake. Knight D1 he's going to try, but this should be winning for white.
Yeah, though knight takes B2, then C3 will be loose after. Oh, bishop takes A5, protects that pawn on
So
C3.
strong. And at this point, does it just run? You can't take with the bishop. It's got to be knight takes. Only move to try, but good luck catching that A pawn.
A6 right now. The knight goes to A2, and then the C pawn is running as well. Wait, he allowed C3 with tempo.
Yeah, bishop E3. I thought this was what he wanted to do, but now he can't even take it. It's unbelievable.
He just lost the game.
He just lost the entire game.
Oh my, look at him. He is heartbroken, and Gukesh is relieved because that was a win in the bag for Pranav, but he let it slip with 2 inaccurate moves in a row, and Gukesh gets a well-deserved drink of water, and he has a 7F, 6.5 lead.
Oh my goodness. Robert, that is just crazy. This looked completely winning. The A pawn was running. He was bringing the bishop around to E3, but totally forgetting that the C pawn runs as well. I mean, if I'm still sitting here thinking about that game, you can just imagine that Pranav is doing that. That emotion multiplied by 100.
He could have entered the break with a 1-point lead in the match. Now he has a deficit. Gukesh, he showed resilience as well. Props to him for not folding in that endgame. But, I mean, that was Pranav's game to win. He loses it. He is now down by a point. So the players will take a break. Aman and I will do the same. And when we return, it's more from the semifinal matchup in the 2023 Junior SpeedChess Championship.
Ryo, congratulations on winning the Chess Kid U Speed Chess Championship. Defending champion has defended his title. National Master Ryo Chen wins.
Match is over with this game.
Exactly. Spiez wins the final 3 games to close out this match.
We return from a much-needed break for the players. Right now, Gukesh, the number 1 seed, leads 5-seed Pranav, 7.5 to 6.5. Aman, that game should have gone Pranav's play. He earned what should have been a victory, but woulda, coulda, shoulda. He didn't get it done when it mattered most.
No, and honestly, it's still on my mind, Robert, so I wanted to bring up the board again because it just ended so abruptly. This was the position that Pranav found himself in. Bishop attacked on b4. You need to put it somewhere. Instinctively, you want to bring it backwards because, I mean, there's a pawn. You want to still cover the c-pawn, but it's actually going in the other direction that was necessary. Now you have bishop b8 to help the pawn go forward, and your bishop can cover the pawn quite fine from e4. So realizing that, in fact, your light squared bishop was not necessary to help the pawn queen, and switching to the dark squared bishop, not something that is easy to realize, Robert, with just seconds on the clock.
Way too difficult. The human instinct is to leave that bishop on c6 to help promote the pawn and use your dark square bishop to defend against the enemy passer. But that was a step in the wrong direction. We saw the game end after bishop d2, pawn to c3, and then the pawn just rumbled down the board for black rather than for white. And that was that. Game over and a win for Gukesh and a match lead for Gukesh.
Yeah, no, Gukesh to be ahead after that game, and especially it was right before a break, Robert. So it's like an unbelievable stroke of luck. Not only do you not lose the game, you don't just try it, you actually win it, and then you get to, like, you know, like a bandit escaping from a scene of the crime. You know, you just leave. I'll take my 5-minute break. See you guys later.
Well, you know, the players, they do deserve that break. And for Gukesh, he received a bit of a lucky break there. He probably should have lost that game. If they replayed that 100 times, I do think Pranav wins it pretty much every other game except for that one. But that's a thing of the past right now. I'm looking towards the future, Aman. Right now, it's a 1-point lead from Gukesh. How close does Pranav need to keep it to feel comfortable heading into the bullet? Do you actually even think that Pranav is the favorite in bullet? That's another question.
Yeah, and I think it all comes down to that. You see Pranav there. One thing that I can say about him, just having played so many games against him over the years, is that I just truly never seen him tilt. It's just probably one of his best attributes, and that will afford him well right now. When I would be tilting, I can tell you that after that result. So I don't think that he's going to overreact. He's going to play his game. But I also think that if this match is even within 2-point deficit, he's still got great chances in bullet. So he's just such a strong bullet player, Robert. I think he's always going to have chances.
And look at him with the full 3 minutes on the clock right now after this 2 Knights Tango opening. The Knights Tango, I don't know what you call it these days. But either way, we have reached a position where white is very solid and black does the alpha zero, the Amon zero, h5. And he's trying to use that pawn to help give his king some space, but also maybe launch an attack down the line.
Yeah, this one's the Amon zero. When the queen goes to h8, then we'll fully call it the alpha zero. But not sure if we'll make it that far. This position is honestly one of those that's just so obvious for white to play. It's like, how obvious can I make my moves? Queen d2, rook d1, maybe bishop a3. Like, very easy for white, but at the same time, black has had this position before, has Pranav, and it worked out. He got that d5 break last time, Robert. He's got it again right now.
But this is the problem when you have so many easy moves. You may play one of those many moves quickly, and then it is the wrong move. And 92 was a step in the wrong direction. He should have played e4, I would imagine, to stop d5. But now that d5 isn't played, black is free. All your pieces are coming to life, and so this seems like a mistake from Gukesh.
And we've seen after d5, actually, that was the game where Gukesh actually blundered a whole entire piece. Really uncharacteristic of him. So if there's one thing that I can say Gukesh has kind of shown a soft spot for in this match, it's preventing the move d5 when he really should. Here it was e4, the previous position. He also had a moment to prevent it, but loving the counterplay that Pranav is able to get in this opening, Gukesh has to be careful that history doesn't repeat itself.
Look at the queen side. 3-on-2 advantage for black, and white's pawn and queen b4 is good evidence of that. They are weak. So queen b4 hits the c4 pawn. Can you even defend it if you don't play c5, which may drop the a2 pawn?
That's a great point. I think at this point you're already looking for counterplay, which is not so easy to convince yourself that you're just straight up losing a pawn. c5, as you mentioned, although it's a little bit greedy looking, bishop takes a2, but there's no way your bishop gets trapped there, Robert. I'm team take that pawn.
There might be queen a1, so I'm realizing now I might have blundered because queen a1, even in this position, carries the threat of hitting that knight on f6 and through it the bishop on g7. But Gukesh plays knight f4. I think you can successfully take this pawn on c4 now and live to tell the tale.
Yeah, knight f4 definitely speaks to the fact that maybe he didn't notice queen a1. I still think after queen a1 there was a whole bunch of nonsense tactics, but you're right, queen a1 didn't occur to me at all and may have been the important resource. But I'd rather lose my A pawn than my C pawn.
Right, because you lose the C pawn and you probably will also lose your A pawn at some point.
Yeah.
Look at the simple play from Pranav. He stole a pawn, put his queen on A4. You can't attack the queen anymore from there. And now you're trading pieces. Knight E8. Just get out of the attack.
Yeah.
Trade the dark square bishops. Black is cruising right now.
Yeah, it's so weird. Knight E8. Pranav has found that defensive move on a few games this match, and it looks so awkward, but I think it's actually just that strong. You can even go rook d1 if you want to fully simplify the game.
I love rook d1. Why not? Does white have any attack that I should be afraid of? I don't think so. So rook d1, I don't need to protect my back rank. And the knight on g7 is a very good defensive piece as well. a2 is loose. Rook d1 is the move I would play, but Buddy's in for a think. He doesn't want to rush his decisions.
Yeah, it makes sense. I think he's used his time well in important moments. Rook d1, queen takes, and queen back to d7 is one really, really defensive, just solid way to play. So he may choose that, or he may look to go more aggressive because, as you pointed out, the king position is actually safe here for black.
And does white have a threat? So bishop takes a2.
I would play queen e7, right?
Yeah, queen e7, just going after the pawns, and then it goes bishop e4. He wants some kind of sacrifice that probably shouldn't even work out. So black makes just queen d7, the move you mentioned earlier. Keep all your pieces nice and connected.
That's what I would do. Queen d7. Once there's no queen e7, and I'm convinced that taking on g6 is just speculation, I'm a huge fan of black's position, and I'm struggling to find ways to make it work for white. Like, what is the next move? You almost have to go crazy on the king side.
Yeah, I was thinking about bishop takes g6, just hope chess, maybe the only type of chess that keeps white in the game. Queen e8, look at that move. You're
So
trying to
strong.
trade queens, and if queen d4, knight e6, let's try to trade knights. Let's get pieces off the board, because black is up 2 pawns total, but 3 pawns on the queen side.
Yeah, and he has to play queen e5 after knight e6. I think it's the only attempt. Got to keep some pieces on the board. c5 actually makes a lot of sense as well, because hang on a sec, how does the queen even keep defending? Queen d3 forced.
Yeah, and then keep pushing the pawns, right? I would start with b5, and then b4, and then keep pushing those pawns up the queen side.
It's true. B5 looks like the one to start with, even if you're not sure the next move. Bishop B7, he's trying to get in around behind, but maybe Bishop C4 and A5?
Why not? Keep all the pawns if you can. Be greedy. Looks pretty good. I'm wondering, Bishop takes A6 is not a pawn I want to give up, but he offers a knight trade saying you can have A6, but you still have B and C pawns to deal with.
Yeah, I like that decision as well. There could be some weird Queen C6 move coming up where you can kind of try to trap the bishop, but no, we just see B4. Interesting. He doesn't care. He's just pushing, Robert.
Can he keep pushing? Is B3 too much? Because you do trap your own bishop, which I don't love. But if I can get my queen to C2 as black, like B3, queen B2, queen E4 to C2, I feel like that should just be a win for Pranav.
Yeah, that's a good point. I was thinking like bishop D5 and queen E4 to try to switch to offense, but instead he's played B3. I do get a bad feeling. Playing B3 just doesn't feel right, but objectively, I agree with you. I think this has to be okay.
Yeah, bishop back, queen B4 is the plan. And if you trade queens, that pawn... Oh, is there bishop C4 for white afterwards?
Bishop C4. I think there is bishop C4, but still, you're completely stuck here. Okay, he goes bishop B1. Yeah, that's completely winning now.
That is such nice awareness from Pranav. He couldn't have played bishop B1 earlier. He would have dropped the B3 pawn, but he does a trade of pawns, and now that means that it's an extra pawn for black and a win for black because of that past extra pawn. Well done from Pranav.
What a bounce back. I mean, what was I just saying? I've literally never seen the guy tilt. Can you imagine going into a break after what should have been a win, turned into a loss, heartbreaking finish? And ironically, he comes back, and in that endgame, Robert, he kind of won the game in the exact same way that he tried to win the last position in. Except this time, it worked.
Yeah, this pass pawn delivered for him on this occasion, and now it's 7-half, 7-half. And Aman, we have about 15 minutes left in the 3+1. That leaves us with probably 3 games or so remaining in this time control. Gukesh with the black pieces, and apparently he has the upper hand because he stole a pawn in the set. What is Pranav doing in this game?
Yeah, he stole a pawn in the center, and yeah, he might get it back. I was actually wondering if he was going to play knight to b3. Instead, he decided to take the pawn this way, but even though the material has been equalized, the quality of the pieces is, just in question right now. Queen d7 hits h3, pieces going to open files, and, easy targets for black. Gukesh has a very, very nice position.
Yeah, simple moves for him, and I saw that featured chat. Sorry, I don't remember your username, but saying black has won 6 games in a row. That is not something you see very often.
I can't even believe that, even hearing it. But yeah, I guess it just goes to show the white pieces, and we see it again right here, have not been super impressive.
And destroyed level, in the feature chat just now, is that they hadn't heard of Pranav before, but now they have, and yeah, he's beast level. He is an absolute monster. And you see this position, Pranav, he actually is helping himself quite a lot in the last bunch of moves. I do feel like black maybe had more of an initiative at some point. To me, this just looks like a pretty normal looking position where, sure, black is slightly better. C2 is a bit tender, but I think that the last bunch of moves have favored white.
Yeah, and there's probably a really critical move here, just because I think if the bishop, if it goes to c1, it's just clearly your position is much worse. Bishop d2, though, also feels wrong with bishop takes c2 and d3 as a very tricky resource there. So is bishop e5 the move here, Robert? Because there's not many squares, and bishop e5 feels wrong.
It feels wrong to give up a bishop, and the knight can take it, and maybe black will still be better there. We see the eval bar suggesting black is slightly better, but I agree with you. That looks like the only move just now. He goes knight e5, but the bishop doesn't get trapped because knight e5, bishop of f6, the bishop can take back on d4 because the bishop on g7 is shut out.
Yeah, so maybe in this case, first of all, we have to take this. So knight takes, bishop takes. I suppose if you take, right, there's just a hanging pawn on c2. Obviously, the king is kind of exposed from this g5 move, but there is a pawn up for grabs here.
Yeah, so we see the exchange on e5, and this suddenly doesn't look that bad for white. I see the eval bar really down on white's position.
Yeah, it's hating here.
But if I had this in a game from either side, I'd be like, okay, it just looks like a position where there's some initiative against the c2 pawn. But even if you win that pawn, that's seems to give white a lot of life on the king side.
Yeah, and one thing I was actually looking at here is takes, bishop c2, queen d2. Rook d5 is a big threat. And incredibly, after d3, rook takes g5 might lead to a draw or maybe even a win or something. So that's like a weird line there. Gukesh might have played one of the best moves in the position because it's so tempting to play bishop e5, Robert, but that might have been just a bad move.
What a mature move Rook F to E8 was. You could steal a pawn.
Wow.
There are all sorts of things you could do. He says, I'll settle, and it's not really settling because it was the best option. We see the eval bar. Rook C1 doesn't really work because of these D3 ideas for black. And there might even be Rook takes C2 first, Rook takes C2, and then D3. Wouldn't be surprised if that one also worked. So very nasty tactics in the air, and Gukesh with a slight lead in the clock.
So I think at this point, although Rook D1 is tempting, it might just be really bad because if you trade queens there, every pawn is falling on the second rank. I think you might have to play c3 and just, okay, I lose a pawn and just play on from there.
Yeah, although you're setting up a trap. I see you, Aman, that after c3 you can take twice, queen e5 check, the exposed dark squares around the black king could be a problem. So right now black has the initiative against the queen side, but the king side is a bit airy, and that's something that could backfire for Gukesh.
I think it's c3 or bust here for white. I don't know what else you do. He does play it. I mean, it makes sense. d3 can happen, but at least there is a way that this position turns around, Robert, right? Even though black has this crazy strong pass pawn on d3, there are a lot of endgames where, hang on, the king just comes over and picks it up.
And look at Gukesh again. He doesn't take on c3, doesn't push the pawn. He first plays rook e8, and he poses the question to Pranav, where does your queen want to go? Is there anything besides queen d2? You have to step in front of the pawn. Then d3, there might be bishop f1 for white, just barely holding on. He goes out to c4, but now the pawn just rolls forward.
It's a very strange decision, honestly. I think he's immediately regretting it. Bishop's defending it, rook's coming in, and yeah, you almost have to go like king g1. You can't lose this pawn, but then h3 hangs, b2 hangs.
This is just really looking good for Gukesh, but he needs to play accurately. Is rook takes b2? Is there a problem with that? I don't see it at first glance.
I don't see anything wrong with rook b2. Can't play d2, is important to note.
Because you dropped the rook. So Gukesh investing a little bit of time here. He is well ahead in the clock, Pranav down to 14.2 seconds. I'm taking the free pawn. That's what I'm doing.
And let's not forget, bishop f1 is the intention, right? You want to kick the rook and then play bishop takes on d3. Here's queen e6, and after queen d4 check, I mean, isn't bishop f1 happening? Why is he playing a rook endgame?
He says that I can just be better. Look how much more activity he has, and he probably understands. Oh, b6,
Wow.
he shut the queen out.
Wow, no, he had that move prepared, and with 4 seconds left, there's no way this is what Pranav wants. Nasty move there. Bishop to e4, and yeah, forgot about the queen there, sliding laterally.
Aman, do you think he forgot about the queen, or he's getting ready for bullet?
I don't think he forgot. Just being polite, Robert,
Yeah, no, he was trying to be cheeky over there, thinking that Gukesh might blunder or might pre-move, but no, that was a win for Gukesh. That was a one-sided game. And what's been interesting, that's the 7th win for the black pieces in a row. When one side wins, they immediately lose with white in the next game.
I don't know what it is, but it's like no one can catch a break around here. You think about tennis and holding serve. I feel like everyone is just breaking each other's serve back to back.
It's true. And so now I think a solid game might be what the doctor ordered for Gukesh. But these players, they've shown that they're willing to take risks. No just solid draws. Let's play. Isn't a5 hanging right now?
It's very hanging. Like, it's a super hanging pawn. Why doesn't he take that? Knight to d4, bishop takes d8, hits the queen, Robert. So, yeah, that is just a mistake. Will we finally see a win with the white pieces?
And look at Pranav. He's upset with himself there. He realizes now that he doesn't get to throw that knight d4 move in. As you're saying, bishop takes d8. The white queen is captured, but then black's queen is captured as well. And that's a huge oversight because that means white successfully steals a pawn and should have the upper hand.
Absolutely. No, that's a big miss. And it looks like, you're just winning one of the pawns on the side of the board. It's not that impactful. losing that A pawn is such a big deal here. He plays knight d4 anyway, which is, I mean, I don't know. He wants the move like knight b3 after queen d1 or queen d3, but it's not happening. Queen d3 is super accurate.
Yeah, so queen d3 keeps everything nice and together. And if you trade on f3, you're just trading pieces. He goes knight f5, trying to get things at least in interesting territory, but it's not really that interesting, is it? Can the queen just slide over? And it does.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if queen b3 or queen e2, knight d4 would repeat, and it would be kind of forcing, but now he has to repeat without a threat. So obviously, white can just make a move like rook d1, and this has been one of the, I was just going to say, more disappointing games of this match. An early blunder and just much, much worse.
Yeah, it's 2 games in a row, very one-sided in Gukesh's favor. He is the stronger player between the two. Classical chess rating leaves him number 13 in the world, so he's very powerful. But Pranav was consistent throughout the early stages of the match. He did lose 4 games in a row at some point, but they immediately bounced back. But just the style he's playing with right now, it feels like he's playing a little bit more for aggression, for initiative, for some tricks, and he's not keeping the foundation of his position so steady.
And the game might get out of hand, so I actually want to pull up an analysis board because I'm thinking a few moves back here. There's just one moment after b3. Bit of a mistake by Gukesh. I was looking at b5, takes, and you start to have these ideas like rook a2, bishop b4. Queen doesn't have a lot of squares. Knight doesn't have a lot of squares. There's some pressure on the pawns here. This might have been at least the last moment to even try, Robert, but a bit of a missed opportunity there because once white got this move a5, yeah, goodbye counterplay dreams.
None whatsoever. And when you say goodbye to counterplay dreams, you're also saying hello to a 2-game lead for Gukesh, something he hasn't had the entire match, if I'm not mistaken. He did take the lead into this 3+1 time control, but I believe it'll be his first 2-game lead, and that's scary territory for Pranav.
It is. Yeah, no, absolutely correct there. Queen to c2, bishop a7. Not sure what to say here. This looks like last-ditch effort on the king side, but if this doesn't pull through, then I don't think he's got anything left in the tank.
Yeah, just don't take that pawn on h4. G4 is a good move. Taking on h4 would open up your king. G4 closes that side of the board. Knight c7, knight e6, knight f4. At some moment, you'd like to go for an attack, but one knight is not enough. And he brings his knight to h7 and up to g5. I like the start of this. Actually, I'm starting to look at some counterplay here for black, and white needs to be a bit cautious.
Right. I mean, the knight wants to reach the f4 square. You play g4, you solve one problem, but, 3-4 moves down the road, there's another one. Queen f6, and hang on. The rook is paralyzed. Wait, the bishop is paralyzed as well.
Oh my goodness. 96, you win material back. How did he escape?
It's unbelievable. It looked done and dusted, but the magical black pieces strike again.
But queen f4, what is he aiming for with that move? I mean, you just filled the square, you clogged it. That's where the knight belongs. And is there a threat that I'm not seeing?
So odd. I mean, everyone watching is like, wait a minute, knight e6, right? Why are we not going to f4? It's just incredible. Put the queen there instead. I still think that black's position is tremendous, but I think black's position is good because of the move queen f6 and knight e6. So if the best idea is to go back, I don't know anymore.
There's a problem for white that you want to play rook d7, but you drop the c3 pawn. Knight takes c3 would be a problem. So here, for white, can you maybe play a move like knight b6 or knight d6 to start trading off some of the pieces? He goes knight d6.
Absolutely, yeah. Just move that knight pretty much anywhere. If I'm playing in Pranav's shoes here, I'm playing knight c7, knight e6, and trying to bring the knight there. It's like, I feel like if you take, you're just resigning yourself to just no more threats.
Yeah, you can't take that, but is the b7 pawn going to be captured? At this point, you don't care about the queen set. Who cares? Just give that up. Play knight c7, play knight e6, move the queen out of f4. Shouldn't be there to begin with, and he's going for it. I mean, this is a good plan for Pranav.
I think it's the right idea. It's a little bit of a dicey position for white to handle both of the knights coming in the position. C4, not a good move. C5, though, makes a ton of sense. Finally, he goes backwards, Robert. He's on the right track.
Yeah, and he's giving up in exchange. Please take my rook, says Gukesh. I'll take back with my rook there, and whatever attack you hope to have has fizzled out. H3 is hanging, but I don't think you are just grabbing pawns in this position. And white, look, shut down the bishop on a7. That piece is not participating.
Yeah, it's true. Although you do have the b8 square and an easy target, so it's not like you won't play the rest of the game, but you're right. It does not do anything like it did 5 moves ago.
No, and barely any time for Pranav. He plays rook to b. Oh gosh, look how passive his pieces are.
It doesn't feel good, but he does have one of the best pieces on the board, the knight on f4.
Yeah, he goes to d4 instead. He's using that dark square. Knight c4 back. Knight takes e5 was kind of a threat.
Yeah, but once this rook moves and you get bishop b8, I think black's position really comes alive here.
And black only has 7.7 seconds left. And Gukesh, he's now down to 28 himself. Bishop b8, rook d7. Hit the b7 pawn, threaten knight d6 in some positions. Just trade.
Yep.
Maybe your king feels safer this way.
That's right, but I mean, just incredible by Pranav to be in this position. His position has improved so much, it might not even be easily winning anymore.
No, it's not at all. Look at this. He's just put his pieces on excellent squares, and white has one extra pawn, but because of the pawn structure on the queen side, those pawns cannot move. So knight b6, knight c8, where's his knight going?
Yeah, I think he's trying to threaten rook takes d4. I don't know if he's going to go for it, but f4, what a move.
Wow, f5, and he wins a piece.
Amazing. He just came up with that out of nowhere with the time pressure as well.
f4 was an incredible move. I mean, if we can show that again, that would be awesome, because he moved a pawn in front of his own king, but he took advantage of the fact that the knight on d4 was loose. So credit to Gukesh there. He just earned a 2-point lead, but that was a game that started well for Gukesh, then suddenly was going Pranav's way, and then when the critical moment arose, not much time on the clock.
I mean, this was so strong, Robert, because in fact, he's not actually threatening to win a piece now, but he caused Pranav to move the knight, and then f5 was so strong. And meanwhile, f5, queen f6, g5 is about to win. He took a position that was actually getting out of hand, and he brought it back. So that's super impressive as we get back to the game at hand. But Pranav almost flipped that around. But you mentioned it, right? Are we at an official 2-point lead as first of the match?
We are, and no one else is official. This is the final game of 3 minute plus 1 second bonus time. So we are going to see the next game be Bullet. Aman, I mean, this game is very critical for Pranav. And what are these knights doing? Knight on d6, knight on f6. You want to play e5, but the knight on c3 is loose.
That's right. Yeah, I've actually never seen a position like this where the knights are like that, and it's actually completely fine. So what's going to happen is you defend this knight, let's say bishop b2, b4. And yeah, you want to play e5, but guess what? You got to deal with your knight, and if you move the knight, e4 just hangs.
Yeah, this is a good position for Gukesh. B4 play, knight d5. Bishop takes d5, anybody? And take back with the knight on d5. You keep an extra pawn.
But hang on, what about knight takes on e4? Is that a really tricky way to maybe win a pawn and keep a pawn here?
Nice. You keep the bishop pair and go up the pawn. Well spotted by you there. And this is really bad for Pranav. The good thing is he's an amazing bullet player. The bad news is he's looking like he's about to enter down 3 points. This is worst case scenario, considering he started +3 to this match.
That's right. Yeah. It means that the swing is going to be, not only claiming those 3 points back, but getting 3 points of his own. So a 6-point swing going into the bullet from the start of this match is just incredible. And Pranav is just kind of doing that chess player stare up to the ceiling as you're wondering where the heck it all went wrong. Rook h4, look, it's classified as a mistake, Robert, but you got to understand a little bit. He's trying to play moves that might be dubious, but give him some kind of hope.
Yeah, he gets a few free turns. Knight e5, rook takes h7. Unfortunately, you don't have knight e5 because your rook on h4 is loose. The knight on f3 has to stay there. Bishop takes f3 is the immediate threat that Gukesh is going for. And I think black can even play f5. Sometimes people try to defend, not that black really needs defense, passively. He can throw pawns forward, and now f5 looks really strong because that rook is running out of squares.
Yeah, absolutely. f5, we'll see rook g3, I think. Doesn't really make any sense to me to play rook f4. But yeah, I mean, rook Rook G3, Knight E4, and we can pretty safely say that this is not how a rook is supposed to be on a kingside attack, right, Robert? Rook H4, Rook G4, Rook G3, Rook H3.
No, what you want to do is either throw away your h4 pawn and go your rook to h3, or pry open the files with a move like h5. But knight e4, take my knight. You kind of have to, unless you want to put your rook on h3, and we said how bad that looks. And is there any chance? I know we're pessimistic because black objectively is completely winning, and now especially after queen b6 is completely winning. But I was going to ask if there's any chance, and the answer is no. So I'll answer it for myself.
Robert talking to himself again. We've told him to stop doing that. Knight e5 will be captured, and it looks bad because of the dark squares, but queen from b6 to f2 with rook c2 coming, with pawn to e3 coming, that is going to be really tough to handle. And I mean, talk about tough to handle. That's the best move on the board right there.
Yeah, what a nasty move. The g2 pawn is pinned. If you take on f3, e takes back, threatening checkmate in 1. And I know Gukesh has many fans, Amon, but it looks like he has a fan on him. I see his hair like moving a bit. So he's cooling down while his chess is heating up.
That's what they call those icy hot patches. He's got one of those going on right here. Queen b2. I mean, the guy's ready for the L'Oreal commercial. It's like, you got a chess match to play at 5 and a L'Oreal commercial at 8.
And rook c2 right now.
Nasty.
Oh my gosh, just too much firepower in this position. And, well, if you could trade off all the heavy pieces, maybe white would have a chance in an opposite colored bishop ending. But I don't see how you trade 2 rooks and a queen here. Yeah,
this is a lot. And even if you got there, it's like it might still be lost.
Probably is. Yeah, you're right. Ugh. So 19 seconds, less than that now for Pranav. A very sad conclusion to the blitz portion of this match. And you can see it on his face. I mean, it's registering with him. Just this is going wrong.
Rook d2, maybe? Question mark? Want to trade something.
Rook takes g2 now. That rook is pinned on g3.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, oof. That's just game over. Yeah, he's kind of doing that stare into the camera where he knows the game is done, and officially that is a win for Gukesh. And also officially, Robert, we're at the end of the 3+1 segment. Look at Gukesh feeling much better about this match now.
Yeah, 10.5 to 7.5 in his favor. And what that really means is because he was down 3.5 to half, he's up 9-4 in recent games, right? So he has just been, or sorry, 10-4. I can't even do math. He has just gone on a tear. You see it. He tied the 5+1 portion by winning his last 3 games. He wins the 3+1 segment 6-3. So Amon, it's all coming down to the bullet. The question is, can Pranav mount that comeback?
Well, I think this is right at that amount of games where, look, guess what? It's bullet. This can absolutely happen for Pranav, but I was saying I think he could be down 2 games going in the bullet, and that was like kind of the maximum. He's down 3, so I got to be honest, I think it's a little bit too much right now. If Gukesh even has an average day at bullet, I think that's enough to win this match, given the fact that he's got the lead going in. But it is bullet, and I think we'll have a good idea, Robert, in game 1, how it's going to go. So we'll see what kind of Pranav shows up.
Yeah, that remains to be seen after the break. But before we head to the break, we just want to give you an opportunity to join the official Chess.com community club. This is the place to be for all info on community, not the TV show, don't worry, but for tournaments, giveaways, contests, and other events. Plus, connect with the community and stay up to date on the chess world. Use the command community in chat to get in on the action. And speaking of action, as you all join the community club, the action will continue in the Junior SpeedChess Championship. This is the semifinal match between Gukesh and Pranav. We'll see you on the flip side of this break.
This right here is how I use Chessable and why. I've been using it for a long time. I mean, if you look up here, actually have my streak. It says 1,231 days, right? You're gonna forget a lot of the things that are in the book. Chessable came around. When I got on Chessable, it's literally, I was already doing that. So this is now a game changer because I can do it faster. It's online, it's in front of me. All of my books are here. There's gonna be folders now so I can categorize by white, black, and tactics in game. But I literally have everything in one area. As you see, I'm scrolling here. This is why I like this. So they're like, how many Chessable books you got? I'm like, all of them. How I use Chessable is actually, I do a lot for the opening training. I do tactics on here. I do calculation. I do in-game. I do everything but the database. All my training on here all the time. Chessable is the wave. This is why I like to use Chessable. It's actually helped me. I remember even online, I was only like capping out at 2350, almost 2400 in Blitz and Bullet. My chess comm is 26 with a high of 2774 in Bullet. And I blame all of this, like success, really is just working on Chessable, just being honest with you.
What's the best way to follow any chess event from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, FIDE World Championship, and so much more?
Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, opening explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tiebreaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
We return for the final time control of this Junior Speed Chess Championship semifinal match between Gukesh and Pranav. Right now, Gukesh has a 3-point lead over his opponent, Pranav. Aman, it started in the opposite direction. 3-point lead for Pranav, but since then, all Gukesh.
That's right. I do want to point out, though, Robert, that if we've seen that 3-point lead vanish once in this match, it can happen again. And I think the most unpredictable time control, the most ballistic time control, and the one that Pranav would want to be in to improve his chances is Bullet. And guess what? He's here. He's about to get into some 1+1 chess. I'm very curious to see how that increment plays in to the two players playing Bullet, because They've probably played so much 1+0 chess. How are they going to handle the increment?
And bullet chess is very nerve-wracking. And if it weren't just the chess, there's so much at stake in this match. Yeah. A lot of prize money. And of course, the players, they're in a competition. They always want to win and move on. So you see the winner advances to the Junior SpeedChess Championship Finals. The total event prize pool here in the 8-player knockout is $45,000. The winner earns of this match is $4,000 plus a split of $4,000 based on win percentage. That means they earn more than $6,000 for winning this match, with more money to come in the JSCC final. And the JSCC champion gets a spot to the Speed Chess Championship. That's the ultimate goal for these players. Amon, we saw Gukesh now on screen. We saw him last year in the Speed Chess Championship. He lost to Magnus Carlsen. He would like to return and do better. And for Pranav, this would be really a huge opportunity for him to make it all the way to there and a chance with the top players in the world.
Absolutely. And you think about Pranav and what it would mean to him. It's also the #1 seed that he's facing. So this is probably his toughest challenge. So if he can get through this, I mean, it's not going to get much harder than Gukesh.
No, it's true. Gukesh, number 13 in the live classical ratings, and with a 3-point lead in this match, we are off. It is bullet chess. It is going to be fast-paced, and right now, both players with more time they started with.
Yeah, I think we might be seeing that in a few of these matches here. We've seen this opening before, so nobody changing things up as we get into this. Knight e4 and knight d6 is a very common plan here to just get rid of that light square bishop.
And look at Buddy Pranav's clock, 1 minute, 6 seconds. It's good for him that he plays hyper bullet. What's that? When you start with 30 seconds, that's all you get for the whole game. He is so used to playing with no time on the clock that he is playing at some of the fastest speeds that you'll see on the server.
Absolutely. We see h5, h4. Now, if pawn to g4, I'm immediately thinking, do we sack there? But he didn't. Pawn goes to h3, and I feel like in bullet, a pawn on h3 is worth a lot, even though objectively it might not be the best.
Yeah, that's right. You kind of throw the eval bar out the window, unless it's completely and obviously winning. This position, slightly better for white, slightly better for black. The players don't know that. They're just trying to come up with ideas.
Yeah. And in this position, strangely enough, sometimes you can play moves like bishop d5 to like win the rook. I actually wouldn't do it here, but it's just one of those moves that you can think about.
It's funny that the reason you wouldn't do it is because the pawn on c6 is so important, keeping the knight out of d5. And guess what? I said keep the knight out of d5. He went b4 to go b5, but then bishop f8 hit the rook and the b4 pawn behind it. Black has the upper hand right now, but white has the lead on the clock.
Mm-hmm. He's playing this very well, but it's almost that like unfortunate situation where you win material, but then you're unhappy to take it.
That's true. The dark squares around the black king might be a problem, but right now, white doesn't have attackers over there. The bishop on f1 is passive. The knight on c3 dominated by the pawn on c6, and off come the rooks. A great decision from Pranav.
Yeah, the rook wants to use the d file, but be careful. Bishop c5, a6, and that a7 pawn is loose. Why didn't he go back to c5? A huge mistake.
Yeah, that was, I mean, he just missed that b4 could be captured, I guess, and he wants an attack, but f6 hits the bishop on e5, and the bishop has nowhere to go because the knight c3 is loose.
Yeah, that might, I mean, it might get really weird after bishop c7 there, but that would have been the move.
And queen e7, watch out for your king.
Yeah,
where does he go now?
Rook d7, queen e8 doesn't make any sense to allow that instinctively.
He goes rookie, but a6, the bishop on f1 is a great piece all of a sudden.
Yeah, pawn to c4 though, one move away from a check, a huge check at that.
And queen b3, queen e3 check, queen takes f3. This is a problem for white all of a sudden.
Huge problem. Knight c3 only move, but then the c4 move out. Queen b6 and queen f2 is about to happen.
Be careful. He goes bishop d4 to keep that queen out of there. White has the upper hand. By the way, look at how fast Gukesh is playing. 32 seconds on his clock.
It's incredible. Queen d8 and bishop c5. Oh, queen f6 even better.
That's nasty. That's a win for Gukesh, a 4-point lead. I am just so impressed by Gukesh. His bullet rating right now, everybody, it is 31-27. He's one of the highest bullet players on the site.
Wow. Just wow. That is quite something. Remember, Pranav's an amazing player, but he was made to look slow in that game. Gukesh was like 30 seconds up on a guy as speedy as Pranav.
And historically, Gukesh is not much of a bullet player. Not that he's not good at it, he just doesn't play it. And he beat Amin Ohanian 8-2 to gain much of that rating. And now he's saying, Pranav, you're at 3,100 yourself. hey, this is just a match, and I'm happy to be even with you here because I started with a 3-point lead. Now it's up to 4.
Yeah, a great position here, though, in my opinion, for white. Bishop comes to d6. You've got e4 in there. You are up a pawn. The knight is somehow just holding everything together.
And you see the rook can just move back. As you point out, the c5 pawn is extra. And the black queen would like to go to a5 and try to wreak some havoc on the queen side.
Yep.
But the bishop on d6, that is such a good piece.
Yeah, pawn to c4. I mean, pawn to b3 is about to happen. This is an amazingly good position for Pranav, who's also playing quickly.
And that's right, Brennan Causey. It's about to get wild. It's already been wild. Thanks to everyone who's been here for the ride. And there's still much more action left. 25 minutes plus on the clock. That's plenty of time for Pranav to make this comeback.
Absolutely. I mean, the first thing you need to do is actually bring it back to what it was before the bullet started. That 3-point deficit.
Yeah, one game at a time. I know it's cliche, but it's really necessary. You have plenty of time, but you can't go all in. You can't just sacrifice pieces speculatively, not against Gukesh, that's for sure. And now white's up 2 pawns.
Yeah, knight d4, the queen comes back to e4, and don't think I'm seeing any problems with that position. White seems to be just picking up pawn after pawn.
I was going to say, is there an f5? But no, there's queen e5 check after queen e4.
That's a good point.
So
setting it up, though, with e5. So exactly what we just said. Maybe king g2, but then f5. You got to make sure you stay on that diagonal, too.
Yeah, the queen can go to b7, but the queen might get trapped over there. So king g2 played. I think f5, queen b7 check is just enough for white. And now Gukesh plays it. He's down under 20 seconds. He hides his king on h6. There must be something going after that black king.
Yeah, c3 might be a very, very good move here. Where does this queen go, though? f7, you're just trying to survive. Takes rook d7.
Oh, there's the mating net. Here it comes.
Or
rook d7.
Rook d6 as
Both
well.
look really good.
Yeah, I don't
rook
know which
d6,
one's
rook
better.
g8. That protects the pawn, but he goes rook d7. He sees a mate here. The knight on a4 is hanging, but unfortunately there's queen g7 check, h4 check, queen takes g6 mate.
Yep. That we'll just see that play out. Here we go. Even better, queen g7 and a little pawn mate to close things out here. Oh, he's going to sack the queen. Of course. No pawn mate for us, guys.
For Gukesh, lose on time here. Just let the time elapse, and that way you spend more time off the match clock. Still 23 minutes and 30 seconds, and now it's a 3-point deficit once again. Pranav strikes back.
Yep. Gukesh is already starting to be smart with the match clock, and as he should. He took the lead in, and what's the point of having that lead if you're not going to use it?
Yeah, you don't want to have the lead now. You want to have it at the end of the match. So just waste that time, so to speak, and that's the smart plan. So right now, with the black pieces, Buddy Pranav, he's saying, my king can't get out of the center just yet, but I have good placement on my pieces, and that bishop on g2, your extra bishop, you're staring into a brick wall.
Yeah, this looks like prep. I'm just going to go ahead and say that. Not only was this a very specific move order, queen e3, knight h4, but also b4 while the bishop was pinned to get b5 quickly. Great stuff, but look, Pranav's hanging in there and saying, look, this is a bullet game. Doesn't matter if you get a good position out of the opening. It's all about the middle game.
It's true, and right now, bishop takes c3, rook e2 is a threat. Knight d1, you noted that it was all prep, and we've seen it from Gukesh before, but I don't like how this game has gone for him.
Yeah, this looks like c4, b4, e4, so many squares for the black pieces. Everyone's happy here.
Yeah, except for this rook on a1 and bishop on c1. Those pieces are certainly not happy. Queen d7, a calm move, but knight coming to e4 I thought was better to stop this bishop trade.
That's right. Yeah, now the bishop's trade and a5 pawn is loose. We've seen Pranav drop that a pawn, and he just did it again.
Yes, but now he has knight c4, knight takes e4, rook takes e2. That should get dicey.
Yeah, I was looking at initially at rook takes e3, but of course rook takes, probably not what you want to do. He goes back to defend it instead of that move knight c4, which was really sharp.
Yeah, maybe he thought that the liquidation would help white in some of these ways, but I think when you play rook e8 and rook a8 back, this game is trending in the wrong direction.
Yeah, rook c8 he might do here, but then rook c5, it's just hard to defend everything.
Rook takes c6 is not a threat because you would have traded and played rook c8. So actually, he could have lured Gukesh into a trap.
Knight a8. You're not happy to play that move, but he didn't really have many options. Knight e4 here.
He goes for it. Bishop takes, rook takes, h3 is hanging. Don't forget about that pawn.
That's right.
He goes king g2. If that knight gets to b4, suddenly black is in charge.
Yeah, actually, it could go to either side of the board and be happy. So he doesn't want it moving at all with rook b7. Understandable.
And now knight e6, as you pointed out, heading on over to the king side, or knight a6 into b4. It's a very active square where you're defending c6.
Yep. Either one looks okay here. Knight g4, I mean, yeah, actually, coming into e5, that's a bit annoying.
Is knight takes h3 a threat? That's a big question that I'm about, because the knight on g4 is about loose. He goes f4. Another great f4 from Gukesh.
That looks really strong. I almost want to play knight h7 to be ready for knight f6 after knight e5, but he's just losing material here.
Play knight c7. Give up the exchange and put your knight on d5. He goes to d8. He not even keeping the exchange, and now his knight's in a worse position.
Yeah, the knight doesn't have the d5 square. Now he's trying to get it there, but it's too late. The tempi has been lost.
And white, 12.3 seconds, plenty of time. Gukesh has been very fast. Ooh, queen h5, I like that.
That's a big move. g5 and g4. It's so tough to make work here, but he's got to try.
Knight, where's that knight going? Keeps getting kicked around. Nowhere good to go. h4 closes the king side, and now this c6 pawn is under attack. But queen h6 protects it.
Yeah, he wants the knight on f6. Every single pawn is falling. Queen offering a trade which cannot be accepted, and with 2 seconds left, can Pranav find anything here to keep the
he did.
alive?
Rook takes e4. c7 is a problem. Get a new queen.
Yeah. Oh, there's not much to try.
You should resign immediately, and Gukesh wins on time. It's a 4-point lead once more. I mean, Pranav, he struggled in that game. He just couldn't find the right squares for his pieces.
Yeah, and these points really add up, because it sounds obvious to say, but every time that Gukesh wins, it's put so much more pressure on Pranav, because Pranav doesn't just have to win one anymore. He has to win one to get back to where he was before, and then he has to win another one. And he's got to do that process like 4 times.
And he's playing Gukesh, who is an amazing chess player and 3,100 plus in bullet. And I have to say, I have been very impressed with Gukesh's bullet skills, just because we haven't seen much of it from him. But when he played in the SpeedChess Championship last year against Magnus Carlsen, he scored 4 points, if I'm remembering correctly, against Magnus in bullet. So he's clearly capable. And normally, when you play high-rated players, Aman, I think you would co-sign this, you tend to want to get to the bullet and try to beat them there. But if you can't beat Gukesh in bullet, you're in trouble in these matches.
Yeah, where can you beat him? I mean, scoring 4 points against Magnus is quite something. Scoring points against Magnus is impressive. Let's start with that. So 4 of them is fantastic. But we're in the thick of it here in this game. Pranav with the time advantage. And, while I don't love Pranav's position here, at least he's got that strong knight on f5, which will always give him attacking chances.
Yeah, monster knight sacrifices on h6 or g7, and that's why Gukesh takes it. And after pawn takes f5, I think he's taking with the g pawn. Is black going to play knight f4 or going to retreat?
Ooh, if e4, I think he takes on g6. Now, I don't know if that works.
Queen g3 check.
That's a good point. Queen g3.
Wait, but queen g3. Where's that king going?
That was missed. That was the idea. I think he was calculating pawn takes here, but it has to be queen g3.
Yeah, queen takes h3 and bishop c7 at the end. Uh-oh.
Amazing. What a calculation. He can just give this up. And what's the material count after that? f4, pawn takes, and knight g4.
All the black pieces are coming to the attack. And this is amazing because white can take a rook on e8, get a new queen with check. And so black temporarily will be down a rook and a bishop, and yet it's still completely winning because checkmate ends the game.
Unbelievable. What a calculation. Like, to feel comfortable being down, what, a piece and a rook? It's amazing.
Yes, it is just Gukesh on fire is what we are seeing. And Pranav, he's letting his time elapse, but he can't find a single defense. There is no that exists.
I mean, you have to take the rook, right? You feel like at some point, but it just doesn't help you. Yeah, what a game by Gukesh. I mean, Pranav shaking his head, but that's one of those head shakes where you're not really disappointed in yourself as much as kind of impressed by what's being thrown at you.
just sick play from Gukesh. I mean, since the first 4 games of this match, he's been a totally different player, right? He started off incredibly slowly. He was down 3 full points, and it looked like Pranav not just had a chance, was the favorite to win the match, and then Gukesh stormed back, and he's been relentless.
Yes. At this point, we really need to see something different from Pranav, or the match will just end. We're at that moment, 16 minutes on the match clock, and the deficit is, 13.5 to 8.5. So 5 points, which means, guess what? You have to start winning right now.
I think mathematically speaking, if he loses this game, he'll have to win the next 6 in a row. So he needs to get this game, does Pranav. And his position looks pretty solid from the black side over here. I tend to enjoy playing against this backward C-pawn in these structures. So, yeah, I'm happy for Pranav at this point.
Yeah, this looks good for him, but one asset that Gukesh has always had is how quick he plays these positions. Even the ones where he's maybe not loving the position so much, he still plays it quickly, and that puts pressure on Pranav, and it's been that pressure every single game. Bishop h2, like he's just finding these easy moves to play.
Yeah, and Pranav has built a lead on the clock, so that's good news for him. And e4, apparently not the move. Why is that?
Yeah, honestly, I think the reason might have been a little counterintuitive, but nevertheless, Pranav has got a fantastic position here. Probably, would you say, is his best bullet game that we're looking at right now?
Oh, yeah, and look at this position. I mean, his pieces are flowing. D4 is loose. All of Black's pieces are defended. Every single one. The rook on C8 protecting C4, the bishop on F7 also doing the same. It's a one-sided game in Pranav's favor, just what he needs.
Yeah, rook b1, knight d2, everything is loose, and actually after knight d2, that rook, surprisingly, is trapped.
That's wild. You don't expect to see rooks trapped like that. So you trade rooks on c8 first, and then you can even throw a knight takes f3 check, but you don't need to rush it. In fact, this move order forced white to shuffle with the rook, and now rook c4 for black seems to make a lot of sense, and this is just great.
I like that. Yeah, rook d8, big blunder. But other than that, I mean, you could probably just take this and cover the 7th rank. Is that just a nice, easy way to play?
King f7, king e6. Oh, it goes g5. What? Maybe
that was a pawn to be taken, right?
Because there was going to be a skewer down the e file at the end. Yeah, that actually was a missed opportunity.
Yeah, very tough to see that, though. I only could see with the assistance of knowing that the eval bar was jumping in one direction.
Right, it goes to zeros, and why would it be? Oh, that's why.
Must be.
But right now, you see that black is up 2 full pawns, and the a pawn should just run up the board. White does have some compensation thanks to that h pawn that's running quite fast as well.
Yeah, he has more compensation than he should, put it that way. Bishop d4, probably.
Yeah, that bishop helps the a pawn promote and stops the h pawn at the same time. h7 is
Yeah, that's weird not to play h7 here.
Rook d7 takes
God.
the bishop.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, and Pranav had 30 seconds.
Yeah, so much time and just heartbreaking. It's going to be a queen with check, by the way. Actually, yeah, I think, do you win the rook here? It's actually not so easy to win that rook. King e2, now it's queen d6, though.
He walked into it, and you can see how upset he is. Yeah, he just slams the table, and maybe the biggest loss of all was on the clock, right? The match clock is down to 12 minutes and 30 seconds. He's down by 6 points, so you only need 1 second remaining to start a game. There still mathematically is a chance, but Aman, we're honest people here. This looks like Gukesh's match, and it means that he'll move on to the JSCC finals.
Yeah, the other thing is that you also have to look at what just happened and say, if you can't win those positions, what positions are you winning? Because you're not going to get many chances better than that against Gukesh in this match overall. So, it just kind of speaks to how it's going so far.
And this game is going just like our games in Blitz. I love playing the Hippo,
That's
and
right.
Gukesh seems to be a fan of it himself. And it's quite a spicy position where now it's opening up, and that would give both sides chances here.
Yeah, and obviously that's what Pranav is looking for. He's still trying to shake off that last position. Also, there's a Hippo style of of play might be a bit of a tactic from Gukesh to elongate the games. He's just saying, okay, take this very closed position, and hey, it's up to you to break through. So go ahead and calculate.
And Gukesh gets in a d5 move that Pranav has been showing to us all match. The rook comes to d8 to support it. There's a lot of pressure down the d file, and apparently that move was a mistake. Why is a question I will maybe never answer.
Exactly. Oh, that's one for the history books.
And Akshay16 says Gukesh is better in bullet than I expected him to be. I think that's the case for every participant in the JSCC, that many of the others are known bullet aficionados. We have Raunak Sadhwani. He's playing bullet all the time. Pranav, always playing bullet. Denis Lazovic plays bullet regularly. And then you have Gukesh, who doesn't play bullet very often. And then when he does, he shows that, yeah, I'm kind of good at this thing.
Exactly. No, super impressed, and you can only sort of tip your hat to the way Gukesh is playing right now. Despite some very good positions for Pranav, they're just not panning out. So it's like Gukesh is drawing or winning his bad positions. He's not even losing them. And then he's, of course, winning his good positions.
And of course, he brought his king out to f6, which apparently was the best idea in the position. I mean, this is how talented he is. I mean, king f6 here is actually the safest it would be. If you hit it on the 8th rank, white maybe had time to get the rook over to h1 first. But now black controls the h file, although white controls the c file, and that's dangerous for black.
Yeah, if you move the bishop, rook c7 happens, and rook to h8 just doesn't make a threat. Rook takes e6 with check.
Uh-oh. So suddenly it's turning around for Pranav. He goes rook c8. But there's got to be a pin down the c file that should win for white. Rook c6.
Oh,
knight e7 at the end.
That is a good spot. Obviously, Gukesh is upset. He immediately noticed, oops. That's the first real serious blunder we've seen. But the game's not over.
Not at all. I mean, queen h8 is an idea for black, going after the white king. And if your king has to run to f2, there's rook h2 for black.
Yeah, I was thinking bishop f1 and just kind of, have the king there. But this is not so simple. I think bishop f1, and if the rook comes down somewhere, go like rook c7.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good. Wait, he he induced it. He said, "This is a mating net, so I'll give you my queen, and I'm going to win yours right back."
Yeah, interesting. And then he's got that a pawn. It's kind of clever.
That was really
knight
nasty.
d3 and knight takes b4.
Okay, the knight escapes to e6.
Yep.
Or f5, even better.
But I mean, look how much time Gukesh just wasted just finding all that.
Yeah, it's been an impressive display of defense, but at long last, Pranav is going to score this victory, and Gukesh, he's just going to play it out because that's good match strategy.
Why not?
And this game's going to go on for a little bit. Checkmate in 2 at this stage. Okay, it's 3. Black can give up the knight first, but it's about to be a checkmate, and Gukesh, he's just going to let his time go out, or maybe he will see himself get checkmated. And time elapses. Pranav gets a win, but only 8 minutes remain in the match, and it's a 5-point spread. Possible, but only if Pranav wins every single game instantly.
So what you're saying is there's a chance.
I am saying that there is, in fact, the slimmest of slim chances.
A non-zero chance. Yeah, I mean, if you look at how long that game took, it was actually a 4-minute game. And those types of numbers are not going to cut it. Pranav also just chucked a pawn. I think he's got that wry smile on his face now where that's almost like okay, this thing is over, because he just played h3 when the bishop was blocked with the knight on d7. He's just playing too fast because he needs to. And Robert, I just don't think he's in this match anymore.
Nah, it's not going to happen. And I have to say the current prediction, 92% in Gukesh's favor. That's wrong. It's like 99.9% in Gukesh's favor.
That's actually surprisingly low.
Yeah, that has to be, just turn it up a notch, because this match, we're just being honest with you all, it effectively is over with only 6 minutes and 50 seconds now remaining and a 5-point deficit. In fact, all Gukesh needs to do is play this game out, and then he could probably lose all the rest of the games on time by just sitting there, and he would win the match.
Yep. Yeah, and this one I'm not even sure that he's going to play out and draw or lose. No, he just might play it out and win it because his position also looks overwhelming here with the white pieces.
Yeah, look at this. Trading the queens because there's rook d8 check at the end if you take
Could also have taken the pawn now that I think about it.
Oh, that was a better way of doing this very same thing.
Exactly. Yeah, knight takes e4 would have been a stellar move.
Instead, we get here the knight on g5 is almost trapped, but I guess it's not because
E6.
e4 is hanging.
E6. I'm actually really mean. Bishop takes, everybody takes rook d7, play an equal rook endgame, which is just cruel.
So instead of winning quickly, you draw slowly.
Oh yeah, that's actually much worse.
I kind of like it.
Slow death.
That's very cruel, but it makes a lot of sense. If rook a5, knight takes e4 next, and then knight can go into f6, and white is probably just going to win this game.
Yeah. Oh, knight d6, and I think it's done from here. He's even going to resign the game. Of course, at this point, you want to resign and start the next game as quick as possible, but it's also, you just know kind of the match is over. When the lead has just ballooned now to back to 6 points. So unfortunately, Robert, I don't think we're going to see any comebacks here.
Gukesh is 3146 rated in Bullet on the site. He is getting to the territory where he's at the top of the leaderboard, and maybe he should keep playing Bullet. But for his classical chess, for the type of chess he wants to play, he's going to stay away from Bullet, I'm sure. But for Gukesh, it's been an awesome match, and I just want to point out that Pranav does have a lot to play for in these next couple games. We said it's $4,000 to the winner, and the remaining $4,000 is split by win percentage. There's a lot of money at stake with each point that Pranav can score.
Exactly. So, I think it makes it nice for the fans that while you do see the players tilt a little bit, they're also not ever fully on tilt, right? Because they know that each of these Bullet games is $50, $100. There's a lot on the line.
And we have a great position here where black castles queenside after white castles kingside. Whose attack is going to come first? Don't take that knight on d4. Don't open the c file. So the queen sits on d5, and I don't think bishop takes d4 is something you want to do. So he plays rook e1, giving that knight on d4, giving a pawn on that square.
Yeah, the thing is, he's happy to lose a pawn there, but only if you give away the dark square bishop. If you lose a pawn there by trading only knights, that's not quite what he wants.
No. And he wants queen takes g2 checkmate, does Gukesh. f5, oh goodness, that bishop is going to be shut out of the game after f4.
He was threatening mate, by the way.
Yeah, he was, but now his bishop is entombed. Oh, wait a second, he's too clever.
He is clever.
That was nasty.
That was, a little do-si-do there. Queen goes up, down, up, and then bishop joins it. Wow.
Wow, you got to swing your partner round and round. And he just steals this pawn on f4, and now it's Gukesh down under 18 seconds, and he just didn't see that coming.
Yeah, it's like, you may have won the match, but you lost this calculation battle.
And that doesn't feel good. Chess players, they want to win every single battle that they take part in. And I don't see another option besides queen g3 here. c7 is hanging, so that's why the bishop was captured. And isn't white a pawn ahead? And I don't see the... Oh, gosh, bishop f3, knight f3, queen takes d8 check was there.
That's incredible, yeah. If there was ever a a thing to miss, that would be it at the top of the list. Queen f4, rook e5 looks fantastic, though.
Ooh, just very direct.
Yeah, he's all over this position. Queen to g6 and maybe even knight h4 there.
And he plays g4, which means the pawn is defended very, very well. And now white is up 2 pawns, and it might just become 3.
Yeah, after bishop... Okay, interesting. Bishop d7. Now I think we can move the knight. Maybe knight to h6. Yeah, and I like rook e2 just to bring the rook back and give up 1 pawn, but obviously be winning.
It's what Gukesh did in the previous game, right? Traded queens by force, went up material, and so Pranav says, let me just trade pieces. I am up 2 pawns. Uh-oh, 1 pawn now.
Yeah, it's always a good idea until you do it so often that suddenly you don't have any left.
And rook d2 check takes b2, and now you're up 0 pawns.
Yeah, wait a minute. Okay, now it's a little too much, right?
At least the pawns are rolling very quickly, but black with an outside pass pawn of his own.
Is knight f3 the right way to do it? Yeah, because the bishop is so long range. I guess knight e4 is a really good move.
Oh, yeah, take on a4, and then rook h1, g5. Well done there by Pranav.
Yeah, I think we're in the territory where Pranav may win this one, and he's definitely gonna take some of these final points away from Gukesh. But as you can see, the match clock, this is very over in terms of the actual match.
Yeah, but he's winning several $100
exactly
with these wins, so it is very worth it for Pranav to keep playing and try to score another victory if we get one more game, which we will, because he can just ladder checkmate this out very easily.
Mm-hmm. And we will see the the long way down. He's gonna resign the game because I think he knows that the match clock will expire no matter what before this next game ends. So this is the last game of the match, and the final score will be so dangerously close to Smarter Chess's prediction. It was 16-12, Robert. That was the Smarter Chess prediction. If this ends 15.5 to 11.5, I mean, I hate it when he's right.
It's funny because he's right in the completely wrong way, right?
Yeah.
He said that Gukesh was a 1-point favorite in the longest time control, then 2-point favorite in the 3+1. But the match also started with 3.5 out of 4 for Pranav. So since that rough start, since that first break, Gukesh became a different player. And for Pranav, things didn't go his way. He's playing one of the best chess players on the planet, one of the best prodigies in chess history. So he can hold his head high. And he may, in fact, win this game. And if he does, he'll win the final 2 games of the match, earn some very hard-earned cash, and move on to his next event.
Absolutely. And I was about to say, interesting with bishop c2. So he does it now. I was wondering if he wanted to trade rooks or not. Because the knight is loose here. So some final tactics by Pranav, and he's kind of got his bishop in a weird position.
Yeah, so rook takes e1 check, rook takes e1, bishop takes a4, there's knight e4. So he plays h6. He's like, I can't afford to give up my d6 pawn, but good awareness from both players. The way they're handling these, isn't d6 hanging now?
Yeah, I forgot about that one. Both players have their hands in the air for different reasons, I think, here.
Wave your hands in the air like you just don't care. But I think that for Gukesh, he's stretching. He's like, oh, this wrist has done enough work on the mouse, on the chessboard. So let's get ready for the finals. Yeah,
I think he probably will win this final game, even though, what's the material? Only 1 pawn advantage. The eval bar is basically saying white is more than up a rook.
And it helps when you have a pawn on the 7th rank. It couldn't be captured because the knight on g6 was loose. And now rook d6 hit the h6 pawn, threat, and checkmate.
Yeah, that's just you and your accuracy, Robert Hess. Damn you.
Hey, I see checkmate in 2s. I have gotten pretty good at that over the years.
Rook d6 is that. It's a type of move that is just so strong. It knocks you out on the spot, and Pranav's going to resign that game. It's officially over, Robert. The bullet has come to an end. I mean, what a match that was, but it really did get out of hand. I think the deficit was too much to overcome in the bullet. It just wasn't ever going to happen. What a result from Gukesh.
Gukesh advances to the JSCC finals. He is our first entrant there. He wins by a final score of 16.5 to 10.5. And this scoreboard does sort of tell the story because Gukesh in the 3+1 and the 1+1 was dominant, but it doesn't tell the full story that it was a lead for Pranav and then Gukesh went on a roll.
Exactly. That is the story right here, but you can't actually see it by only looking at that graphic. 4.5 in the 5-minute portion doesn't tell the full story. There was a serious lead for Pranav early. Gukesh had to come back. I mean, it was actually a really topsy-turvy match, so I think we were treated today, but it just was getting out of hand near the end, and Pranav couldn't bring it back. It's like you kind of have that hope in bullet that, oh, there's my one chance to bring it back, and then you realize, wait, I'm playing a 3150 bullet player who's 13th best player in the world in classical chess. Yeah, this is actually harder than it looked.
Yeah, that was an uphill battle that he couldn't quite come through with, and you can hardly blame him, but it's a single elimination tournament, so our bracket is updated. Gukesh, he stamps his place in the championship match. He awaits the winner of his compatriot, Raunak Sadhwani, versus Denis Lazovic from Belarus. That one is tomorrow. That will be very exciting. But before we get to tomorrow's action, that's a day away, we are going to take a quick break, and when we return, we will have Gukesh on for an interview. So chat, now's your time. Submit your questions. Ask away. We would love to bring some featured chat questions to Gukesh. And when we return from this break, it will be an interview with our JSCC finalist, Gukesh.
What?
Did you teach certain positions or openings or middle games, or what did your training people look like?
I'll give you one of the secrets here. So a good coach will correct your moves, but a great coach will correct your thinking. And
all right, hold on. I want to repeat that again for the people in the back. Can you just repeat that again?
So a good coach will correct your moves, and a great coach will correct your thinking. So really part of the magic of coaching is holding a mirror up to a child so they can see their own thinking. And sometimes you made the move because you were overconfident, you were dismissive of your opponent. And so this kind of self-knowledge, this self-awareness is part of the cognitive process, and it helps to accelerate their learning curve as players. And so, meaning games are not lost because you didn't know the Roy Lopez, or you didn't know the 14th move of the Roy Lopez, or because you couldn't execute a rook and pawn endgame. Yes, of course, these are technical things that you need to win chess games. But games are also lost because of lack of self-knowledge. So the issue of Spassky losing to Petrosian, I tell the story many times, but Spassky lost the World Championship to Petrosian in 1966. Spassky goes back to Botvinnik and he says, why did I lose? Now, many people may not know, but Spassky was an incredibly talented chess player, right? In many ways, he's considered one of the first universal chess player. He can attack like Tal and he can defend like Petrosian, but he loses this match. And Botvinnik told him, the great talented Boris Spassky, did you study Petrosian? Right? So meaning he didn't think it was important to study the opponent. The famous line from Sun Tzu, know your enemy, know yourself, in 1,000 battles you will never lose. He just thought it was about Spassky. And so he had to take the time and recognize that he needed to understand Petrosian. Beating you means I must understand you. Chess is a conversation, is a dialogue between two chess players. So by 1969, he knew what to expect at the chessboard. He has studied Petrosian, and he eventually becomes the 10th world champion.
It is a pleasure to be joined by our first finalist for the 2023 Junior Speed Chess Championship. Gukesh, huge congratulations. That was a fantastic performance. But my first question has to be about the start of the match. You were down by 3 points. How did you right the ship, and were you able to storm back and then take the lead?
Yeah, it was a very unexpected start. I thought anyways I was quite confident even after the start, but yeah, it was quite scary. I didn't expect it to be so tough, but yeah, after the break, I managed to just freshen up and play some good chess.
Yeah, no, you definitely changed some stuff after the 5-minute portion. It was clear. I wanted to ask you about online chess in general, Gukesh. Do you play a lot of online chess? Because we all know you as just being so good at classical chess. We've seen all your big results there, but do you play online chess a lot?
Not so much actually. I mostly play some CCT events, but I almost never play casual chess online. It's not something that I enjoy a lot, but I'm trying to get better at this one also.
Yeah, even if you don't enjoy it so much, you're extremely good at it. So you just won your second match in a row against another strong player. And a question I have for you actually is about an over-the-board event you just played. Norway Chess was a nice success for you. You had a great showing. It was very impressive. How did you enjoy playing classical, and then if the game was a draw, heading to Armageddon?
Yeah, first of all, it was a huge experience for me playing in Norway, and it was I was quite happy about the performance. I think the tournament went quite well, and the Armageddon was fun, especially since I did so well. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was really fun to watch. So if there's that going for you as well. I wanted to ask you again about this match. I don't know if you noticed this, Gukesh, but there was a moment in this match where Black won almost like 10 games in a row. Did you notice that, first of all? And then, was that playing into your choices with White at all?
Yeah, I did think about it. I don't know, with White, it was just so odd that both of us were getting terrible positions out of the opening with White. And yeah, maybe, I don't know, it was just playing in both of our heads, maybe, or I don't know, it's easier to just respond to what opponent is doing in bullet. I don't know what's the reason, but yeah, I did notice it.
Well, speaking of bullet chess, our first featured chat question comes from Gabar Singh, and the question was, how do you practice to improve your bullet performance? Because you had a great showing for somebody who doesn't play online chess all that much for fun.
Yeah, I didn't really practice much actually. I did some puzzles, but actually after Norway, after the closing ceremony on the final day, me and Hikaru were playing some bullet. I mean, I got thrashed like anything, but maybe that helped here.
Yeah, I think getting a chance to play with one of the best bullet players in the world has got to help somehow. We have another featured chat question from Jameson1227. He wants to know, Gukesh, have you ever trained with Pranav, and are you guys friends? There was a video that ChessBase India posted recently of you and Pranav as even younger kids than you guys are right now. So do you guys know each other, and do you train together?
I've known Pranav for basically since the time I started playing chess actually.
Wow.
From 7-8 years old, we were playing in the same tournaments. We grew up together. We traveled to tournaments together. And we also used to train together. But the last few years, we haven't been in so much touch. But yeah, it's nice to see his improvement as well, especially in faster time controls. He has become a beast nowadays in faster time controls. So, yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely a monster. And I just want to ask you another question about that, because it sounds like you two are friends, have known each other for so long since you started playing chess. Is it difficult for you to play against your friends, or do you not care and you only focus on the chess?
In general, playing against friends, it's not a problem for me. But against Pranav, actually I'm actually quite comfortable playing because we've played a lot and I know him pretty well and have good score against him. So I think I'm comfortable playing against him. But in general, playing friends is also not an issue for me. We all the competitors we managed to fight it out on the board, and then we become friends again after the game. So it's not really a problem.
Yeah, I love that mindset. And, speaking of friends, Raunak Sadhwani, he's playing in tomorrow's match against Denis Lazovic. So we have a featured chat question from Brainstorm18. Who do you think is the favorite between Denis and Raunak?
I think Raunak has to be a slight favorite. He's I actually don't know much about Lazovic. I've watched some of his matches, and I saw his match against Arjun the last year, and it was really close. So he's also super strong, obviously. But since I know Raunak so well and I know how strong he is, I think I have to give Raunak a slight favorite.
Oh, makes a lot of sense, and always looking out for your friends there. I think I might know the answer to this question, Gukesh, but I'm still going to ask it anyway. Featured chat question from Blue Lugia 2 says, are you enjoying playing speed chess as much as classical?
I have to say not so much. Maybe because I'm just better at classical, but actually prefer like over the board, even faster time controls. I prefer over the board, and recently I played this Armageddon series in Berlin, and I enjoyed that even quite a lot. Maybe I just prefer everything over the board than online, but I'm trying to take everything seriously and give my best everywhere.
Well, you've certainly had great results online. You've played the Champions Chess Tour and had success there. And you also played in the Speed Chess Championship last year against Magnus. So what was that experience like? I know the result didn't go your way, but did you feel like you gained a lot from that? I mean, what is it like to play the World Championship for so many hours?
I mean, it was a nice experience till I started losing 10 games in a row. But I guess it was a learning experience. I mean, in general, gaining practice against these super strong players is always nice. I mean, of course, I'd like to forget the result, but I'd like to believe it helped me somehow.
Yeah. Well, I didn't mean to put you on the spot there, Gukesh, and bring unhappy memories, but you're a growing player. You're number 13 in the world in the live classical ratings, and we're excited to see you in the championship match here in the Junior Speed Chess Championship. So congratulations. Get some rest. We know it's late by you, but keep up the amazing chess. You have so many fans out there.
Thanks a lot.
Wow. Robert, I mean, huge congratulations to Gukesh. What a performance, to be down early in the match like that, and just such a championship, such a number one seed mentality. Didn't look like it phased him. As you can see, he's seeded into the championship matches. He awaits Raunak Sadhwani or Denis Lazovic to join him.
He gave the slight nod to his friend, Raunak Sadhwani. And if I knew whether or not he liked basketball, I would have asked him if he was a fan of Nikola Jokic, because it sounded eerily similar. Like, yeah, I don't really care. I just do it. But not only does he do it, he does it with great success. And what a performance from Gukesh here. And just what an awesome interview. That was so fun to hear his thoughts. And he's just improving day after day.
He is. And, I'll echo your thoughts there. I thought that was a really enlightening interview, just sharing his thoughts about playing Magnus, playing in other events like the Speed Chess Championship. Obviously, he's looking to use the JSCC as his pathway back to the SCC. So many interesting insights there, and that he has known Pranav for so many years, and that they still find a way to always compete against one another and be friends afterwards.
Yeah, I really like that mindset. And speaking of friends, of Gukesh. One of his friends is playing tomorrow, and that is Raunak Sadhwani as he takes on Denis Lazvik. Den Laz, as he's known on Chess.com, he's won a couple Title Tuesdays. He's a fantastic player. And Raunak Sadhwani, he's made a name for himself, especially in the online sphere. He's had some great tournaments. He's always near the top in Title Tuesdays. And he recently won a match against Nigel Short. It was very one-sided. That was in person. But he's playing very well. And he is a friend of Gukesh's, so he's rooting him on. And Aman, as Gukesh said, he may root for his friends off the board, but if he does in fact face Raunak Sadhwani in the championship match, we know he will not take him lightly and he will have no problems playing his friends.
That's right. I think that is the best mentality to have, and I like that he gave him the credit, that he definitely deserves. I feel like Raunak Sadhwani is so strong. You just listed some of his accolades there, but he's one of those players that's just flies under everyone's radar, I feel like, because India is such a strong, talented chess country, just doesn't get enough credit. So it's nice to see Gukesh handing him his flowers there a little bit as well. So we'll see who he matches up against in the championship match. But, what a match today, Robert, against Pranav.
Yeah, that's tomorrow's discussion. Who will win? Who will face Gukesh? Right now, it's all about Gukesh, who's number 13 in the world in live ratings in classical chess. And shout out to Pranav, who deserves a lot of credit for putting up a great fight and surprising Gukesh at the start of the match. So until tomorrow, we say goodbye to all the many fans out there. We appreciate you tuning in for your support. And tomorrow you will see Raunak Sadhwani versus Denis Lazvik here at the Junior SpeedChess Championship.